gamers e games.
For the movie The Game and a port of the Aerosmith game, Revolution X. There were also plenty of sports games, an industry that would explode in popularity. Games like NBA Jam Tournament Edition, NFL Quarterback Club 96, and FIFA Soccer 96, which is only the third FIFA game in the now famous series.
Agora sim. Boa tarde, galera da Gamers, tudo bem? Eu sou Marcelo Rodrigues e estamos começando o terceiro dia de E3. É isso aí, nossa cobertura da E3 2021. E pra variar, comigo aqui, Saulo Fernandes. Tudo bem, Saulo?
Marcelo, boa tarde, tudo bem? Boa tarde para quem vai acompanhar esse terceiro dia de E3.
É, galera, e a gente só tá. Ainda tem mais um dia, hoje tem mais um. Tem gente falando que tá com saudade já. Calma, galera, calma. Tem muita coisa boa. Porque o pessoal falou assim, já passou Xbox, já passou Ubisoft, terminou nada, galera. Tem um monte de coisa ainda, né, Saulo? Um monte de publishers.
Tem bastante coisa ainda.
E ainda tem que lembrar que amanhã a gente começa ainda mais cedo, 15 para 1, porque a 1h tem a Nintendo, galera. Vocês querem o quê? Olha a Nintendo aí mais uma vez, querendo surpreender na E3. Como sempre, né? A Nintendo
Quem
sempre,
sabe?
A Nintendo sempre gostou de surpreender e não tenho dúvidas que ela vai mais uma vez surpreender todo mundo nessa E3. Eu acho que vem pedrada por aí. Falando em...
Você tá com esperanças de pedrada do lado pela Nintendo? Eu não tô, não. Eu tô bem tranquilo.
Cara, eu tô achando a Nintendo muito quietinha. E a Nintendo ela é uma das poucas que conseguem guardar segredo, cara.
Sim, isso é fato.
É incrível como a gente...
A não ser no caso do Mario Rabbids, que eles mesmos soltaram, né?
Sim. Mas como era da Ubisoft, eu falei, não tem problema, posso soltar. Da Ubisoft pode. Mas, cara, eu vou falar pra você, eu tô com esperança sim, cara. Eu acho que nós vamos ver duas grandes pedradas lá na conferência de amanhã. E aí a gente tem ainda a Capcom, nós temos quem mais? Vamos ver hoje, por exemplo. Hoje a gente tem a Capcom, depois amanhã a gente tem Bandai, tem Nintendo. Eu ainda acho que a gente vai ter algumas coisas boas vindo por aí, viu, galera? Agora, se tem uma que eu não espero nada, é exatamente essa que a gente vai transmitir, Saulo. Take-Two. O que esperar de Take-Two?
Nada. Eu acho que a Take-Two vai ter um falatório sem parar e não vai mostrar nada. De verdade.
Eu também tô com essa sensação, cara. Tô com essa sensação de que a gente vai ter essa coisa de realmente só falação e a gente mesmo não vai ver muita coisa de jogo, não. Também tô com essa mesma sensação, cara.
É uma pena pensar dessa maneira já, mas não sei, 2K vai falar de quem? A Rockstar basicamente vive de atualizar o GTA e o Red Dead, não faz mais nada. Então...
A Gearbox já teve a sua apresentação, então eu acredito que não vai mostrar mais nada da Gearbox. Aí você tem... O que eles podem fazer são os jogos de esportes da 2K. E talvez...
Ainda assim não é nenhuma novidade, digamos assim, né?
Não. E talvez a gente possa ver alguma outra coisa desse meio, mas realmente, o que a gente poderia ver? Um novo BioShock? Eles já falaram que estão trabalhando no novo BioShock, mas que ainda ia demorar muito pra gente ver alguma coisa deles.
Até existia um rumor, né, da questão do BioShock 4 ser exclusivo do PlayStation 5, mas eu acho que de momento eles não tem nada pra mostrar, não.
Eu também acho que não. Então a gente vai ver talvez alguma coisa casual que eles tenham lá para os Estados Unidos, porque como eu falei, se você pegar mesmo a Gearbox era o que tinha algumas novidades e eles já lançaram. Talvez tenha alguma coisa do Civilization, não sei, alguma DLC do Borderlands.
Só você ficar Nesse ritmo, né? Nessa área mesmo. Porque fora isso, não sei se tem muito o que ser mostrado, não.
Mas estaremos aqui. Marcelo Luiz diz, boa tarde, Saulo. Marcelo e Saulito, boa live pra vocês. Obrigado, Tuquinha. Esse é o Marcelo Luiz, né? Eu sempre erro, porque tem o Marcelo Luiz e tem o Marcelo Luz.
Boa tarde, Tuca, valeu.
Esse é o Tuca. Obrigado,
É o
Tuca.
Tufa.
É o Tufa. Suquita. Famoso tio Suquita. Mas eu também tenho as minhas dúvidas enquanto a gente vê. Bom, faltando aí 7 minutos. Fala um pouquinho, né, Saulo? A gente já viu Ubisoft, nós já vimos Xbox, nós já vimos Square Enix e alguns jogos saltaram um pouquinho aos olhos, né? O que te chamou atenção aí nesses 2 primeiros dias? Que jogos que você gostou?
Olha, acho que não é nenhuma, assim, digamos, novidade, né? Da Ubisoft foram os 2 últimos, né, que chamaram a atenção. O Mario e o Rabbids, porque, né, a gente já conhece o primeiro jogo. E aí a primeira mostra do Avatar ficou bem, assim, apesar de ser só uma CG, sejamos sinceros, né? Eles dizem que é in-engine, né? Mas vai saber até quanto disso é real. Chamou bastante atenção, então a Ubisoft salvou o show dela nos últimos 15 minutos.
Sim.
Foi literalmente salva pelo gongo. Já na apresentação da Microsoft a gente teve bastante coisa, mas eu diria assim, eu discordo de algumas. Acho que foi a Eurogamer que publicou isso, que falou que a Bethesda rouba o show e ofusca Halo. Eu discordo. Eu acho que assim, a Bethesda, eu particularmente, vocês não gostaram, né? Mas eu gostei daquele último jogo mostrado pela Bethesda, que eu não vou conseguir nem lembrar o nome, mas eu achei bem legal. Aquele de vampiros, que a cidade tem. Isso. Eu achei legal a proposta, mas prefiro aguardar mais informações. Mas do lado dos outros estúdios Xbox, eu achei interessante o que eles mostraram do Halo, é que eles não mostraram gameplay de fato, né? Mas achei legal eles fazerem mesmo a campanha, o multiplayer free, né? Que é um chamariz tremendo pro título.
Principalmente que ele vai estar no Game Pass, né?
O Forza Horizon 5, desculpa, nenhum título da Bethesda consegue bater o Forza Horizon 5.
Não, eu concordo.
Pra mim, entendeu?
Eu li também a matéria do Eurogamer hoje, também não concordo, até porque a gente teve Starfield, não mostrou nada, mostrou um teaser.
Mostrou um conceito, digamos assim.
Cara, e o que me mata, com todo respeito, é o seguinte, o jogo faz daqui um ano. Eu falo, pessoal, mas nossa, daqui um ano. Cara, se você não tiver algo palpável agora, esse jogo não sai. Não adianta.
Eu acho que um jogo que tá previsto pra ser lançado em Holiday 2022, né, que eles falam, seria tipo um ano e meio, vai, contando aí bem no limite mesmo. Você não tem nada pra mostrar agora, você não tem jogo.
Você não tem jogo. E não vai ter daqui um ano e meio.
Um jogo desse tamanho que eles falam, entendeu?
Não, eu gostei dele, da proposta, mas eu não falo nada, porque eu acho que, pô, só por um teaser eu não gosto, mas eu gostei que eles estão trazendo vários jogos pro Game Pass. Achei legal o Yakuza Like a Dragon.
Isso aí não tinha nem dúvidas, né?
E um monte de outros jogos que eles anunciaram. Achei muito legal a DLC e o que a Rare tá fazendo com Sea of Thieves, que é um jogo que nasceu muito ruim, mas eles batalharam e hoje o jogo é um jogo muito bom. E
o jogo da Bethesda, que eu não lembro o nome, é Redfall.
O Redfall, Mas, por exemplo, teve o Contraband, que mostrou que é da Bethesda, mostrou um negócio que não tem nada a ver, cara. Mostrou um teaser que não mostrava absolutamente nada do que é o jogo. Agora, o teaser mais legal de todos, sobre aqueles que não mostravam nada, é The Water Worlds, né? 2.
Sem dúvidas, né?
Que eles falavam assim, que eles não tem nada pra mostrar no seu logo.
A única coisa que está definida, eles são bem sinceros. Aí a gente teve ainda o Age of Empires 4, tem nem o que falar. Eu, adorei, acho que vai ser um jogaço. O Stalker 2 chamou bastante atenção.
Chamou
né? Eu não imaginei que ele ia estar nesse nível.
E o mais engraçado, a única coisa que eu achei é que, assim, você vê, ele deve ser bom mesmo, cara. Deve ter muita coisa, porque você viu, ele vai ocupar 150 GB, cara.
Nossa, é bastante coisa.
É maior do que o Red Dead.
Acho que foi por isso que o Jefferson comentou sobre Dodge, quem tem um Series S que tem só 512, né?
Exato. Mas, pô, eu achei legal, eles vão trazer pro Game Pass o 12 Minutes, é um jogo, se eu não me engano, ele é português, mas que está sendo feito com atores bem conhecidos, está sendo produzido pela Napurna, eles vão trazer, tem o The Ascent, Atomic Heart, tem vários jogos indies que vão... Indies não, mas jogos um pouco mais pequenos, que não são os AAA, famosos AAA. E tem um jogo... O que você falou é o Replaced.
O quê?
O último que foi mostrado?
Não, é o Redfall.
Ah, o Redfall. Também teve o Replaced também. O Replaced é da Quadsync. Também muito legal, gostei pra caramba do jogo, achei bem legal. Então assim, a Microsoft mostrou, foi muito boa a apresentação da Microsoft. Eu gostei pra caramba, achei que eles fizeram bem conciso e tudo mais. Lembrando, galera, que vai ter uma outra apresentação da Xbox marcada pro dia 17. Dia 17.
Versão estendida, né?
Vai ser uma versão estendida onde eles devem falar do que está acontecendo com os estúdios da Microsoft. Porque muita gente, e eu inclusive falei lá durante a transmissão, que eu senti falta de uma atualização dos estúdios. E agora a gente mais ou menos descobriu por quê. Porque eles vão fazer um novo show e vão mostrar as coisinhas que talvez ficaram de fora. Coisas que ainda eu acho que vão demorar ainda muito para chegar, mas talvez dê uma atualização do que eles estão trabalhando. É legal isso, desde que você seja sincero, falando, olha, isso não vai sair em breve, mas tá aqui, nós estamos trabalhando nele. Eu acho sincero, o que você não pode é colocar lá um trailer e achar que, legal, mas não tem data, não tem nada, aí é complicado.
Manda o feed pra mim, por favor, pra acompanhar.
Eu sempre esqueço de mandar o feed pra você.
Tô ligado.
Então, galera, daqui a pouco a gente vai entrar na Take-Two. Ela tem um bom tempo aqui pelo schedule, aqui, pela agenda. Ela tem um bom tempinho hoje. Ela tem mais ou menos uns 50 minutos, né? E lembrando o seguinte, galera, depois a gente volta só às 6h30 da tarde. Então, mas não vamos parar a transmissão não. Você vai continuar assistindo a E3 aqui com a gente. Esse showcase vai ter o Mythical Games, o Indie Showcase, o Freedom Games. Mas aí sem os nossos comentários a gente volta às 6h30 da noite já, né? Agora aprendi que depois das 6 é a noite. E daí a gente já emenda no da Razer. Então, às 6h30 e da Razer às 7, então a Capcom é bem curtinho. Acho que também a gente vai ter só alguma atualizaçãozinha, alguma coisa, né? Não deve ser nada também não deve ter nenhum anúncio bombástico.
Eu acho que não. Acho que é mais falar dos Monster Hunter, falar do Resident Evil. Talvez tenha um anúncio de algum jogo, mas não acho que vai ser nada muito grande, não. Eu acho que o dia hoje na E3 vai ser bem morno.
Eu também tô achando. Eu assino embaixo. Estão esperando aqui. Agora sim, vamos passar para a transmissão. E vamos começar então.
Take-Two.
Take-Two. Seja bem-vindo.
Hello, I'm Alan Lewis, Vice President of Corporate Communications and Public Affairs for Take-Two Interactive. Thank you for joining us today and welcome
bastante coisa, né? Pelo menos o título é grande.
Take-Two, like many organizations, is deeply committed to and actively involved in numerous initiatives to enhance diversity, equity, and inclusion within our society and industry. Affecting meaningful, sustainable change is a continuous process, and there is no one solution that can achieve that goal. We believe that to enact change, especially for those in underserved and underrepresented communities, there needs to be a continuum of activism and engagement with educational programs serving as its core foundation. Beginning with children in elementary school, we have the ability to light a spark of creativity, intellectual curiosity, and wonder that can last a lifetime. Continuing through middle and high school, we can support and nurture students during their formative years and increase the depth of their skills that can provide a pathway to attending one of the 400 plus colleges and universities within the United States that offer degrees in game design. Providing opportunities to attend these academic institutions, including need-based financial support, is also a critical component to helping end generational cycles of inequality.
Porque tinha rumores que eles iam falar só sobre ações, sobre ações assim de inclusão, de esse tipo de coisa, nada de jogo mesmo.
Together, if our industry can execute this continuum, we will have invested meaningfully in the lives of the youth from these communities for more than a decade before they begin their professional journey. Diversity and inclusion make us a better industry.
Ele tá falando de ações sociais, né? Não seria de ações em si. Mas eu acho que pode ser uma parcela, mas fazer uma apresentação para falar só disso. Mas você acaba tendo mais hate do pessoal do que realmente o efeito que eles gostariam de ter.
As well as their insights on how we as an industry can continue to take these important steps together for the future. We hope that you find their work as inspiring as we do. It is now my pleasure to turn things over to my colleague, Tony Lagans, Director of Diversity and Inclusion for 2K, who will be the moderator for today's discussion.
Thanks, Alan. It's my pleasure to be your moderator for today's session. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce my esteemed panelists today. We're going to start off with Jim Huntley. Jim Huntley is currently the professor and head of marketing at USC. Jim is a faculty advisor, and he's an executive producer for USC Games Expo and a co-founding partner of Cascade Games. Next, we have Susanna Pollock. Susanna is the president of Games for Change, which is a nonprofit that empowers game creators and social innovators to drive real-world impact through games and immersive media. Next to Susanna, we have Gordon Bellamy. Gordon is a professor of practice of cinematographic arts at USC. He is also the head of USC Bridge Incubator, which is a program that helps to cultivate the next generation of leaders in the video game industry. And last, next to Gordon, we have Layla Shabir. Layla is the founder of Girls Make Games, which offers a series of summer camps, workshops, and game jams designed to inspire the next generation of designers, creators, and engineers. Welcome to all of you, great panelists, and thank you so much for joining our important discussion today. Now, I'd like to dive right in here, and Jim, I'm going to start with you. In Alan's opening, he mentioned something that was so important, and it was really just talking about the increasing role that diversity, equity, and inclusion it is playing in the video game industry today. So before we get into the big concepts that we're talking about here, let's just break some things down for our viewers. Jim, can you help us understand and talk about equity and diversity and why it's so important in the conversation about the video game industry today?
Absolutely. Equity and diversity has been a challenge for the gaming industry since its inception. It hasn't really changed very, very much over time, but I think the biggest change that people are seeing in the last 2 to 3 years are the lack of it in the modern era and the rationale that there's no excuse behind not having better equity and diversity in the industry from here on out. So what I like about working with companies like Take-Two and some other companies that have reached out to me about an initiative we started to call the Gerald A. Lawson Endowment Fund is that companies are now looking to invest in getting more diversity in their ranks and getting more stories told from different points of view.
I appreciate that. That's great conversation there. So let's talk about just kind of the inequities and why it's so important to have these conversations. Talk about that whole aspect
Exatamente, vai ser
and just
painel,
getting
então,
people in the right mindset to understand what's available for them
Então, a
as
gente vai fazer o
majors
seguinte,
in
né, Salão?
industry.
Vamos deixar o
Jim,
painel
talk to us a
rolando, a
little bit
galera
about
curte o
that.
painel.
Absolutely. So a lot of what we've
eu
been
não vou
focusing
mentir,
on
eu
from
não
a
vou
USC Games
acompanhar.
Não,
perspective is
e
making
daí
sure
quando eu
that students of
terminar,
color,
então
Black
só
and
lembrando a
Indigenous
galera
students in
então que a
particular,
gente
because they
volta
have
para
the least amount
comentários
of
às
representation within our
6h30
industry
da
out of all the
tarde.
various demographic groups.
Nós estamos de
We've been
volta
focusing on
então
scholarships,
com a
but the
Capcom.
challenge
Então
that
um
we
pouquinho
have, and I
antes, lá
think the
por volta de
challenge that
6h15, a
society and
gente já está de
industry has
volta,
is
eu e o
it
Saulo,
starts earlier
a
than
gente
that.
para a gente
There's a
fazer
phrase
então
from,
a
I can't remember
conferenciazinha
who
da
attribute
Capcom
to, there's a phrase that he used, I
às
remember
6h30 e aí a
saying,
gente
the
acompanha também da
inequities of
Razer
our
às 7
past
horas.
pay dividends
Fechado,
into the
Salão?
future. And that sticks with
Beleza.
me because
Então
the
tá bom,
reality
galera,
is if you
continuem aí
don't have a
então
great
acompanhando
opportunity or access to computer science
esse
labs and
painel que vai estar
specialized
falando sobre
education in grade school and high
diversidade,
school and junior high school,
equidade e
the odds of you
inclusão
having a great
nos
portfolio
jogos.
piece when it comes time
E a
to
gente volta
apply to
então lá
a
às
program like
6h30
ours
da tarde
puts you at a deficit.
com
And if
a
that
conferência da Capcom.
deficit
Tá
keeps
bom, galera?
rolling on into
Obrigado
the
por
future,
enquanto, até daqui a
generation
pouco.
after
Mas
generation,
fiquem
the
ligados aí
gap
que
between the
o
ability
feed
to
vai ficar
get
aberto
into
para
some of
vocês
these
aí assistirem
slots
tudo
in
que tá
game
rolando lá na
design
E3
and not
2021.
being able to get them gets wider and wider. So we need to do a better job as a society, and we are willing to do our part and help work with companies like Take-Two to lead the vanguard on how do we get students some opportunity from grade school? Like, how do we make sure they can see this as an option? Because when I, as a Black man, get in front of a small group of grade school students, and I say I work in the video game industry, you can see the eyes just their minds explode because they've never seen anyone like me and the videos they see on YouTube or other visitors to their classes, to their seminars. So it's important to show that we have a presence here, but it's also important to make sure that the students who look like us, who are 20 years, 30 years, 40 years behind us, also have the opportunities that we didn't in some cases to get a job in this industry.
Yes, thank you so much for your insights. So important there. Susanna, that really kind of speaks to a lot of the great work that you're doing in helping to reach this underserved community. Can you talk about the work that Games for Change is doing?
Sure. So, our mission, as you said earlier, is to empower game designers and social innovators, right? To use games for social change. And we see our work with younger people as really inspiring the next generation, right? And so just what Jim was saying, like we're going as young as sixth grade, sometimes fifth grade, but trying to give young people, and mostly in Title I schools, so those are schools that qualify for free lunches, which often are representing the underserved communities, an opportunity to dive in deeply into this gaming industry, this experience they all love to do, and help them become creators of this content, not just consumers. And we've been finding that it's a program that we've been running called the Games for Change Student Challenge. We've been running it for the past 6 years. We've reached over 30,000 young people in middle and high school. And we not only give them an opportunity to learn how to make games, but we also combine that with civic engagement. So they have to think about how games can help make their communities better. So right from the start, we want to empower them to think about this really important medium, not only as something they love to do, but they actually can make. They're learning important 21st century and STEM skills that can help them regardless of what career path. But what we really hope to see happen is that they see a future for themselves and they see an opportunity, a pathway for them. And part of our program, an important part of it, is this idea of mentoring, and mentoring from near peers and also from people from the community. So as Jim says, it's so important they see themselves in the people that are coming to speak to them. So when we're in Los Angeles, for example, we can reach out to USC Games for game design students to come and speak to the kids, that we can bring people in from Riot or Activision or from Take-Two to come in and say, yes, this is what I do, and this is something for you. And we do the same thing in New York and working in Atlanta and Detroit. And I can tell you that students are coming back year on year, and we're seeing them use this program as like their college essay, or they're building their portfolio. And I love the idea that, if we can get to them at a young age, they spend their summers with Layla at Girls Make Games, and then they can go on and apply to college, and we're talking about this pipeline or this pathway for them. And so that's that role and what we hope to inspire.
I love what you said there, Suzanne. There's so many little nuggets that you just pulled out there. The different avenues you can have and career pathways there are in the gaming industry. Just the activity that you can have in terms of having mentorship and role models and representation, and just, having good gamers out there. So there's so many things that you talked about that I want to hit on. Let's just pull Layla into this conversation and just talk about the idea of mentorship and representation. Layla, talk about the workshops and the summer programs that you offer to girls. How does that help to increase the representation and the mentorship aspects that we've talked about?
Thanks so much for having me. I was on mute. This is 2021, still going on mute. But like Susanna said, I think it's really important to kind of pass that baton on. And I think we see this summer after summer, having created a place that's, for girls. We get this question a lot. Why do you need a space that's just for girls? There's so many programs out there that are open to everyone. But I think it's just so important to create that space because, like Jim talked about, it's so important to see people who are like yourselves. For many of the girls that come to camp, this is their first time walking into a room full of girls who love video games. They've been so accustomed to kind of being the only girl on their robotics team, or the only girl that went to a coding camp with their brother, and the girl who's fighting her brothers for the Xbox controller. So those are very common themes and stories, and I think it's important to kind of tie in not just the mentorship, but also the community. It's very important to walk into a room and feel like you're not an outsider, and the best way to do that is to show many more faces that look just like you. It's really validating to walk away, not just with the technical skills, but to feel like these are people that I'm going to, kind of encounter in 10, 15 years and we'll be like professionals, because right now we're just kids making games, but we'll be professionals in a few years. And 7 years out for Girls Make Games, we're finally starting to see, these girls kind of make plans together to go to college. And this year, I would say, like, the first time we got in like dozens of emails from families saying, my daughter is now thinking of college, and how do we get this portfolio going? How do we set that up? So I think, touching on Jim's point too, there's so many challenges that, people have to go through just to get everything right. You shouldn't have to rely on luck so much. So if you look at the women who are now excelling and thriving in the industry, and you ask them their stories, so many things had to go right in their lives to finally end up in the industry. Many of whom ended up there accidentally, like me and even Tony. I think Tony and I touched on that earlier. But it shouldn't have to be luck or accident. We can actually intentionally create these pipelines. And I think it requires all of us working together, like everyone in this room, talking about what we're doing and how do we pass our students on from, we start as young as 8, getting them onto the programs and then passing them on to the student challenge and then on to USC and then finally on to the industry. I think that's basically the magic formula to solving the problem that we're talking about today.
Yes, thank you for hitting on that pipeline challenge and actually solution. You really clearly laid it out there for us. I really, really enjoy that. And something else you mentioned is just like really opening this world of gaming to new, diverse, a pool and a spectrum of gamers. And how do we create those real pathways back into the gaming industry? Gordon, you've done a lot of work in just helping to create value where value was not seen in places in the gaming industry, specifically for the gay gaming professionals. Can you talk about how the representation and widening the spectrum of what gaming professional looks like and how your company and your role really accomplishes that?
Sure. So we have a mission which is focused on education, employment, expertise, and entrepreneurship. And the reason why is because alongside diversity and equity inclusion, there's a new word that's come up a lot, which is belonging. Yes. Right? A feeling of belonging, of being default. And I know that people in their uniqueness do a lot of mental, socioeconomic, and sometimes social gymnastics before they get to be as good as they are, before they get a chance to participate in this panel or participate in our industry by and large. And I think the work that we all share is trying to disrupt some of those mental gymnastics, socioeconomic gymnastics, social gymnastics that young women, people of color, indigenous people, neurodiverse people need to do in order to be as great as they are, to belong, in the space. And sort of hearing, what Layla's speaking to of a cohort, right, that treats each other as default, and where are we going to go now together collectively? The program, Jim's putting in place, right, with the endowment honoring Lawson, where there's going to be cohorts of Black and Indigenous people, right, growing together. And the work that Susanna, you've been doing since before it was cool, okay? You were changing games, making that dollar out of 15 cents to before all of us. All of that work, and with the support of corporations like Take-Two, right, is enabling us to move a generation forward. Specifically with GGP, we have a scholars program in partnership with Take-Two. Some go to USC, many go on to participate in Games for Change, and many have been girls who made games. And that's where we find ourselves intersecting, is at that college point of how do we take them towards professionalization? And then we hope to carry them through into employment, into being experts, right? Because that's the real challenge when you're trying to discover people. You don't want just to be entering, you want experts, right? And if things are going to really change, like this discussion, you need owners, right? Layla, owner. Susanna, owner. Jim, owner. All of you, owners of facets of your business, right? That is where we become the batter, not the frosting, right? Where the change is, more than we can count, 2%, 3%, 1%. We aren't even the ones counting, right? We're still being counted, right? Until you're doing the counting, nothing has changed, right? I don't need to ask, how many young ladies are in Girls Make Games? You're like, all of them, right? What is the gender balance of Games for Change? All of it, right? These sort of systemic changes, that is the work I think we all share. I think it's why we all made time today, right? I've been to every E3. I was a booth boy when I started, and I'm still here, right? 25, 26 years later, haven't missed one yet. So I hope that someone out there sees this and begins their path, right? And this is additive, that's why we're all here.
I appreciate that. Yes, exactly what you're saying. There's so much more that all of us can be doing. The accountability piece is really very important, Gordon. Thank you for bringing that up. I just want to lay this out there to all our panelists. What can corporations do to really set themselves up for success in the near future and grabbing this new talent, this talent out there that we need to capture to help us build better, more relevant, engaging video games? What can corporations do?
So I was thinking about this in particular as Gordon was talking about the scholarships that he puts forward. So having organizations, companies like Take-Two have to be visible to young people, not just because they're buying, they're downloading the games off of Xbox or PlayStation, but because they're there in front from the beginning. And so Take-Two has been part of our challenge since the beginning, offering scholarships to our grand prize winners. And I can tell you that that's a motivator for kids to participate, not just because there's a scholarship at the end, but it's because Take-Two is part of it. It made us cool. Right. And I think it's that relationship at that young of an age that makes a connection for people. Is they want to hear what I have to say. Right. They're here because this program exists and because I'm interested in doing it. And I think that kind of relationship with these kids, whether they're mentoring and coming into a classroom, they're volunteering at a game jam or judging games at the end of the competition, they're involved. And I think that it really has an impact on young kids' lives.
Yes, I love that.
I just want to add to what Suzanne's saying. I think that, and something that, we're talking about Take-Two, and thank you for having us, is making the success of Black people, of women, of queer people, of Indigenous people, neurodiverse people, a business goal. Plain and simple. The same way that the consumption, right, of content, right, get some downloadable skins, buy some NBA 2K, right? That's a business goal around which the business is aligned. And I feel as though if the expertise of women, Black people, neurodiverse, other populations was a business goal, then that would be the change. It'd be that simple. Like, oh, our business is more successful if there is more of this, right? And that's about people being of value versus just being valuable, which are two different things. There's lots of exceptional people, right, who are of value in spite of their circumstances. They're valuable, right? There's a difference between saying you're of value and that's a business goal in itself. And I think that's the real change, because it used to be, I mean, just real talk, it used to be about exceptionalism, right? And be like, oh, you're able to thrive under this duress, right? Isn't that cool? Versus, right, you are actually who we are, so we are going to cultivate you. That's who we are year round. That's what we look like, what we sound like, right? Who we are, right? And so as the lever moves more towards that, right? The same way, like I have biases. I attended Harvard College, so I'm of value, right? There's value in that, right? I'm treated that way in some circles. If the same lens was put onto women, onto brown people, Black people, queer people, then there'd be no, as the kids say, no cap on the change that could take place.
Right. And that just speaks to being deliberate with our diversity, inclusion, equity practices. Corporations really have to take that accountability and, like you said, do what's right in that spectrum, in that conversation, looking at value from different sources and kind of recalibrating our minds to that. But like you guys have said, it takes time. It takes starting earlier in the pipeline. I love that you just call that out. What other things can corporations do that are just different than what we've been doing in the past, perhaps? What would you recommend?
I would even add to what Gordon just said. The looking at this challenge as a business challenge is key. That's what between the inspiration of the social justice marches from last summer and really talking to our chair, Danny Bilson, who said that, hey, if you were going to tackle this issue, this giant generational issue as a business problem, what would you do? And that flipped the light switch on for me. Well, of course, like any business problem, what are my challenges? I've got gaps in my supply chain, if you will. So how do I fill those gaps in my supply chain? And really working your way backwards in a way where you're putting objectives, strategies, and tactics in place to achieve those goals from a business perspective. You're going to see outcome when it's not just, hey, here's a check and good luck with charity X. It's going to be more of, okay, here's a check. This is what we're hoping to see. Let's measure along the way and see if we're seeing progress on that. And it's the measurement of progress and adjusting in real time based on the data that you're getting back. That's where you're going to that's where you're going to see the gap start to close in a meaningful way and be able to point out to other people in the industry, like, hey, this is what we can all do together. What if we scale this effort up and really had an impact on society as a whole? That mindset is really going to be what changes the game.
So I like to think about it as like a pie. You know, when we think about from a corporate strategy, we always think about there's a piece of the pie and everyone gets a little piece of the pie. But I think the way we have to approach this is really, the pie is not a fixed size. I think by including more people, the pie gets bigger. So it's not a fixed size that we're trying to all get a piece of, but by including more people, you know, in the industry, by becoming creators of this medium, we actually expand the medium, expand it beyond just entertainment. And I think that speaks really heavily to me as a problem solver. Is like when I look at video games, it's such an underutilized tool for social change. And I think like that, I can see Susanna kind of has been on the forefront of that. And coming in as an outsider to the games industry, I was just kind of blown away that, oh my God, you can do so much. Like 9 out of 10 kids play video games. You know, not 9 out of 10 boys, 9 out of 10 kids. We're talking about literally changing perceptions and inspiring and educating generation after generation. And yet that power rests in the hand of like a select few. And I think when you think about it, not just from a corporate responsibility, but as a social responsibility, like what are we putting out there for our kids to consume? I think we need to bring in pretty much everyone, anyone and everyone who's interested in building a future together in that. So between the pie and the corporate responsibility, I feel like there's a lot that gets lost. Like, I think there's a big dichotomy between these are people that are doing good and these are people that are self-serving, but it doesn't work like that. We have to work together, and everyone does kind of go between what's good for me and what's good for everyone, so.
Thank you for bringing that concept up, Layla. The codependency. We are all community members in this pipeline, and we have to be active, deliberate in our processes, in our systems, how we tackle this problem. Before we end this conversation, there's tons of questions that we have that we want to ask you. So I'm going to pause right now and give our esteemed questionnaires a chance to ask their questions that are top of mind related to our conversation today. So we're going to start it off with some questions from our other video game industry experts here. We've got Carrie, she's an executive producer from Private Division. We also have Vanetta, who's a director of talent acquisition with Take-Two, and Nir, he's the head of mobile for Take-Two. So go ahead and fire it away.
Awesome. Thank you, Tony. The first question is for Layla, but certainly open to having the rest of our panelists answer the question. But at the beginning of your career, did you ever imagine being a leader within an industry that is predominantly male-dominated? And what is your advice for other young women that are interested in taking a similar path to where you are today?
Thank you, Juanita. I don't think I really envisioned being in a male-dominated industry, although I did envision being in a male-dominated world, because I grew up in the Middle East and I was painfully aware of being a girl and how my life was going to turn out to be different from my male peers or my brothers or my cousins or any of that. I was fortunate that my parents were very supportive and they wanted me to pursue whatever dream I wanted. But I think having that mindset and coming from a world that was very much male dominated already prepared me for, hey, whatever I end up doing, there's going to be more boys or men than me. I think the piece of advice that I would really give girls is to honestly not think about your gender when you think about what you want to pursue, because it's all about you specifically. You might end up liking things that people, even your age, your geographic location, your, educational background, or your family might not have heard of or even thought of. And that is all the things that I ended up doing were things that didn't match anything that I had seen in my own environment, but I just kind of pursued what I wanted to. And then 2 is to kind of use a very selective hearing. I think you have to kind of develop selective hearing, listen to the people that care about you, that love you, and encourage you in being more of who you are, and diminish the voices of people who say you can't do things because it's never been done, or that's not how it is, or that's not how the world works. The way the world works is based on the world that we build, and we're continually building a new world. So it doesn't matter how things are done now, they're going to be done a different way as you grow up, and you can be part of building that world. So those would be like my 2 pieces of advice for girls, is to just pursue what you want and, develop selective hearing.
All right. My question is for Susanna, but also open to anyone else who would like to answer. And I think Gordon kind of hit it earlier when he said that, most of us didn't have a lot of examples or opportunities. I'm in that boat. I didn't have any programs and anyone telling me that I could do this, and definitely had to, not necessarily an accident, but really had to work in a different way, harder than most. So my question, Susanna, for you is, could you share an example of how your program has impacted someone that has participated, or, a few people?
Sure. So as I said, our program is 6 years old in New York City. We're a bit younger in the other cities that we're operating in, and there are opportunities now that kids all over the country can participate. But we saw in New York a very particularly strong cohort. We are actually in over 125 schools right now in New York City, and there are some rock star teachers that have encouraged their kids to participate, their participants, year on year and year. And that to me is certainly the beginning of getting this kind of program off the ground, and particularly in schools where students usually aren't offered this kind of experience. So one, having the teachers find value and really and work to and making it a part of an annual program within their school system has also allowed students to continue with the program year on year. There's one young woman in particular who won, I think she won the like our theme category the first time round when she participated as a sophomore. The junior year, she won again. And by the senior year, she was a grand prize winner in New York City. And I hear that she then followed on with a full scholarship to NYU Game Center. Right. And it was just amazing. And I just remember she was invited to speak at the Games for Change Festival after she won. It must have been the second year. I don't think it was the third year. And she came and we were having a panel, a conversation about, the program, and she was invited to speak on it. And her father came with her and followed her around the entire 2 days she was there with a camera recording her experience in this, professional environment, not only when she was speaking, but when she was sitting and watching the other people on stage. And it was so awesome to see that kind of support within her family. And I'm like, all right, you've got educators supporting this young woman, this pathway. She's got her family. And actually, since she graduated, I've seen other kids in her family come through the program. But it takes that kind of multiple supports from different directions to really support this young woman who is a woman of color from Brooklyn, who found her path, right? And she got the right supports and she got there. And now I also understand that she's launched her own studio and is raising money, on Kickstarter. She's remarkable.
That's awesome. Thanks for sharing that story. That's so cool.
Nir, do you have a question for our panelists?
Yeah, hi, I do. So my question is to Gordon. I'm looking at LGBTQ representation in gaming. I've been in gaming for more than 12 years, and it feels to me that representation is a bit low than what you would expect, what I see in tech in other sectors. Do you have some data or some thoughts about that? Is that the fair estimation? And if so, why is that? And what are the main challenges that LGBTQ individuals face in this industry?
Sure. Well, I'll tell you a little history here. So when we started GGP about 15 years ago, which is not that long ago in corporate times, queer people only existed on an anonymous mailing list, anonymous to each other. Okay, because employment safety, which is still a concern globally, not to mention just safety, was a #1 concern which all of us lived with. So, even back then, weird flex, but I had designed Madden football, had already sold a company to Activision, employment safety. So that is the #1 reason why. And just in this new recent history, have we begun to build the trust and value in each other so as to aggregate and to even acknowledge each other, okay? And to build systemic ties to companies like Take-Two and others to move from hiding from the industry, right? Escaping from the industry, to affinity, right? To employee resource groups and corporate leaders like Tony existing, right? And we're moving closer to being a business resource. And so in other technology areas, that path is further along, where it is like to say in the batter, that the queer identity is of value, and there's customers, there's of course creators, there's of course business leaders and owners, of all walks. And in the optimum business, you would cultivate, all types of people. As a game craft, we are still in generation 1. You even asking this question here, You are a wild pioneer. You are the out there with your machete chopping down bamboo to even ask this question, which presumes that LGBT people would be employed, okay, and then in communication with each other, right? In communication with each other across different companies, and in any sort of ongoing concern. So, welcome. Thank you for asking. For those of you at home, we have a Discord and a Facebook that you can all join and participate at any time, or you can reach out to me directly on Twitter, Gordon Bellamy. Wherever you may be on or off your path as an LGBTQIA person or an ally, right? Because I think that's something we've all discovered. And I think whatever population you are part of, whether it be across gender or race or expression identity, is that you don't have to be a member to care, okay? You don't gotta be a member to say, this is an important issue. And in fact, a lot of the work that we do at a corporate level is saying, hey, you don't have to do all the work, right? You know how to push the rock that's sitting on you. We're gonna help you push that rock that's on you. It's not on me, but I can help push, right? Because I can see it. It's on you. And so asking these questions, corporate support, time, right? 3 T's, time, talent, and treasure, will move this discussion forward. I hope that answers your question there, but otherwise just get at me. I can, tell you more. And anyone else there who's watching, we can tell you more in greater detail.
Gordon, I know your company has some things going on in the few months.
Oh, sure.
Talk about some of the activities you guys have.
Sure. So we have most of our content now, in addition to our Scholars Program and our community service that we do with Take-Two, is streaming. So we stream front page of Twitch and we bring it to YouTube, content around equity, inclusion, belonging. And not just LGBT, we just had our second Indigenous Game Creators panel yesterday. Big hit, because you know what? Indigenous creation has always been here. In August, we're gonna be doing our first GGP Honors, which is gonna be honoring the best in diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging in our craft. So we're gonna be lifting up the people who do the work, right? Every day in our ERGs, in our executive suites, like Dr. Liggins, right? These people need to be cultivated as well, right? The same way that we cultivate engineers, artists, and other things that we value, right? Things that we value need to be cultivated. So we're gonna begin to do that work August. Tune in, front page of Twitch. It's going to be a mood. Hope you're all there.
Awesome, thank you. We probably have time for one more question, so let's go for it. Who's got their last burning question for our panelists?
Oh, I have several questions.
Burn.
It's one, we'll just speak. I have to come from the affinity group, ERG, BRG perspective. So Gordon, thank you for touching on that. So this question is for both Jim and Gordon, as someone that represents a member of an ERG as well as a leader of an ERG. What advice would you give ERGs, affinity groups, BRGs that are either just starting out or those that are established in organizations that are looking for ways to further embed themselves into the business, so that batter versus the icing that you're talking about?
Also, to add to that, I think the something that a few of us have touched on earlier is an old adage from the business world: you can't manage what you can't measure. If you don't have a way to see how your progress is evolving over a continuum, you're kind of just going, well, I think something's working, let's just keep doing that. And business people, myself being one of them, don't respond well to that. It's just okay, let's just keep investing in a thing that I don't know the results of. You need to be able to go back and say, hey, this year we were here, this following year we were here. Here's the, not only have we seen a positive impact on the investment or good ROI, but we also recognize the fact that the partner and partners that we're working with are making moves and making investments into the future that they're saying that they want to see. The positive feedback loop of being able to say, here's data that shows that what we're doing is having an impact on our objectives, and rewarding that partner or those partners for that investment and for that support. that's really key to building a positive feedback loop around investing in diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah, what Jim said, but I'd still say make it mobile. God, if you could move that needle like 0.2%, anything, you can't get cut. You can't get cut then, right? There's no way, no one can say budget's tight when you're moving that needle 0.2%, right?
No, the scale at which we all operate, it's pretty staggering when you think about it. When you aggregate how much revenue and profit goes and gross profit goes in the games business, for a meaningful moving of the needle of DEI, comparatively speaking, it's not a huge amount of money. It's, to have a really big demonstrable impact, measurable impact. If we aggregate our dollars and really focus on some key objectives, we can really move the needle in a way that's going to, frankly, when you start seeing things work, people get excited. It worked. Let's keep doing it. Let's keep doing it. And it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's why the Lawson Fund is what it is. It's an endowment because we want to see it have an impact in the aggregate over time, over generations, and support students for decades to come. Not just have it be this fiscal year, what can we do?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
One more thing, just to let it go, is just keep saying Black out loud. Right? Let's get back to Black is beautiful. We've been residing in Black Lives Matter for a long time, and we need to be back to like Black and proud and Black and beautiful. And so your existence, right? And saying it and saying positive outcomes after the word Black is meaningful each and every day that you can do it in your ERG.
Mm-hmm. I love that. Thank you.
Good question. We've got time for more. What else do we have?
All right, I'll go if we have time for more. Layla, how have you been able to actually connect with the people in the community to bring awareness for your programs? Like, how do you actually gather people, to participate, and especially like in the very beginning?
Oh my gosh. So the first camp in 2014, we literally like barged into a maker fair with flyers, and we were just going around and being like, you look like you would love video games because you're playing with robots right now. So come to our camp. But I think it's pretty much primarily been word of mouth originally, but then when we ended up partnering with the game studios and game companies, that really helped elevate the program and the PR. I think Susanna touched on that. It's like it actually legitimized us and then kind of made us really cool. Like, hey, you can go make games at these game studios. You can actually make a game at Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, Take-Two. You can go into their offices, meet the developers, and make these games. And I think that cool factor has kind of really helped us out. When it comes to speakers and people who want to mentor and be involved, that's been a lot easier because, a lot of our teachers end up being college students themselves, and they come back and they'll say things like, I wish this program existed when I was younger. It sucks I couldn't go to it, but at least I get to be a part of it and give back to the kids. And then same thing for mentors and speakers. There's so much interest in wanting to give back and wanting to welcome new voices into the industry. We haven't really had to do a lot of pushing. In fact, we get pulled in a lot of directions. I was talking to my team the other day. I was like, this is a very fortunate problem to have where we're getting pulled in 100 directions because we're needed in 100 directions, as opposed to us telling people that, hey, this is important, pay attention, and, look at what we're doing. So I would say it's been very organic, and really the tide is turning. We're building a new industry. We're building on the industry that we have, but we're also building a new part of the industry together. So it's really exciting.
Thank you. Thanks, Layla. And thank you to our panelists. You guys have been very inspirational, very thought-provoking, and have left us with a lot of great tidbits to take away, to take back to our corporations and our respective organizations to really make a deliberate impact in our community that we're building and this whole world of diversity and equity and inclusion in the video game industry. So thank you all. Thank you, the viewers, for joining, and have fun at the virtual E3 conference.
I think ever since Mega Man X, I've just loved the sort of 8-bit, 16-bit pixel art style. As an artist, I just kind of fell in love with that aesthetic.
Number 1, Mega Man X, favorite game of all time. Whenever somebody asks me the deserted on an island question, Mega Man X is the game.
I would say Tomb Raider. Lara Croft is the reason why I started to become really adventurous in my own life and wanted to be as intelligent and curious and brave as her.
Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. I feel like that was the first video game that I've ever played where I've seen so many Black people in one game and felt like, oh my gosh, my people. You got the Isley Brothers playing on the radio? Like, oh yes, this is where I need to be.
Parappa the Rapper on PlayStation. Man, bring that back, PlayStation. Parappa got more bars than half the industry right now. So I recommend that you all go check it out because it's one of my favorites.
I think it might be Apex Legends, and I know, the thing you're most excited about is the thing that you've just done, but truly, I have been waiting my entire life to play a character like Valk, and it's changed my life.
My favorite game is, without question, absolutely League of Legends. It's been like a decade since release, and it's still just at the top of the charts, and it's where I go with all my friends and hang out. It's my go-to.
That was the first female I actually ever seen play video games. It's my mother, and she loved 007, and we would all play, me and my brother, my mother, and my dad, and we would just go crazy in that game, have game nights and everything.
Lion King, Sega, on Sega, because that will teach you about life right quick. That was hard.
I've said it many times. TV should have his own segment. Every time he's on camera, I'm just cracking up. Love him. Anyway, welcome back to E3 2021. Do not forget to check out e3expo.com/shop for your E3 2021 needs.
Look like this. Don't you want to look like this, young man?
You want to look just like me?
You want to look like a schlub like me? I'm in a bomber jacket. Nobody likes me. Or do you want to be in an E3 bomber jacket and everybody likes him?
All the kids want to look just like me anyway.
Okay, anyway, we do need to give a big thank you to Razer. Do you see our lovely little Razer Blade laptops here? And then we're in the Razer Isker chair. Oh, sorry, you didn't get one.
I got the chair, though.
You did, and they're amazing. The lumbar
support's
support is on point, y'all. Greg, you and I, we're tall folks, so it's like you need that lumbar support. It makes us stand up straight.
And that's the thing is, if you're not a tall person, you don't understand how hard it is to be tall. And that's always embarrassing, right? Go, oh, right. Sorry about that.
Okay, be nice, gentlemen.
The pain I'm feeling right now. I don't have a laptop. Greg, make fun of me. You know what? I quit. No, I'm kidding.
No, you know what was low-key the best thing? Yesterday, they were like, Golden Boy, can you put your chair up higher? Can you put your chair up higher? And Greg and I were being so nice. We were not saying anything. We were just like, okay. Anyway, my producer's like, moving along, Jackie. So we did this great segment earlier where we were talking about 90s games and the impact that they had on us. And I kind of went off the rails and started talking about Chrono Trigger and Illusion of Gaia at length. But you both didn't really get a chance to talk about the games that have had a huge effect on you. So I wanted to hear both of y'all just be like, hey, this game changed my life. So you're in the hot seat first because you're right next to me. Hi.
Yay. The easy answer for me would have been Halo. I will just give a mention. It was the game that brought me and my brother together. We were always, bickering brothers, right? It's just how it is with siblings. But both of us sitting down playing that campaign, it was great. But for myself personally, one of the games that had a profound impact on me was, funny enough, Final Fantasy VII. It was the first RPG that I had ever played, and it began this infatuation with RPGs. And there was a point in time, folks, where the PlayStation, I swear to God, just had nothing but RPG games. I feel like every other month there was like a new RPG coming out, but that just started this long-lasting love for that genre. And then there was the first game that I played that literally was just, was Batman on the NES.
What a game.
Super fun game. That first level as a child, let me tell you, not easy. But those games have always been so big for me. What about for you, Greg?
Man, I think if you go back to the youth, there's so many things that put me on this path here, right? But I think for impactful games, the first thing that comes to mind is more modern. I think of Gone Home.
Ooh,
if you haven't played Gone Home, of course, right? It's a walking simulator, and when Gone Home hit, I was told by everyone on the internet to go play it and read nothing about it, which means I will now spoil Gone Home for you. I played that game like so many people did, thinking it was a horror game.
Mhm.
And then slowly there's this side story building about, you know, your sister and she's missing and what's going on with it. And you're reading the notes she's left. And slowly over time, it's like, oh my God, like she's falling in love. Oh my God, she's discovering she's gay. Oh my, and then it was like, wait a second. Is this game a horror game at all, or is it all about that relationship? And it was all about that relationship. And, you know, no video game, no work of fiction, of course, can tell you exactly what it's like to be LGBTQ. But for me, as you know, a hetero white male, where everything's great all the time, right? This was a window, at least, into it of what that discovery is like, and the pressure of it, and what you're going through. And it opened up a window of empathy that I've heard stories before, but to kind of experience it, you know, in a video game way of being in there and reading these intimate thoughts on a level that I don't get in a passing conversation with somebody, it was so powerful that when that game ended, I felt like I had a brand new empathy for what, you know, LGBTQ people have to go through, of course.
Yeah, wow. Definitely got to check that game out now.
Yeah, no, for real. I'm like, I am completely sold. I've heard great things about it as well, but I'm like, okay, everybody, Greg Miller says to play it, I'm playing it. Okay, so Golden Boy and I were up in the break room, and I was like, okay, I need you to break down for me, like, NFT, Bitcoin, the works. And he popped out this little diagram. He wouldn't allow me to bring it down here, folks. He's like,
Wasn't very well
he's
done.
like, people are going to make fun of my stick figures.
Oh, is it like a 7th grade diorama where, like,
oh,
you
it was
yeah.
But, well, what was so sweet about it was Golden Boy's like, you can keep it for you, Jackie. This will just be for you. And I was like, oh, he drew a stick figure of me, and it was like tall and lanky. And then he was like, this is me. And he's like, see, it's got a little belly. And he's like, and it's missing hair. And I was like, stop it, Golden Boy. But actually, this kind of brings us to our discussion about Mythical Games. That's why we even started talking about it.
Yeah, first, I do want to give a huge shout out to my boy Justin Kruger. I've known him for years, and he's over at Mythical, so I'm very much looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring to the table. But yeah, Mythical Games is a very interesting company, because what they're doing is they're making games on the blockchain. And I know everyone's like, well, you know, sure, NFTs, blockchain, crypto, there's always these conversations around it. But what's really interesting about games is like, what if you were able to play something like, you know, a Hearthstone, and you had a particular card in Hearthstone. I think Dan used Ragnaros as an example, and you owned a version of that card. Like, you own that card. It was like 1 of 100 or 1 of 200, whatever, right?
It'd be like Magic, right? It would be like what you're already doing.
What you're already doing right now.
Cards.
Exactly. And imagine you were able to do that. Now, this is obviously a fun game. You play with your friends, and it takes that same kind of concept of like ownership over what you have in your game, and then it just paints it with this fun-loving, you know, colorful flair.
Yeah.
So I'm really looking forward to it. Huge shout out to Mythical Games. I think they're pushing the boundaries a little bit here, and really it's only the beginning, because you're going to see more and more of this as the blockchain continues to improve.
Right, it's tip of the sword, right? I think
Indeed,
that's the thing.
indeed.
Yeah.
Well, fans of Blanco's Block Party are going to be happy to know that they can now own and sell their own characters. So for more on Blanco and an inside look at how the developers plan to change the way we look at video game characters, here is Mythical Games.
Let's go.
Yay.
Take one, ABC, common mark.
In your own words, what is Blanco's Block Party?
Oh, man.
Blanco's Block Party is a lot of things.
The game or just a Blanco?
I'm looking at you. Perfect. Awesome. So Blankos was originally what we thought a player-owned economy in a video game could be.
So it's a cool mixture of art, design, you know, music, entertainment.
This is like the evolution of modern art. Seeing how those artists use different mediums again, you know, it's not just about canvases.
50% of my work is digital, and there's been rarely an outlet for that digital aspect of things.
What the gaming industry has really become is a lot about microtransactions and getting as much money out of the player as possible. What we're doing at Mythical with NFTs and blockchain really changes that script.
By the end of this time next year, I'm going to have a whole row of Blancos. So.
Play, earn, collect, sell.
That's it. Sorry, I got lost. Can we start again?
I gotta say it again, boy. I ain't felt this good in a minute. Own it. I ain't trying to rent it. It feel like it's third down. So I'ma stick farm like Image Smith. Yeah, I'm going in, baby.
I just had a quadruple espresso. Is that a problem? Hi, my name is John Linden. I'm the CEO of Mythical. So working with Rudy and Jamie have really been a lot of fun because we really have kind of merged 3 different industries into one. So we have kind of obviously deep experience in gaming, but we also have teams from blockchain and we have teams in marketplace technology. And bringing these 3 worlds together, it's been a challenge at times, but also it's really helped us explore how to make this work. And I think that's been the intersection of those 3 industries together has really made Mythical special. I hope that players within Blankos can really kind of be what they want to be. You know, it's kind of a safe place that people can come. It's a great, strong community. And meanwhile, they have this economy behind the scenes that they can earn. They can really transact and be part of the world themselves. And that's really what they need to know. It really has become a great community, and we really encourage people to be part of that community.
When you're building a game at the moment, if you want to move from 10,000 users to 10 million users, what you really need to do is have really, really epic gameplay.
Blankos is a game that's all about what we imagine vinyl toys do when we're not watching. What happens when we go to sleep and these toys are left to their own devices, and an exploration of that whole fun world of creativity that these toys escape to. Every single Blanko has a story and have their own inspiration, their own flavor, and their own style. And I think that players are going to find that they'll go, oh, I like this toy because it speaks to me.
You are playing, building, and collecting. But then outside of that, you are also upgrading and selling. You don't need to understand NFTs or blockchain at all to play Blankos Block Party. All you need to know is how to play a game, and we teach you that.
The Junction is an amazing place where the Blankos go to express their creativity. Players are going to have a role in helping to bring that world online.
It's just this city full of tons of different designs and colors and patterns. But the point is that you are meeting up with your friends, you're practicing your new skills out together, and then you're jumping into mini parties.
Yeah, okay.
Players can build their levels using our Blanko build tool. They can make whatever level they want. They can set the terrain, and then they could set the win conditions, and they could set the game type. So you can make this level into a shooter, or you can make this level into a race. There are things that we didn't even think was possible with our level editor that they have been able to do. I've seen levels that recreate a particular science fiction movie that I might not be able to say.
I wanted things that felt like beautiful pieces of art. We're just continually adding to this huge library of buildings and houses and vehicles and that kind of stuff. Things that you can throw together into to make your own block party.
In the open beta, we've seen over 20,000 block parties. Once they're done playing it, there's a rating system, 1 through 5. So you can really get that feedback from the players. There's over 70,000 NFTs that have already been purchased in our open beta, and we've been seeing just tons and tons of people jump in.
Now that NFTs are moving into the mainstream, the most important thing for games, for gaming studios that want to focus on NFTs is to really ensure that their gameplay, their player experience is on par or exceeds anything else in the mainstream market today.
We're putting the fun in non-fungible tokens. That's what we're doing. It's going to be really exciting to see the game, the community grow over the next few months. What we're building here with NFTs and blockchain really changes that script, because then it's players that can actually benefit and profit off of all the money they spend.
Part of my art exists in the fine art world, and in that world, I could create a painting and sell a painting, and then that painting goes off to a collector, and then I get paid once, right? And then I have no idea, no control over who gets the painting, no idea if 20 people sell it down the road for exponential amount of money. I never see a dime of that. I have no idea what to think. So one of the cool things about NFTs is that smart contract that's locked in, and you're able to just not only track who gets it, but share that profit forever.
While one will collect for love, the other side that you want to collect from is also from a perspective of capital appreciation. You know, when we look at the collector world today, vinyl toys are on a tear, right? Just the very fact that Blanco's Block Party created a platform where you could not only collect digital vinyl toys created by epic vinyl toy artists, but at the same time use those vinyl toys to battle other people in games. I truly believe that it's a magic formula for, you know, not only epic capital appreciation on the assets themselves, but also, you know, immense amount of enjoyment in playing the game.
Today's gamers are used to having a lot of control over customizing the experience that they have. We've seen that in the trend of games coming out over the last 10 years. Players spend a lot of time online, they spend a lot of time in digital space. That's where they want to express themselves, through skins, through cosmetics, through the things that they buy through games. I think that's where, you know, Blankos really shines and what we can bring to the table, but also where I think NFTs play a huge role, right? Like, because it gives you a chance to really own the world around you, the universe that you're customizing, you're creating. You've got a greater stake in this thing now. Rudy Koch, SVP Business Development. Am I just supposed to say that? Just my name? Title? All right. I'm a big-time collector. I collect vinyl toys. I have a whole wall of them at home. I'm a nerd. We're all nerds. We all collect.
I love collecting. I actually started my career in comic books.
I collect sneakers.
I loved Magic the Gathering. I had hundreds.
These concepts as collectors ourselves, like the box opening, you know, opening a box for your Blanco, or the serial numbers on each of the NFTs that you buy. These are concepts that live in the physical collector's world that we love so much, and we wanted to bring that and translate that into the digital world. And what's amazing is that with the players that we've seen so far and the people engaging with the economy, they are getting these concepts, and it's been a lot of fun to see that all unfold.
With real toys in real life, right? When the way to keep their value is you put them in the box, you put them on the shelf, you leave them there. But with Blankos, as you play with them, they get better. You can customize them. You can make them the way that you want them to be, but also increase their rarity and increase their scarcity by playing with them. Our leveling up process, it's called Grade Up. It draws from real toy and collectible culture. It's kind of a neat turn on everything that you would think about collectibles.
I'm looking to invest in and acquire assets from games that have the ability to move into the mainstream, games that have the ability to become AAA titles. There are mainly three that top my list. Again, Blanco's Block Party, Gods Unchained, as well as Axie's Infinity. They've been able to integrate blockchain within their gaming mechanisms, really in the background, rather than having it to be a requirement to be able to participate in the game and participate in the community.
Get yours, yeah. Get the money, get the money. Ooh la 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 la, throw it all on me, yeah.
A really key focus for my team has been making sure that our marketplace is very accessible for really all players in the game. This is going to continue to develop as we add more functionality around cryptocurrencies, being able to use your crypto wallet. But the core focus of our product is making sure that the mainstream audience is able to enjoy the game and have a super simple experience.
Historically, like if you're playing a game and you're trying to sell your items, the game developer doesn't support that, right? And Mythical Games takes the stance of we enable it and we facilitate it. Mythical's blockchain uses proof of authority for consensus, which basically is a much lower carbon footprint than proof of work. And we're planning to bridge to multiple chains. We're bridging to Ethereum, which is about to go to proof of stake, which is about 99.5% less energy. By using blockchain technology, you own your game assets, and then you can build another marketplace, you can build another interface, you can bring them into another game, different metaverses, and that's a new paradigm, and it's inevitable, and I think gamers are going to demand it. Traditionally, like when you're participating in a marketplace, you're relying on trust in the company to keep the database accurate. Where Mythical Games is using a blockchain where our smart contracts are publicly accessible. So you have confidence and trust that you're getting what you're buying and your true ownership and you have it forever. Because traditionally game companies can just say there are 1,000 of them, but who knows if there are 1,000, right? With Mythical Games, we have provable scarcity. And with provable scarcity, as an investor, a collector, or a gamer, that's really what you want.
I've been drawing since I could hold a pen or a pencil. My granddad taught me how to do engineer drawing when I was 4. You know, I've just fell in love with the idea of drawing and creating. It's just something that gives me a ton of joy. As I started to look around at art, it always really appealed to me, but I was always really appealed by graffiti art and the music that I listened to. To have a favorite, that's like asking me what my favorite child is. It's currently my daughter, by the way, if anyone was asking. So for me, it just evolved over time as I started to learn a bit more about street artists and see the evolution of street artists, see an artist go from kind of painting an illegal wall to having a gallery showing or something like that. Seeing how those artists use different mediums again, you know, it's not just about canvases, it's about sculpture. It's about taking these shapes and these 3D canvases and expressing their desires, their needs, whatever it is they're trying to say on a different canvas. We know where we sit now compared to 20 odd years ago when all these artists were still just street artists getting arrested for doing throw-ups on trains. And now, you know, a couple of $1 million at Sotheby's, I'm like, it's pretty cool.
Where should our hands be?
I'll just do this.
Oh, okay.
I'm super excited to talk to you guys about some of the artists that we're bringing into the game, some of the first collaborators, and I think it's appropriate to start with Michael Lau.
Michael Lau is a legend in the space. He's definitely known as the godfather of vinyl toys. He has this really awesome quote, which is, all art are toys and all toys are art. And I think like that is perfect for Blankos. And so I think we're really excited to see his style come alive in our realm.
點解想合作？咁其實一路以嚟都好想自己啲 character 可以喐啦，好似可以做一啲 animation 啊或者 game。咁今次真係有機會同一個咁配合到 figure 個 game 合作，所以係好開心。
Another artist and designer that we're super excited to talk about is Quix. And what I love about Quix is that one, he's a graffiti artist, but two, he's super hip hop culture. Love his designs, love the samurai.
You know, he has this really iconic, like Japanese mech warrior style. So, I think we are all just excited to see that come alive in the Blankos universe.
My artwork and the style of toys that I do now are pretty much rooted from the stuff that I've loved since I was a kid. I grew up in the 80s, so I was heavily influenced by a lot of Japanese robot shows. Texas history is like my Mickey Mouse. He represents Japanese robots, hip-hop, and graffiti, all rolled into one character.
This brand that we're going to reveal now is near and dear to my heart. I'm actually wearing some sneakers that represent them. I will let my friend Nicole here tee it up.
The Marathon Company, from a culture perspective, they've worked with some incredible folks, obviously led by Nipsey Hussle, and we certainly want to honor his memory.
Nip was someone before he passed who was already into technology. It's such an honor to be able to carry on his legacy in a sense and bring them into the world of Blankos.
One Blanco can be so many different things. A Blanco can be a pattern, it can be a unicorn, it can be so many different characters. We work regularly with Kronk. His skill at being able to create characters, make you commit to those characters, they're believable. And then we have JPK, we have industry legends like James Groman, Nikki Davis, Tara McBisson,
Algron Chamako, Junko Mizuno, Hector, and Thomas Han.
We're not just picking from one person's perspective, which really helps to kind of broaden those cultural references.
I am an avid vinyl toy collector. I have just a house, floor to ceiling, vinyl toys. To find a game that did such a really great crossover between that kind of tangible good and have that element in the game, no doubt by the end of this time next year, I'm gonna have a whole row of Blankos. So. It's art in a 3D form. I think it's a really great online safe haven for street art where it keeps its integrity and it isn't bastardized. Whether it's on geometry or it's sculpted or it's just tags on walls and stuff like that. I like that. I just like exploring the space. And then you still see this coalescence of cohesion as opposed to a random vomit art exhibit games like Blankos, I think it's a really great bridge between the traditional mediums of creating art, digital art, or street art or stuff like that, and then into the game engine. And that's cool because I mean all the elements that are familiar to the Deadmau5 fan were really well executed in these skins.
Anything else, weenies, in the back?
So now that the video is coming to a close, download Blankos, blankos.com, bring your vinyl toys to life, build your own levels, buy all the designs from your favorite brands, artists, and designers, share it with all your friends so they download and play it together. And we look forward to seeing you within the world of Blankos.
But wait, we're partnering with the fashion industry's most coveted brands to bring you their style, Blanko style. And our first collab is a name you'll recognize. They're known worldwide for their signature plaids and heritage prints.
I'm incredibly excited to announce that Burberry will be partnering with Mythical Games to launch a limited edition Blanko in their game Blanko's Block Party. Pushing boundaries and discovering new ways to innovate with our communities have always been at the heart of what we do as a brand. Being a part of this creative and pioneering community with Mythical Games is an incredible synergy for us and a perfect evolution of our existing engagement with the gaming communities. This partnership presents Burberry's first exploration into the world of NFTs. This opens up a whole new platform of possibilities, and it empowers digital natives and gamers to own a piece of our brand and actively engage and participate with our house codes. We can't wait to embark on this pioneering journey with Mythical Games as we explore the future of digital ownership in gaming, whilst discovering new environments and a myriad of possibilities within this community.
All right, you got the last word. Make it count.
That's a good question here. Let me give me 5 seconds here to think about it.
All right, guys, let's cut on the cameras.
Thank God. If you're ready to start building, playing, and earning, you can download and join Blanko's Block Party now in early access on PC.
Like, share, and subscribe.
Also, watch your favorite content creators on Twitch this week for a chance to get an exclusive new Blanko, only available through Twitch.
Thank you, appreciate it.
On behalf of all of us at Mythical, thanks for joining.
I feel like you nailed it.
To E3 2021, and we'll get to our thoughts on Mythical Games here in a second. But first, we wanted to remind everyone that they could win a $100 gift card from our partners at DoorDash just by tagging them in a tweet and following them on Twitter. It's as simple as that. But Mythical Games, I said before, it's a different kind of experience, right, Jackie? It's did you learn a little bit about the blockchain?
I mean, I learned so much, and honestly, the art was breathtaking.
Yeah.
They were talking about how this is the evolution of modern art. I think Deadmau5 himself said this is a safe haven for street art, and I'm honestly just blown away by the entire concept. You were taking me like 101. It was basically like NFT 101, Bitcoin 101, all of this stuff like kind of went over my head. But when you broke it down for me, I think it was just so intimidating to me before. Like, I was like, I don't even know how to get into this. But then once you broke it all down, I was like, I understand the concept and the proof of authority. Like, this is amazing for us to have that. And then to just bring in art and entertainment and design, like, I'm here for it. I love it. But you're going to have to school me some more. We're going to have to do some private lessons.
I got you covered. But the one 15-minute presentation wasn't enough.
Exactly. You didn't get to see his. By the way, you need to make one of these, right? I saw your art earlier. It was phenomenal.
Stick figure art, amazing. Blankos, hit me up. Mythical, I'm all about it. But Greg, at its core, though, let's not forget, Blankos Block Party is a game.
Right.
And it has one of those types of Roblox experiences to it, where, make your own adventure type of game. And those are really picking up. Like, I know a lot of people want to knock on it, but Roblox is like one of the biggest games of all time, of course, and huge on YouTube and stuff. So it's clear that like this is a great direction for something like this to go, where you can express your creativity.
Right, 100%. And I think that's what's interesting about it, is their presentation was so focused on how NFTs work, what they're doing, the designers and artists they're partnering up with. It makes sense in the way of, hey, we want you to understand the business side of it. But for me, I was more, can we see more of the game? Can we talk more about the games? And I was talking to you about it, and it's that idea of like, well, you could, but you can make whatever you want in it, right? And that's what stands out to me, you know, as a little Big Planet fan, even for Mod Nation Racers, but then more like
Mod Nation Racers,
right? Right now, like think about how Core is doing this, how Roblox is doing this. Get in and make your own games. The fact there's already been more than 20,000 block parties they're talking about there. They called it out. You can make shooters, you can make platformers. It's like it's early access right now. It's free to play on PC. It's one of those like, yeah, jump on in. It doesn't cost you anything. That you don't have to buy a guy right away or do anything like that. Yeah,
yeah. A very, very cool concept. I'm very excited to see where they go from here. 100% great.
100%.
And also, anyone can hit you up on Twitter for private lessons, correct?
Yeah, totally.
Just make the YouTube video of it, Golden Boy. That's all you need to do.
I'm just trying to get out of frame, guys. Okay.
I'll get you out of here. What do you do when you get one of the hottest DJs on the planet collaborates with one of the sick indie titles we're talking about? Well, I caught up with deadmau5 and Jamie Jackson of Mythical Games to explain how they plan to keep the party going for Blankos and the crew.
He talked to deadmau5. What?
So how did this collaboration come about?
I think Inder forced it on us.
Yeah, Rudy forced it on me. We didn't want to work together again. We would.
No. It was all mandated. Orders from above, from our benevolent overlords.
So that's mostly true, but also, you know, we're in the video game world, we're in the NFT world. You know, Joel, you've done some cool stuff in it as well, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I've been playing around with that, but I you know, outside of like, you know, the woo and wah of selling JPEGs for tens of thousands of dollars, I really liked what you guys were doing with like kind of the integrating the tangible good with that same kind of video gamey thing. That was what really got me excited.
First time with Blankos anyway, where we kind of put somebody in the game and tried to create what their character was like. You know, it was pretty cool. It was cool to like figure out how we represented him as well.
What was the inspiration behind the deadmau5 cross Blankos character?
I mean, from my point of view, I knew like how Joel's cat Meowingtons is a big part of his life, and it felt like, you know, we wanted to represent the head, the mouse head, because it's such an iconic part of who he is and what he does, but we kind of didn't want to just do a modification to the Blanco. We wanted to make it a bit bigger than that, so it's actually the first time we've got a full head attachment in the game. And then we were like, well, you know, it'd be cool if when that head comes off, it's not Joel underneath, and it's Meowingtons, and we kind of took a play on that, and I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was really cool that they didn't just schlep a mouse head on it and call it a day. I mean, they also integrated the cat, my cat, Meowingtons, who I'm a big fan of, and just the fact that, you know, it's like the mouse head, but when they take the mouse head off, it's actually Meowingtons, which is pretty cool because he's kind of all part of the deadmau5 Joel ethos.
Yeah, I like that we repped through one of your early suits in it as well. I was a long-term fan.
Yeah, I stopped doing that. It was just too much effort. I like the first 2 or 3 shows, I did the suit thing, and I'm like, you know what? It's too much. It's too much. We're going to strip it down a bit.
It's a cool throwback, though.
How do NFTs expand the reach of your brand?
It's a new technology and all that stuff, too. So we're just going through the trials and tribulations of what is it? Because I think the general consensus right now, if you were to ask men on the street, oh, what's an NFT? Oh, isn't that like a $10,000 JPEG? You know, is kind of the answer you're going to get. But it's really a lot more than that. It's the underlying framework and technology that allows for, you know, the blockchain provenance, you know, that unique identifier that can be used from platform to platform to platform. So think of it as like what Steam's is to video games is, you know, is like the world's Steam, you know, like, so it's every time you log into Steam or something like that, they're gonna use Steamworks to, like, you know, grab achievements and stuff like that. It's all stored on that centralized system, but blockchain being the similar concept, but decentralized across all computers and stuff like that. And because the way that the infrastructure works with blockchain is that's all very easily swappable. The metadata, not the actual assets, but that metadata that ties to the assets can be interchangeable between a multitude of systems. So now I think that people are just now starting to kind of take in that standard protocol of fetching and receiving wallet data and stuff like that, tying assets to individuals through game platforms is a big win.
But then what are the benefits of NFTs for players?
So from a Blanco's point of view, it's about trust, really. If you boil it down, it's about trust and proof of ownership. No gamer has truly owned any asset they've ever bought in a game before. It's all just a license, right? And you kind of just trusting them. There's no way to prove it. Whereas with NFTs, you can it's proof. You can see it. It's open. If we say there's this many, there's this many. If you own it, you own it. And with Blancos in our marketplace, that means you can also go and sell it as well. So really, it's just about trust and truly owning the assets that you pay money for.
When's the first Deadmau5 Blanco drop?
This summer.
This summer? Like this summer or next summer? This summer. Oh, nice.
Thanks for joining us, guys. Now, let's get back to the show. One of the things I liked, obviously, in the Deadmau5 presentation here was him being very much like, why are you doing this with your brand? He's like, because nobody knows what it is. It's groundbreaking, it's cutting edge, and I like the idea of embracing something that, is this going to work? Is it going to translate to video games? Who knows? The other thing I like that I didn't call it from the original presentation, because I didn't get the presentation about NFTs from Golden Boy, So I didn't
you didn't get the special one-on-one.
But I really appreciate the idea that the original artist gets money on these. I didn't realize that.
Amazing.
You make it, and I buy it from the marketplace, but then I sell it 20 times over.
You heard what he said, right? He makes one of the artists said, I make a piece, and then that piece gets sold, and then that piece gets resold, and then resold and resold, and that artist doesn't see the value from it. And I think that's something that a lot of people, can relate to. Like content creators can relate to that. Content gets reused all the time, and they don't see anything from that. And this is like a way through the blockchain to be able to ensure that through these smart contracts, you can do that. So it is beneficial for the creator, which, without the creators, we don't get a lot of these cool things, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Proof of authority in the blockchain.
Girl, there you go.
I'm proud of myself.
It doesn't work. I don't know what that is. If you don't, you know what? Get out of here. Well, I hope you folks at home like indie games, because we've got you covered. We are going to take a quick break, and then our Voices of E3 will discuss the indie gaming industry right before we reveal some of the hottest new indie titles releasing soon. So stay with us. If indie is the future is now. Ooh. That did not go as far as I thought.
My craziest E3 story is that I lost my wallet at the beginning of the day. I had this Pokeball wallet, and it dropped out of my bag, and I thought, well, that's it. My life is ruined. Well, I still got to get all this footage in. So I still did E3, and then I got a call from Lost and Found, and they'd actually found my wallet, and I felt like that was the biggest W of my life, because I had an amazing E3. I got to go to the Cyberpunk Lounge. I got incredible footage, and I got my wallet back.
As a part of Play For All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play For All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week, with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play For All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of E3's official broadcast. See you then.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。 自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
Hi, I'm Ariko. I am a self-proclaimed Nintendo lifer. I want to work at Nintendo as long as they will keep me. I am head of indies, and I'm probably one of the handful of people who have worked in all 3 major regions, so Nintendo of Japan, Europe, and currently I work at Nintendo of America. I am super honored and excited to be here today. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mike Micah. I'm studio head for Other Ocean and Digital Eclipse. I've been making games for far too long, but my favorite games these days happen to be these really fun small games called indie games.
Hi, Michelle Branstetter, Director of Business Development for Freedom Games. I started in games long ago, PS1, Brew, even earlier than that. Love it, excited to be here. Thank you for having me, and excited to announce more games too.
Hi, I'm Edmund McMillan, creator of Super Meat Boy, Binding of Isaac, and a bunch of other games. I'm an indie game developer. You may know me from Indie Game the Movie. Well, maybe not, it's 10 years old, but I'm here. Hi, thanks for having me.
So in recent years, and particularly over this last year, we've seen more and more people playing games. Indie games have filled the void of social and activities in the day-to-day life just as much as AAA titles. Do you believe that this line between indie games and larger publisher games is becoming blurred in the eyes of gamers?
It's becoming more of a drastic thing. Like there are super indies, and then there's this like marketable indie, which is I think a more acceptable thing that a lot of publishers are picking up. But it's kind of surprising. The real breakout hits tend to be the ones that aren't even being looked at by a publisher, that are just being picked up by, going viral, essentially.
It's right to say that like indie seems to be the in thing right now. A lot of people are like, indie games, go here. It's like a category. Go to the indie games category. But I do like the idea of blurring the lines, because when I was a kid buying software or downloading software, whatever you were doing back then, I would not disassociate what Jeff Minter was doing from, say, an Activision game at the time. And right now, when I'm sitting there like going through a storefront, I'm not looking for like specific things. Things catch my eye, and I see all these smaller games. There's so many of them now. But like, I'm actually looking for something that appeals to me. It's like when I used to go to the music store and go to different sections in the store. I wasn't really looking for a specific artist. I was trying to find that artist that spoke to me and take a gamble on it. I love that part of this right now. I love that somebody can still in their garage with all the engines we have now and all the help that you can get online and create a vision and then put it out there for people to either come en masse and enjoy, or just come to take a look, and maybe you don't sell that many games, or maybe you don't like get that many downloads. But to me, that is what Edmund's saying is the quintessential indie in my mind.
I want to add to that, because at Nintendo we're definitely seeing that. I think there's such a ease to access. There's more accessibility to tools and technology now, and so a lot of the smaller developers are able to self-express and really create unique experiences that they want to do. And at Nintendo, we definitely discussed about, okay, how do we define indies? Like, what does that mean? And ultimately, we decided, let the indies, like, let our partners decide if they identify as indies, and how do they want to represent indies. And we're just here to really support and amplify their message. And if you look at our Indie World showcases, it's really intentional, where we let the developers talk. They're like the superstars of our showcases. And they're the ones who are on camera, and they're the stars of the show, and they get to tell their stories with their own voices.
Do you feel that having the Nintendo Switch and the graphics style that's popular in the games, and just the wealth of indie titles that are available on the platform, is due to the platform itself, or to the audience that you have, or your connection with those developers?
Yeah, I think we want our content to reflect our audience, and our audience is all genders, all ages. They have all the different tastes in games, and they're from all over the world. And so at Nintendo, we always talk about diversity and innovation. Like, those two words come out all the time. And we have indie teams based in Europe and Japan and the US and elsewhere. And we all have an equal voice. It's truly global when we think about, okay, what do we want to showcase through our campaigns? And so we want to make sure that that our global teams have equal voices, and the content reflect our audience.
Absolutely. Michelle, I know that Freedom Games publishes many games from small developers. Do you see those developers, though you're publishing them, as indies, and do they identify as indies themselves?
Yeah, most of our developers really do identify as indie. And then I want to say the indie space has evolved a lot over the years. There's a lot of competition in that space now too. But yeah, we have our developers all over the world. They're in Europe, they're in Southeast Asia, a little bit all over the place, and they're very passionate about their games, and we find them kind of everywhere. They're not really, you can't find them in a specific place anymore. They're just the kid you met at the grocery store that has this amazing game you never heard about until now, or whichever. It's everywhere now. And like Eriko said, it's so easy to make games now. Great games. So there's a lot more competition. There's a lot more great games coming out, and it's interesting to see where the space will continue to go over the years. But yeah, we are focusing on that. We have a robust catalog coming out over the next year and a half and going forward as well.
Awesome. Well, I certainly look forward to that. Edmund, I know that many people consider Binding of Isaac to be a genre-defining success. Do you see indies in their role to explore new mechanics, genres, and storytelling approaches as, something that truly defines indies and their freedoms?
For me, the thing that really defines indies is the ability to take complete, financial risk when it comes to themes and topics and gameplay and everything. Like, doing something that a large company wouldn't be able to do because they couldn't invest multi-millions of dollars in a project that wasn't comparable to something that exists. And that's the way all big business works. It's stupid to take a risk with that much money. So it makes perfect sense. It's like, no, it's just the way it works. But if you're a small team of a handful of people and your budget's basically your rent, you can do whatever you'd like to do, and you could make a new genre, like Among Us. It's like you can take big risks and you can do what you want, and that's the beauty of complete independence. You can try to avoid the urge to appeal to a majority.
Ed Catmull speaks of the concept of the ugly baby and the hungry beast, and the hungry beast being a large company that needs to keep churning and making money in order to, employ all of the people that it has working at it. Whereas the ugly baby is a brand new idea that's strange and unpolished, and it needs to be protected to see if it can grow into a beautiful swan or a beautiful indie game. Do you feel like indie studios are particularly good at taking care of ugly babies? And do you have any advice for someone who might have this idea of their own, and how to initially vet that idea to see if it's worth bringing into production?
I think one thing that indie games do really well, again, we let our partners identify, but they put their heart and soul into it, right? They have a vision, they have a story they want to tell. They don't really care. It's about what they want to create. They have a vision, and that's what creates a magic. And for Nintendo, as long as that puts a smile on someone's face, for us, we're really excited about that. For me, recently, it was a short hike. I am a mom of 2, and I'm super busy all the time and exhausted at the end of the day. And so when I get to put that on and relax and, fly around the island, it's cute, adorable characters. And I even shed a tear. I won't spoil it for people, but, that's a great indie game for me. And so I think that's the magic of indie games.
Michelle, how does Freedom Games evaluate these initially unproven mechanics and ideas?
The developers are extremely passionate about the game. That kind of weighs a lot into it as well. I came from an indie background too. If you didn't live, eat, and sleep what you were selling, it wasn't going to work. So a lot of our indies are kind of the same, but more in a more healthy scenario now. That's something that we consider too. But basically, Triple I is all about passion. It really is, and that's what kind of differentiates it from some other titles or genres is passion, I would say.
Right now, what I love about a lot of really good, talented game developers that I meet is that their motivation isn't driven by money. It's driven by a singular vision that they really have had for a long time, usually. They just want to make it happen. And it gets so infectious when you hear it that you suddenly get caught up in it and you want to make it happen. And the reality is, no, if people could really hear it all the time, if people could really predict what a hit's going to be, we'd have a lot more hits. We don't. That's just stupid. There's always people in the room that you're not in. You're never at the table. They're saying, well, this isn't going to do X because they're doing some math on it. They're over, under, or whatever they call it, and all these different methods they use. But they're rarely ever right. But the person who has that singular vision for so long, who's thought about it forever, how can you pit those people against somebody who's been thinking about this their whole life and just wanting to do it? You really can't.
Absolutely. I think storytelling itself is something that indie games can do very well, and particularly when it comes to telling unique stories. Are there any indie game titles that you have all played that you've found to be particularly inspiring or emotion invoking in general?
I'm a huge fan of games that present their themes through gameplay.
Yeah.
Whatever the story, I want to be part of it. I don't want to feel like I'm watching a movie that I'm hitting pause and then I'm doing something else and then coming back and hitting play. I want to feel like it's a dynamic, living world that someone has presented to me, and what I do has some say in what this story is. Or
it's a visceral experience.
They're painting a world with bits and pieces, and you get to fill in the blanks. I think that's more complementary to video games because you're already in that puzzle solving creative mindset. So it lets people be more immersed in than simply just telling somebody a story.
Eriko, do you think that there are more social games that are being developed in the indie space with the lack of social activity in person for the last year, and also the success of games like Among Us?
There's just so many people who love different games. So Among Us has been explosively successful on our platform, and Nintendo was super excited to have it on our platform. Our audience loved it. But look at Hades, for example, which is also on Nintendo Switch. It won Game of the Year recently at DICE. And so I think there's just all sorts of games. A funny story is Human Fall Flat. That's another puzzle game published by Curve Digital, and that's been massively popular in Japan. And elementary school kids who probably don't have the concept of indies, they just loved it. They thought it was super fun, and it's been really popular in Japan. So I think there's just all sorts of games that are fun and out there.
Do any of you have other thoughts about the future of indie games, or what we can expect from the genre or art form moving forward?
The thing I love most about I guess how we're referring to indie games here is like I love the not knowing what's coming because ultimately it's anticipating that I'm not capable of anticipating what's going to be the next thing coming out. Like I love finding something I never thought I would like or I've never thought would be a game or even fun. Like when Job Simulator, for instance, came out, I'm like, who wants to like that goes against Ron Gilbert's thing about like getting off a job and then going home and relaxing. I loved it. Or, you know, like all these sorts of things, or like even some weird things that would come out of mobile and all this stuff. Like I would just never anticipate that stuff and things like that. And it's I guess what I look forward to is the things I cannot anticipate.
Well, this has been a wonderful conversation. It's so great to hear the different perspectives about indie games and indie studios, as well as hear your thoughts on what's coming up next and what to look out for. It's been a true pleasure.
Thank you very much.
iHeartRadio is a proud partner of E3 2021 and the #1 podcast publisher in the U.S. Listen to all your favorite shows on the iHeartRadio app. And, of course, Golden Boy, just like us. Use the Razer stuff. Use the Razer blade.
Use the Razer stuff.
Use the Razer chair. Have a good time. You know what I mean?
I have actually been wanting a Razer blade for a very long time. When I used to work at Twitch.
Put it in your bag.
Yes, I should. When I used to work at Twitch, you had an option. You can either get a Razer for like Windows users or a Mac.
Yeah.
And I don't mess with Macs at all because I'm terrible. My brain just doesn't work that way for some reason. So I went with the original Razer blade.
Yeah.
That was so fun to carry around the office. Just a sleek black thing.
Sure, play games whenever you want too.
Yeah,
right?
it was amazing.
That's pretty big.
I used to just at that time I was playing a lot of controller games, so I would just plug it in and just go nuts. It was a good time. So yeah, it sounded like a shameless plug, but I swear to God, it was the truth.
Well, speaking of a shameless plug, the Razer Blade is a great place to play indie games. And what an indie presentation we just had. Of course, it's not over. We have the indie panel coming up. But there was something said in that panel here. Janet Garcia, of course, from MinMax and Kinda Funny, put up this tweet. That's the beauty of independence. You can try to avoid the urge to appeal to a majority. That was Ed McMillan on that panel right there.
So good.
I think that is the power of indie games, and especially as we're here at E3 talking about the biggest of big AAA games, but also spotlighting so many small indies is, you can take more chances as a small studio.
It's vital to highlight the independent games business as a whole because there's so much diversity there, and just in the games that they're delivering, top to bottom. You can ram off like a few names like off the top of your head, but for me, one independent game that I discovered that I fell in love with was Moonlighter.
Oh my God, yes.
Love that game so much. And I found it out on a whim because I was playing another independent game. I think it's Momodora, I believe was on the Switch. Great game. And I was like, man, I'm looking for something else. And, I finished that one and I found Moonlighter. And oh my goodness, it just stole me. It captured my heart. Love that game. And I wouldn't have found that, if someone just, take that to a AAA studio or something like that.
Totally, and that's the thing right now is there are so many indies, it's impossible to keep up with all of them, right? And that's, Moonlighter was the exact same thing. My job, of course, every day is to talk about video games, review video games, preview video games, and I didn't know about Moonlighter until somebody on our subreddit was like, this is a great game, you need to play it. 100%. And that's why I think it's so powerful that E3 keeps doing indie showcases, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get back to game reviews.
Yeah.
We know why we're here, we know why you're there, so without further delay, here are some of the hottest indie titles set to come your way soon.
Been a long time, Michael. I heard you were back in town, but I don't remember sending you an invitation. I'd kill you myself, but where's the fun in that? No, Michael. I'm gonna roll out the red carpet for you. I'll be watching you, Michael. Good luck, old friend.
Captain, I got the intel.
Good. Now take it to the uplink.
Ahí está vaina.
The base road blind.
Target is marked.
Oh, thanks. Ciao. So, remind me, what's the deal with this intel?
I guess I'll kill you now. The drone is down. The drone is mine.
Armor activate.
You are safe with me. Connection established. Execute protection mode. All right, I'll download the data. Now, you know what to do.
Toretta! Soldiers, we need you here.
Keep your wig on tech. I'm all over it. So, what we're gonna do with the intel?
We need it for the job, you know, the heist, larceny.
Larceny? More like...
most ingenious plan to end this war too sweet and straight away. So I asked to see the general, but the sergeant told me no. He said in the trenches where you're meant to stay. I said, dear sergeant, pardon me, I see that I've made you upset, but let me tell you my plan to save the day. Oh, let's try being a little nicer. Let us all agree to disagree. Why don't we send some flowers to the Kaiser, and then we'll all be home in time for tea. Oh, let's try being a little sweeter. You catch more flies with honey, don't you see? If the brass would change their tone, then we could all go home. But the generals never listened. The generals never listened. The generals never listened to me.
That was tough. Now
Hamilton, some beast is looking at us. Whoa, would you look at that? Mars is one heck of a planet, so green and beautiful.
Let's just be careful, sir.
Game developers are creative, passionate, and driven. We tackle new technologies and overcome many challenges in the pursuit of our creative vision. At the IGDA, it is our mission to support and empower all game developers around the world. We provide community, mentorship, research, knowledge, and best practices. We're here for you when you need it, so you can advance your career while keeping your health. Join us and help make our industry a better place for all of us, now and in the future. Help make a difference and join the IGDA.
what are you really made of? That music got me hyped, huh? I was like, okay, I'm here for it. Anyway, we just looked at the indie game presentation, and I wrote down a bunch of titles there. Extra Galactica is the one that we just saw, and I was telling y'all earlier, my friend was a part of that project, so very cool there. But that was just one of many games that had a very retro feel. Fallen Aces was another one that I wrote down on my list. So yeah, I just feel like I'm getting all these retro vibes this year. Damon, I'm sure you're loving it.
Yeah, for sure. And I liked Extra Galactica. First of all, I love the pixel art style, so that appeals to me. And it looks like the gameplay is a mix of shooter and 2D action platformer. I don't know, do you have any more information about what that game actually is?
To be honest, he sent me like a 2-page email, so I'll make sure to pass it along to you, Damon, for sure. But honestly, he sent it to me this morning. He was like, dude, this is gonna be in the show. And I was like, what? Like, that was one that I wrote down earlier that I liked, because I got to get a sneak peek at the presentation. Don't tell anybody. But yeah, and I was like, oh my gosh, I love that game. And yeah, that totally vibed. It was amazing. But Fallen Ace is another one that I put down there. Very Doom-inspired. And we saw something from the same studio or creator yesterday. Am I wrong?
We saw Dave Oshry from New Blood during the PC Gaming Show before he was unceremoniously cut off by Gabe Newell talking about Steam Next Fest. But they have a bunch of cool stuff coming out. I also love all the URLs they have for each of their games, very tongue-in-cheek. This one was literally Doom Noir. It does feel like a throwback to the FPS of yesteryear, but with that stylized sort of 1920s gangster flair. It looks like a lot of fun.
Oh my goodness, I love the narration, right? I was just like, that villain, that voice is just haunting me.
I'm sure it really spoke to you, Michael.
Yeah. The whole trailer was like, yo, Michael, I know you. I'm watching you. I'm like, oh, you're watching me? Oh, I appreciate that, because I'm on the E3 stage. You know the vibe.
Oh, man. And Michael, I wanted to talk to you about Fallen Frontier Alliance of Salt Sons?
Sacred Sons.
Sacred Sons. I can't read my own handwriting here, guys. And then Terra Invicta. And you and Dan were kind of having some crosstalk about how these indie games, they're keeping dead genres alive.
The genres that have been of yesteryear, especially for that aren't really popular. You can't really get a AAA RTS anymore. You can't really get, I mean, other than we have Humankind and we have Civilization, but if you want a different 4X strategy game, that's what Alliance of the Sacred Sons is kind of covering. And Terra Invicta, a grand strategy game. Of course, we have Total War, but maybe you want a little bit of variety. So the thing about independent games that I really like is that you can revitalize those genres of the past. And you can be experimental. And I think this is a theme also when you look at a lot of the independent games, is that they have experimental game mechanics. I think that Neko Ghost Jump, which I love so very much, like you can play with perspective and put a spin on platforming. And but the triple threat of strategy games, I know that I used to play a lot of them when I had time back in the day. I used to play a lot of StarCraft and Warcraft, and I miss like the early days of Civilization 4 when I was in high school and I had time to pour into matches. And so if you're craving that sort of thing, you can definitely pay attention to these sorts of games and maybe get your fill.
Yeah, I got to agree. I think 4X games are a fantastic way to hit fast forward on life sometimes. Like, for example, Civilization was a saving grace during the pandemic as well, because I'd be like, oh man, I'm really kind of bored right now. Oh, suddenly it is 4 a.m. and I've been playing this for hours. And that looks exactly like what I'm going to get from Alliance of the Sacred Sons. But I also have to say, one that really caught my eye here is a game that looks like a bit of a Mootroidvania, and that is Moolander.
Oh my gosh, I had that on my
super fun.
list. Yeah.
Like it's the same sort of like irreverent feeling that I got from a game like Guacamelee, for example. But with this, I love that these cows are your enemies. I was getting some Diablo 2 vibes from that hell cow at the end there. I'm just very excited to see what that has in store, because it looks like it has a good sense of action, gameplay, and whimsy.
Wow, you really milked that one. An utter disgrace.
Oh, no.
Beat me to it.
If y'all could hear the puns coming from Dan, we really should be writing them down. We did have the poll up earlier, though, and I wasn't able to reference it right away because I just love hearing y'all talk about this stuff. But I do think that Neko Ghost Jump was #1. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was there you go. And then also I know there was Life Slide and a bunch of other incredibly cute ones that I was just like, oh my gosh, indie games, just so much fun. But okay, favorites? Should we go down the line here? Damon, what you picking? I see the wheels turning.
I mean, they were coming fast and furiously.
Yeah.
I know people like Fallen Aces. I got to give a shout out to Toy Soldiers HD. I reviewed the original Toy Soldiers for IGN way back in the day, and that's like a tower defense game that you're kind of take the action right down to the ground. It's built in 3D space, so it's really cool to see that game making a comeback.
Neko, I already mentioned Neko Ghost Jump, but I do want to shout out Tuscaloosa, I forgot the name.
Tunguska, the
Tunguska.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, I really messed that one up. But yeah, the top-down shooter. That looks interesting. I'm very interested in that.
Larcenauts, let's go. Let's compete in VR. I'm down for it.
Oh my gosh, I love it. I think I pick Tunguska as well, but Nico is very close behind, runner-up. Well, so many great indie titles. Let's see what GB and Greg thought of the indie games that we saw today. Hi, guys. I know y'all love the Nico game. I don't even need to ask, right?
Of course we did, Jackie, but it didn't make my top 3. Golden Boy, what do you have over there? What stood out to you from that indie presentation? 2021.
A lot. So I'm actually newly appointed member of the VR community.
Oh, welcome, welcome.
You know, so Larcenauts was awesome. I liked it a lot. Big shout out to my boy BMF, who covers a lot of the VR stuff as well as Thrill Seeker. Big fan of those guys, and I always love checking out their content. Keeps me up to date on all things VR.
Of course.
Then the other one, Fallen Aces, man.
Yeah, Fallen Aces made my list for sure. That was a dope
Literally
trailer.
saw that and I was like, oh, I'm 100% playing this on stream. Like, this is happening because it looks so dang good. And then I would probably go with Tunguska. Another shooter, but for some reason the style was really appealing to me. Like, the style of shooting was really appealing to me.
Sure.
So I'm all about that. Looked really good.
Okay, great. Yeah, on my list, I put Fallen Aces for sure. Stylized first-person shooter, love it. That Doom LA Noire mashup, why not? Let's get out there and do it. And yeah, New Blood, of course, always being cheeky, as they said, doomnoir.com.
Like, they really, I do feel like they like never do wrong. Like, the New Blood's great. They're a great studio.
They know what they're doing, right?
Exactly.
They're in that vein of Devolver, where they have a personality and their games do too, and you know what that means when you see that, I think, splash across it.
Exactly.
The other one I want to give a shot was Bark. It was that kid shmup that went by or whatever.
Yeah.
I had been one of my friends in the industry is working on it. He had emailed me to give me a heads up that, hey, it's at E3. You should check it out in the virtual booth if you have time. And basically, he pitched it as a shmup for dads. Like, it's couch co-op. Get in there with your kid. You're piloting. You know, it was a little dog that caught my eye, but you can be a little cat.
Okay.
It's this colorful game that you go through and you're shooting things, but you're not shooting things. Right? You're able to explore that way. And then, for me, to echo what people said over there, Extra Galactica, right?
Stylized. I mean, you do anything that's in a cyberpunk style world, and I'm literally there. I'm all about it. Great visuals. I feel like that is, again, you know, and everyone's going to look at me like, oh, there's a lot of like pixel art game stuff, but you think about what people have been able to create, Greg, in these universes, in this style of artwork. It is gorgeous. And, you know, because Fallen Ace is also bringing back the stylized cel-shaded approach, which was something that I fell in love with when I first feast my eyes on Jet Grind Radio. So there is really a lot of quality here, and this was awesome. Some great games I'm really looking forward to trying.
Me too, ladies and gentlemen. What were your favorites? Let us know. Hashtag E3 2021 so you can get up on the big screen. But when E3 2021 returns, we'll have the latest from Freedom Games, Capcom, and more. Take a breath and hold on. We'll be back after this.
IGN Summer of Gaming has officially partnered with the ESA for E3 2021. IGN Summer of Gaming is now all summer long. From major press conferences and announcements at E3 2021 to the IGN Expo with exclusive gameplay and reveals to exciting first looks at the hottest new games and in-depth developer interviews, IGN Summer of Gaming has it all. IGN Summer of Gaming begins right now.
More power.
There's definitely some kind of vibe that has built up over the years that, like, it's okay to be mean in a game. And I think that's got to change.
We've all had bad days. We all get rolled because it's the same like 12-year-old cranking 90s on us in the Fortnite lobby, and we can't build as quick, and he just builds a Taj Mahal and then just drops down on you, and you're angry. I get it, but
I don't think we should all be okay with just accepting like, oh, this is how people talk on this video game. Like, that is not okay.
There's a difference between conflict and dialogue. When you're having a conversation, you don't have to agree. When it's becoming something that's toxic, right, there's no respect.
it's a social contract you enter into as a human when you walk out your front door. That is that you will act with decency. And it follows that this would also be imposed online.
And it's easier to just say, oh, mute your mic or don't say anything, but no, do better.
We just shouldn't foster an environment where saying something bad is okay. It should never be okay. It should never be on the receiver to grow thicker skin.
Having other people in the community that have gone through that and that you can connect with is probably the most therapeutic, helpful part.
Find those people that you connect with and have that support group.
I think just pushing a positive environment is a good place to start.
If you see something, say something. I think it starts with all of us standing up.
I don't know, it just feels like the right thing to do, to speak loudly about things that really matter.
I think over the years, the space has become a lot more welcoming, a lot more open.
There's such an overwhelming presence of like positivity and acceptance and diversity, and
great strides are being made, but I also think that like more can be done from us as the people that like to play them to make sure that that happens.
Keep playing because you love the game, and no one should be able to take you from what you love.
What's up, everyone? I'm Stella Chung, and in today's fix, Starfield makes a splash at the Xbox and Bethesda showcase, Halo Infinite gets a release window, and we finally know when you can go on ball runs again in Diablo 2 Resurrected. This is your daily fix. Microsoft came out swinging with a look at Bethesda's first new property in over 20 years, Starfield. The in-engine trailer begins on an alien planet aboard a vessel called the Constellation. The narrator talks about venturing into a field of stars, and we get a look inside the interior of the Constellation, which looks reminiscent of the space-age ships from the 60s. Beyond the cinematic trailer, we still don't know much about the gameplay itself. On stage, Todd Howard said that Starfield is about hope and shared humanity. Bethesda also confirmed separately that Starfield will be the first game created on its updated Creation Engine 2, which means improvement to graphical fidelity, among other things. A tweet shared by Bethesda Game Studios themselves stated, "We've spent years developing it to power the next generation of immersion and exploration." And yes, you'll be able to play it on Xbox consoles and PC when it lands on November 11th, 2022. That's not all Team Green had in store for fans, with a deeper look at Halo Infinite and its free-to-play multiplayer. Our first taste of Infinite's multiplayer came in the form of a fast-paced montage of match moments across a variety of maps. Cosmetic upgrades from Halo games past are making a return, as well as our favorite narrator. The free-to-play multiplayer suite will be crossplay and cross-progression. The experience will reportedly be optimized for every device: PC, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, and S. We also got a glimpse at the campaign with Master Chief using his grappling hook to pull himself through some zero-gravity wreckage. There seems to be a new AI construct working with the Master Chief, but judging by its dialogue, Cortana may still play a pivotal role in the story. Halo Infinite will be launching on Game Pass at release, but we just don't know when that release date is specifically, although they did say it was due this holiday after having been originally delayed out of fall 2020. With the remaster of Diablo 2 announced at BlizzConline earlier this year, fans have been wondering just when they can take on the forces of hell again, and we finally have an answer. Diablo 2 Resurrected is hitting consoles and PC on September 23rd. This HD remaster of the classic ARPG will be available on PC via Blizzard's Battle.net, and Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, PS4, PS5, and Nintendo Switch. It will include both the Diablo 2 base game and Lord of Destruction expansion. This follows a playable alpha in April, which looked pretty impressive. Despite a few changes, Blizzard is trying to stay true to Diablo 2's roots. If that isn't enough fire and brimstone for you, the remaster will be available standalone or as a part of a bundle, the Diablo Prime Evil Collection. This comprehensive collection contains the Diablo 3 Eternal Collection, which includes Diablo 3, the Reaper of Souls expansion, the Rise of the Necromancer content pack, and a few cosmetic goodies. Pre-orders are available now, and don't forget to pick up Word's Leg so you can open that portal to the Chaos secret level. With E3 now in full swing, are there some games you're still looking for? Did Microsoft blow your mind? Let us know. I'm Stella Chung, and that was your Daily Fix. Now that you're all caught up on the news, be sure to check out the rest of our E3 coverage on YouTube, across social media, and even on your smart TV. Download the IGN app on all of your mobile devices, subscribe to the Daily Fix on Snapchat, and for all things, everything else, IGN.com.
Welcome back, folks. Freedom Games is our next developer coming up. And you know, when you have games that are like called Cat Cafe Manager or Dog Shelter, I think we can assume that things are going to be pretty fun. So, folks, here's Freedom Games.
I decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm going to give this one last shot. Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping into the deep end.
I realized that making games was like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project.
We just want to make a fun game.
You have an idea of what the vision of it looks like, but then it actually coming out the other side looking like that, it's pretty rare. I co-founded the studio with two of my friends. We had all worked at a company that did not end up turning out like, you know, any of us had hoped. So coming out of that experience, the three of us, we wanted to do something that felt a little bit more authentic to who we were and what we liked. Going into it, we knew that we had complementary skill sets. Having the kind of the core pillars of game design already there and having experience, we were able to cover a lot of bases. This is really the first time we've been able to pour so much of ourselves into the development of a game. I think I'm most proud of us being able to look at this game and know that we're hitting our own quality bar, especially for our first game.
You think you know everything, and then at some point you go, oh wait, we didn't know how to do that part. Well, I guess we got to figure it out. The four of us who started the studio worked in AAA. I left to go start making indie games. So we took that opportunity to kind of use our old friend group and our old expertise to start up the Wandering Band. And it was the first time that all of us felt complete creative control. That was fun. It was a challenge. It was also scary at the beginning. On a AAA team, you have technical artists and a dozen animators. I think the biggest challenge for us was trying to learn new skills and new parts of the game development process without ever doing it before. But I wouldn't trade it away. I think it's the creativity and the creative freedom is totally worth it.
The retro games. These were our favorites, and we tried to combine a lot of different elements from different games and give it a unique touch. A shout out to our community. They helped us translate the demo. They helped us get out the word. The demo has been played over 1 million times. It's just great to get a community like that. They helped us make Corman what it is.
I had lived in Kyoto for a while where I'd gone to a cat cafe, and it was such a surreal experience for me at the time. So we sat down and we prototyped Cat Cafe Manager. When you're petting a cat, I don't know what it is, like endorphins that are being released, like the good feeling that you get from that, we kind of wanted to put in the game. We live in a time that's like pretty stressful and out of control in a lot of ways. So for us, it's very important that you sort of get a cozy feeling when you get introduced to the game. Just making the cat cafe of your dreams.
I'm from a really rural town. So is Tanner, the other lead developer on the game. We've been together since middle school, like I said. Yeah. There's no companies, right? There's no video game companies in Little Rock or the state of Arkansas. And so we decided to just be the first. To the Rescue is where you play as somebody working in a dog shelter and taking on all the responsibilities that entails. People love dogs so much, but this is also about raising awareness, right? It's both of those things. There's diseases that can appear in the shelter. It's dirty, and adopters only want the cutest puppies, and they don't want the old dogs. Essentially, I just want people to walk away with more knowledge about the things we're representing. We've gotten a lot of people that work in real shelters that are like, I'm glad that you're doing this, because a lot of people don't realize how hard the work is and how thankless it is. So 20% of every dollar that Little Rock Games makes from this game is going to be going to the Pet Finder Foundation. The game is about being hopeful that you can improve your community in some small way.
I first started getting into games probably about 7 or 8 years old, tinkering around with game engines. I started putting games on the web, Flash games and things like that. I always liked the idea of really silly deaths, characters getting blown to bits in like a cartoony way. It's usually an area of frustration, but when you can see your character's head just flying off and blood's going everywhere, it's like, you just got nothing but humor there.
Sure gonna feel bad in the morning.
I come up with the idea of having like a Ninja Warrior / Total Wipeout death competition. I was actually working 2 jobs at the same time as developing the game. I'd have all these fantastic ideas while I was there. You know, I'd be on the checkout just thinking about Slaughter League, and then by the time I get home, I'm just like, We ended up deciding that it would be best if I work full-time on the game. This game, it sounds corny, but it's changed my life in that way, whereas no other game had before. It's just flipped my life to where I want it to be. So to finally be able to do this as a job is just insane. I love it.
This is definitely like a good, just relax, chill in the evening, play with buds, laugh at stupid stuff kind of game. Oh, this is sick. Yeah!
What is that? Oh, Jesus!
It's gonna be an absolute show.
I was pretty laid back in college. I did just fine, but I worked on Dark Deity. I didn't work on my own work. None of us have ever worked on games at all. So for the majority of development, we worked on it in the dorm, yeah. And we would sort of just sit in the dorm room, just like, you know, typing, working away. I learned how to code for like a whole week. I just didn't leave my room, didn't eat, didn't do anything. You know, where we're at, we're all 23. 2 of us haven't even graduated college yet. To be at E3 is pretty exciting.
Whenever you need me. I should raise my rates. I have failed my people.
Weakness has consequences.
This would make for a fine tale.
I've always thought that I would be good at making video games. My mom just sent me a picture of a drawing I did when I was like 8, titled My Own Game. I was diagnosed with Asperger's autism as a child, and I basically kind of just told myself, nah, there's no way I could be in management. But through therapy as a child and then continuing my own efforts, I overcame it. Now I'm doing my dream, doing something I thought I couldn't do. Through this process, I've really learned how valuable people are. There's 20 people on the team. I'm just one of them. And I'm hoping to convey some of that through the game's narrative. You have to have growth and you have to have progress. So for us, with One Lonely Outpost, loneliness helps highlight the value of connection.
It took us a long time to get here. We put a lot of hard work into it.
Shipping games brings tough times, but we've also seen like success together.
Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know and be the best at that.
Making something that people enjoy.
Thank you, Freedom Games, for that showcase. Passionate, diverse, different, unexpected, Damon. That's what I would call it. If you weren't paying attention, Freedom Games is providing 20% of the profits of To the Rescue to the Pet Finder Foundation. And now, gentlemen, it's time to react. I will start with, I don't know, maybe I won't speak for everybody. For Greg Miller, I wasn't that familiar with Freedom Games before leading this E3 2021. I am now a Freedom Games fan. Like, I liked what I saw there.
Hell yeah. You're a freedom fighter.
Let's not go that far. I'm a lover, not a fighter. All right, I'm a freedom lover. All right, is that better? Koraman, Cat Cafe manager, To the Rescue, and then Slaughter League all jump out at me. But you guys are the experts. Dan, what did you like?
Well, first I have to give it up for To the Rescue. Not only is it a great way to support the Pet Finder Foundation, but I really like that kind of simulation game. You saw a great pairing there. Whether you're a cat fan or a dog fan, you can come together to celebrate these awesome pets with a fun, like, sort of management sim. It looks really up my alley. But I dropped my notes, so I'm just going to stick with those for the time being.
I'll get them for
you. Thank you so much.
You dropped this, King.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. The one I really want to talk about, because Michael and I were geeking out about it, was Dark Deity.
Yes.
A strategy RPG that looks like very up the alley of anyone who likes Fire Emblem or things like that.
Sure.
I also like they have an XCOM-esque wound system, which I appreciate. Adds another layer to it, so looks pretty exciting.
I thought it was cool. It was cool pixel art also, but also anime-style hand-drawn art that's going along with it too.
Don't take that away from me, Damon. Listen, if y'all want to get my attention with your video game, if you have anime-style artwork for your characters, I'll at least give you my time of day. I'll say that much.
That was the one. I mean, for Dark Deity, you went, ooh. I wrote my only note on Dark Deity is Mikey likes because you liked it.
I mean, yeah, and Cat Cafe Manager. Yo, Freedom Games really hit me with my brand.
Yeah, for sure.
I love Cat. Dude, it's so cute. You know, Cat Cafe Manager. I've been to a cat cafe before. You know, you get a little coffee, you go pet the cats. If you're allergic, R.I.P. But yeah, that was really cute. It's obviously like a tycoon simulator management thing, and cute cats. Say less.
Say less. Damon, you love cats. Did Cat Cafe Manager work for you?
For sure. I've been to many a cat cafe, Greg. I have some ideas about how they might be run better.
Well, here we go. See if you can put proof in the pudding and you get out there, you manage your own cafe.
This fool's lying.
No, it's true.
Oh, okay. True. Yeah. Anything else stand out to you?
I mean, the games are coming so quickly. You see, like, well, this game looks interesting, and then they're on to the next one. There was I think it's fair to say it's a Pokemon-like in there.
Mon's even in the title.
Koromon. Mon is in the title.
Koromon,
I think there's more to it than that. There's definitely like animal battling.
Well, when it started, I was watching and he started like moving puzzles. Like, oh, I wrote very Zelda-like, and then it became Pokemon. I was like, oh, very Pokemon-like. Actually, I'm sorry, I got this one wrong. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, right now you can get out there and vote, no matter which platform you're watching E3 2021 on. You can vote right now. Cat Cafe Manager is winning narrowly with 32%. Right behind it, Koromon with 26%, and then Dreamscaper with 19%. Remember, no matter where you are watching, you can put it into your chat of choice, and if you want to just roll down your window and yell, somebody else will jot it down, and we'll figure out how to tally it up there, right?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Another thing that an extension from the indie showcase that we saw, like a lot of experimentation.
Exactly.
Yeah. Even though we saw some things that are kind of like, oh, that reminds me of this, that reminds me of Fire Emblem, that reminds me of Pokemon, they're still putting their spin on it. And like, I like to see those kinds of things in those games. Everyone has an inspiration, so it's like, I want to make the game, like make something similar to the game that I love. So
it's all this evolution. I mean, like, think about One Lonely Outpost, for example. You know, we were joking around like, oh, Space Dew Valley, because it does look Stardew Valley inspired, which in turn is inspired by Harvest Moon. So there's a lot more that you can do with this kind of genre, this type of game. No one really gets to be sort of the be-all, end-all of that category or genre, and I'm excited to see what they can offer here. So it's nice to see a lot of these indie developers wearing their influences on their sleeve. I was really excited about Slaughter League, for example. It looks like that kind of competitive madcap fun of a game like Fall Guys, for example, but with the kind of murdery chaos you'd expect from like a Smash TV or like a I'm blanking on the name right now. Meat Boy.
Oh yes. And it's funny you mentioned Meat Boy, right? In the panel before, where they were doing the indie games conversation. Ed McMillan talked about the fact that the power of indies is that you don't have to appeal to the mainstream. And I think that's why this one stands out in terms of a conference so far, and we can all find something else to hone in on, right? Where it's like, I don't know if To the Rescue, a realistic, sim about running a rescue operation for dogs and cats would stand out or make sense for a big publisher who has to get a big return on their investment. But for this team here that wants to do a dog shelter and wants to have the stuff and wants to get profits out there to people and help, it's great.
It's smart of Freedom Games to, in addition to showing trailers or gameplays for the games, to actually put the creators in front of the camera as well. Indie games can be so much more personal. It's so much more one person's vision or a very small team's vision.
Totally. Yeah, one of the things I loved about it when you were watching their To the Rescue is they showed them at PAX, right? And if you've never had the chance to go to a PAX, I urge you to do it and then go to the Indie Mega Booth when you can go to things again. Because getting to sit there and get a demo from somebody like, oh, what do you do in the game? You're like, oh, I make the game. It's the most personal way and the best way to get it. Ladies and gentlemen, when we return, our friends at VENN will give us a special edition of their series Origin Stories featuring 100 Thieves founder and CEO Nadeshot. That and more after this.
I always really appreciate queer narratives, trans narratives, gender diverse narratives. Tell Me Why by Don't Nod, with a trans character as one of the main characters, is huge. I can't recall many, if any, main characters that are trans that are playable. Being someone who identifies as non-binary, seeing someone that is proudly trans represented in a game is just so incredible to me, because it shows that not only game developers, but the world is seeing these narratives as important things and stories to tell, because games are just another way of telling stories.
Innovation. It's happening all around us. We don't know what tomorrow will bring, but we know our broadband network will be ready. Because we're building it right now. It's more reliable, more secure, and 10 times faster than today. 10G will power America's digital future. We're ready for what's next. Are you?
More power.
IGN Summer of Gaming has officially partnered with the ESA for E3 2021. IGN Summer of Gaming is now all summer long. From major press conferences and announcements at E3 2021 to the IGN Expo with exclusive gameplay and reveals to exciting first looks at the hottest new games and in-depth developer interviews, IGN Summer of Gaming has it all. IGN Summer of Gaming begins right now.
Welcome back, everybody. Hello, hello. Now, we know a little bit about this topic, don't you think?
Thing or two.
In esports, the scene is becoming more than the teams, though. Esports orgs are making content, making apparel, and building a brand. One org taking this model to the next level is 100 Thieves, led by their CEO, Nadeshot. And Alex, you have covered all sorts of events with 100 Thieves. So what do you think is so special about this org and Nadeshot?
Yeah, well, you know, I've known Nade for years at this point. You know, all the way back to when he was a competitor. I used to make the joke, he hates it when I say it, that he's America's favorite gamer. But because he was, you know, at one point, he was like the biggest name in Call of Duty. He was one of the biggest names in esports, right? And he still continues to do that to this day. You know, and I'm so proud to be able to talk about a friend like this, because to see his success has truly been incredible. I could not be more proud of him. And 100 Thieves as an organization, you know, they had such a history, right? From an initial reveal that didn't go the way they wanted to this complete transformation of this brand with a lot of support from great figures in the entertainment and sports industry. It has become amazing what 100 Thieves has been able to accomplish with their drops. Like, they themselves, I feel like there have been a lot of great collaborations over time, but few have been able to make independent products, right? Without collaborations that are just, they're huge. The drops are massive, and their hoodies, their shirts, all the lines that they have, the talent that they sign, everything is done meticulously, and I give him a lot of credit for it. Recently, Courage, another friend of mine, is alongside Valkyrie, who is an amazing figure in esports, becoming you know, co-CEOs in the company as well. 100 Thieves have just done incredible work in esports, and I give them a lot of credit for what they've done.
No. I mean, honestly, I feel like they've paved the way for so many orgs. I feel like a lot of orgs modeled their formula of how to approach all these different things, like you were saying, merch and the content creators. But anyway, it's absolutely fascinating, and I'd love to hear more about it. So for more on the Nadeshot 100 Thieves and what's next, here's a special E3 edition and the origin story series from our friends at VENN.
My name is Hector Rodriguez, but you might know me as Hex. I know a lot of people in gaming and esports, and I will be bringing them into the studio to share their origin stories.
3 words that best describe you. Optimistic.
Introspective.
Whoa, you just put me on the spot like that.
It's really about cracking the code. And that's the same approach that I had with FaZe Clan, right? It's like, here's this thing that is so special that nobody knows.
When I walked into the job, this is sacred space. I am a guest here. I'm here to try and help align things, motivate, set new visions, get more people involved. I didn't start it, I didn't create it. You know, this has to be a very respectful entry into this party.
I'm like, yo, what do you want from me?
Yeah.
We were 3 years in 4 months.
Yeah.
And people are talking about, yo, why have you won a championship? You know how f***ing hard it is to win in League of Legends?
Join us on VENN for new episodes, behind-the-scenes moments, and much, much more.
Esports is 1,000% going to contend with traditional sports in viewership, which means
dollar bills, y'all.
Origin stories.
Bro, this is Matt.
Hi, Matt.
How you doing? Good.
Let's do me a favor. So what's going to happen is Hector will introduce you.
Yeah.
You'll sit down.
You better give me the best introduction
I
I've
can't
ever
even
had.
wait to give you the intro.
The prodigal
This
son.
dude. That was just
Stab me in the back and
I'm super excited. I'm getting mic'd up right now. I'm about to interview somebody that I've interviewed like 100 times, but I'm gonna try to make it super interesting by asking him questions and talking about that we haven't really ever talked about in public. There he is.
Oh, I'm sweating. I am sweating. And I have to pee.
Welcome back to another episode of Origin Stories here on VENN. My name is Hector Rodriguez. I am your host. Today I have the honor, the pleasure, the true pleasure actually, to introduce my little brother, someone who's near and dear to my heart, Mr. Nate Shot, Matt Haig, CEO of 100 Thieves. I mean, you do it all, baby. Why don't you come in and sit down?
You're about to say Optic Nate Shot. You got real close to saying Optic Nate Shot.
I almost did say
You
Optic
stopped
Nate
yourself.
Shot. Yeah, I did. Did you catch that?
I did catch it.
Usually, I like to start out this show by asking you 3 questions and then another question, but the main one is 3 words that best describe you.
3 words that describe me. Whoa, you just put me on the spot like that.
All right, 3 words that describe 100 Thieves.
That one's tough too. Let me think.
Can you describe anything in 3 words?
No,
Okay.
I'm not good at descriptive adjectives.
Oh.
Let me see. Give me 2 seconds. Let me spitball something that's. Well, because I don't like using 3 words because I'm confident in myself and I don't want to sound pompous. You know what I mean?
No, you're in good company, babe.
I would say goofy, impatient,
yes,
and squirrely.
Squirrely's good.
That's what you always called me. So.
Yeah, but it wasn't because you were like your brain was elsewhere. It's just because at the
I look
time,
like a squirrel.
At the time, you did.
Chubby cheeks.
Yeah, at the time, but now you've grown into a handsome man.
Thank you.
Who knows you better than anyone else?
I would say, if you asked me that question like 8 years ago, I'd say you. When we were living in the Optic House. But now I have to give it to my girlfriend, Haley.
Yeah.
I mean, Haley can read all my emotions really well, and she's very patient, and she tolerates me.
Yeah.
Because she knows that sometimes I get angry, and sometimes I get sad, and sometimes I have a range of emotions where she is always just like that even, keeled, you know what to expect, and I know how she's gonna react when I am reacting to something. So I'd say Haley knows me best. We've been together for 2 years.
So obviously, I've known you for over 15 years, I think now. Oh my God. How old were you when we met?
2008, Call of Duty 4.
Call of Duty 4, that's right.
You weren't in Gears of War. My first event was MLG Chicago 2007.
St. Charles.
St. Charles, yeah. What the hell? How'd you know that?
I know everything.
Were you there?
I was not.
Do you know I got my ass beat? I almost made it to championship bracket, top 16, would have been considered a pro player.
Yeah.
Lost to Gringo Jr., who was like an 8-year-old kid.
Oh, dude, he was like during Call of Duty 2, I heard about that dude.
Yeah, kid was nasty.
Yeah, he was.
Pieced us up on Mansion, Execution. Last round was tied 3-3, first of 4. I'll never forget the round.
Yeah.
Made a call, did not pan out.
How many times a day do you say 100 Thieves or 100 Thieves or 100 T?
I guess I say 100 Thieves a lot. 100 Thieves, 100 Thieves, 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
I was doing like a PR tour for Excedrin. We had a partnership to make people aware of mindfulness routine that can help you reduce headaches. And everybody on that call kept saying 100 Thieves, and it was driving me nuts.
Yeah.
We talked to like 30 different outlets in 4 hours this morning. They all said 100 Thieves. I didn't correct enough.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be that guy.
Just 100 Thieves?
100 Thieves, 100 Thieves, 100 Thieves.
Yeah. Let's go back to the earliest memory that you have. Born in Chicago, Illinois. Lived in Palos Hills. Palos Hills. Does your dad still live at the same crib?
He built the house that we grew up in Palos Hills, and then after my mom passed, I think there were just too many bad memories in the house, so he sold it and moved to a nice part of town, which was like 20 minutes away. It's called Orland Park. Okay. And now he moved again to a city called Lisle. So it's tough, man. I wish I could go back to that house to kind of like face some of the fears that I had from stuff that I saw with my mom, but I'm glad that I can still go back to Chicago. I'm bummed that you guys went to Texas, because that was always like my saving grace. All right, I go see my pops, go hang out with Optic. That was great. But my earliest memory, that's kind of tough. I think one of my earliest memories was probably my dad. He would have to reside the house every couple years because of the material that he used to build it. And he had scaffolding built up the side of this 2-story home. And I was playing on it like a jungle gym, but little did I know that wasps was started nesting inside the scaffolding itself. And so like 4 or 5 of them came out and stung me all at one time in my hand, and I've been terrified of flying bugs ever since.
How old were you?
I don't know, I was young.
Like, were you a teenager or were you like a toddler?
No, I was younger than that.
Like 7, 8?
I was probably like 8, 9, 10.
Were you crying?
Yeah, bawling my eyes out. I cried a lot as a kid.
Did you?
Yeah. I was a very emotional young man.
I think I cried a lot up until like I was 4 years old, and that's what my parents told me. It's like it wasn't until I was able to hit someone that I cried, because I didn't know how to release that anger. But once I learned how to punch walls and things, I started doing that in the bed.
Yeah, I didn't get angry. I got sad.
I was telling Lee Trink the story about me being in Mexico as for my school, as a Catholic school.
Juarez.
Yeah, and how the nuns would grab me from the hair here, and then they would just like seriously jerk it. So I was like, oh my God, that hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they were just disciplinaries, and both of my parents were actually disciplinaries. My dad was super strict, him, a very quiet dude, but that's because of that. And my mom was just super
yeah.
And I still became what I became. Just I didn't give a shit. They hurt. I would pretend like it hurt, but I'd be like, it don't hurt. I would look at the wall or my teddy bear and be like,
see, I love that. But I think that's what I appreciated actually a lot, getting to hang out with you. You were like 10 years older than me when we first started hanging out. And I always loved your mentality around other people. You're just very tough exterior. And that was something I could appreciate, because my dad was a great dad. I love my dad to death. He's my hero. But there was a lot of things that, I don't want to say, because we're not in the streets in Schaumburg of Illinois, but just seeing how you interact with individuals. If somebody doesn't talk to you right, you kind of let them know that they weren't talking to you the right way.
Yeah.
And I don't like confrontation, and that was stuff that I wouldn't do. But now that I'm older and a lot more confident in myself, I feel like I picked up some tendencies from you.
Do you wish that you could go back to a certain situation and be like, yo, my man?
All the time, brother. All the time, man.
Do you have one that you can recall right now?
Man, I mean, well, what's the situation? Do I have the knowledge that I do of where I'm gonna be in life?
No, you're just you.
I was just me?
Yeah.
Nah, man, I didn't have going for me. Who am I gonna step up to, bro? Yeah. I was bro, I had to get testosterone shots as a kid. Did you know that?
No.
I was not even in the percentile of growth, so they were worried that I wasn't gonna be on track to be a certain height or a certain weight. So freshman year, bro, I weighed 85 pounds, and I was 4'8".
So were you like a good kid, bad kid? Did you get in trouble? Were you the class clown? What kind of kid were you?
No, I wasn't the class clown. Dude, I've told people this before, but I was a super timid kid. I mean, I was really bad in social situations. I didn't know how to make friends. I mean, I had friends in grade school and then going into high school, but my first job at McDonald's is what really helped me come out of my shell and start learning how to talk to people and not be so afraid. But yeah, I wasn't a class clown. I kind of just stayed to the side, and I wanted attention. I know that for a fact. I just took this narcissism test. I'm right in the middle. I'm a 18 out of 40.
Are you?
I thought I'd be way more narcissistic than that.
Yeah. What do you think mine would be? My score?
I think you'd probably be a 28.
Is that bad?
40 is the highest.
40 is the highest?
You know Jackson from 100 Thieves? He got a 33.
Jackson got a 33?
He's the definition of a narcissist.
Yeah.
But yeah, either way, I was just a quiet kid.
Play sports?
Yeah. Baseball, basketball, B team. I was terrible at that. I was too short, man. I didn't have any athletic ability.
Yeah? I mean, so was Muggsy Bogues, I think.
Second baseman, 4th through 8th grade, though, all-stars every year.
Really?
Yeah. If you can hang your hat on that.
I can. Yeah. I mean, I've seen the pictures, or I've seen the one picture of you as a baby with a bat.
Yeah.
Just chubby
Bro, that was me in
cheeks.
7th grade.
No, you were not.
Nah, I'm playing.
Oh, my God. Bro, I literally thought that was true, and I'm like, man, you had to look like you're 7.
Yeah.
I remember clearly, by the way, the first day that I heard your voice when we were playing on Vacant with Diesel and somebody else. You were playing with somebody else. But I remember, and I'm like, damn, this has got a deep-ass voice.
No, you go back and watch my old videos, I sound like a...
No, I don't know why, but you sounded like, I don't know, you were talking like a grown dude.
Must have been the testosterone shots.
May have been.
I didn't grow this myself.
No. But I remember that clearly. When do you think was the first time that we met?
Well, I mean, I could tell you the story how you and I met, but I don't know if you want that on camera with Optic Nerve. Yeah.
Yeah, go.
Well, so we were one of the better competitive teams in Modern Warfare 2. We won the first 3 major tournaments in Modern Warfare 2. And then Optic reached out to this guy named Optic Nerve, who no longer works there. I mean, he wasn't even working there much longer after I joined. But he basically said, yeah, we're looking for a competitive team right now. We make YouTube videos and we make money off of it. And my mind was blown. I'm like, wait, what? Wait, hold on. Back up. Because I had posted like clips to my YouTube channel of me clutching 1v3s on Destroyer, all these old school gameplays from game battles. So when I found out you guys can make money from videos, that's when I don't know why, because I don't think I've ever had that level of motivation for anything in my life besides that. Yeah. As soon as I heard that, it was, let's blow the hinges off this thing and let's go. Yeah. So and I got introduced to you. I think I was really scared to talk to you. I think we hopped in a Skype call, and you were kind of an asshole, to be honest. Yeah. You wanted no business talking to me. You were just very short. Yeah. Like, who the is this guy?
No, I knew who you were. I just didn't want to have anything to do with you at the time.
Yeah. Seriously though, that's what the tough part was.
Is that what it felt?
Well, because Optic was so tight knit back then. I felt like I had to be in races to really feel a part of it, but I was only close with like Diesel and Predator.
Yeah.
Predator was the
I think
OG.
that's. I mean, still to this day, I think that's how Optic is, right? Like it's literally the same group of guys since the beginning.
The first time somebody meets you, they got to approach you the right way, because if they don't, I think you write them off immediately.
Yeah. All right, so let's get back to the origin story. Take me through the competitive years of 2010 through 2012.
It's pretty broad, man.
Yeah, 2010 is what? Modern Warfare 2?
2010 to 2012, nothing happened. There's nothing notable besides, COD XP.
Yeah, 2011, COD XP.
COD XP, we won that event, $100,000.
You just made $100,000. How does that feel?
I don't want to work at McDonald's anymore.
You guys end up winning, and again, I knew that we were gonna win it. I don't know how, but I remember that the moment that you guys won, I was in the middle of the crowd, and Jericho, Gold Glove, Dr. Disrespect at the time, or Guy, he wasn't in custom, Guy and Bashir Musa, and T. Martin were all there.
Bash?
Yeah, Bash. Yeah. From there, let's jump through 2013, Black Ops 2. Yeah. You're blowing up. For the first time ever, after only sponsoring people in Halo 3, here comes Red Bull.
Oh, yeah. So that was really the biggest moment, is I flew out to LA. I was staying at the Gamer Shore House, which was Jericho, Syndicate, and Gold Glove. And I was going out there to sign a contract with Red Bull, part of their athlete program, because I grew up watching Walshy was sponsored by Red Bull, and to me that seemed like the coolest thing ever. Same. And I sent them a DM when I was still living at my parents' house, like a year prior, like, hey, I'm really interested in Red Bull and working with you guys. Do you have any plans of getting in Call of Duty? That's when I met a guy named Sam Keen, who's still friends with to this day, great guy. Yeah. And they flew me out later that year, 2012, signed the contract, and when I got back, that's when Black Ops 2 and live streaming, it seemed as if every day after I returned from LA with the Red Bull hat on, it was 1,000 viewers, 2,000 viewers, 3,000 viewers, just climbing and climbing and climbing. That was when I caught my break.
Yeah. All right, so walk me through your decision to, one, retire, and then ultimately leave Optic.
Yeah, I was going back and forth to LA, and Fwiz, who's the head of gaming at YouTube, who you and I are both really, really close with, one of our best friends, he was always convincing me, or trying to convince me, to spend some time in LA, just to broaden my horizons, try something new. So yeah, I mean, look, dude, when you think you're like in love and it kind of clouds your judgment, and all I want to do is get out to LA and start that next chapter of my life, but it came with a heavy heart because I didn't want to leave Optic or the house because I was having so much fun. I have a hard time actually putting myself back in my shoes that I was in then. Yeah. Because
you're not the same person.
Yeah, I'm not the same person, and I would probably do it again, but I I'm upset that I cut off that part of my life so soon. Because I love the Optic House and I love living around you and hanging out. And I thought that's what I was going to be doing for the rest of my life. I thought we had something special that nothing could ever alter, and we're going to take over the world of gaming. And Optic has done it respectively. I'm trying to do it with 100 Thieves. But yeah, I definitely have regrets of leaving at that time in my life when I did. Yeah. Because I moved out to LA, started living on my own, and I felt like I was on an island. I mean, I was in a house living with all my best friends. Yeah. And now I'm in LA alone, trying to find my way.
You know what's crazy is that back when you were still back in Chicago with us, you brought up the whole streetwear thing to me. So walk me through your decision to finally pull the trigger on doing something that you had been talking about for years.
I was sitting on my couch, depressed as just watching like reruns of Friends for the first time. I'm not even kidding, man. It was a really dark point in my life just because I wasn't happy with what I was doing, and I just felt isolated even though I had friends around me. And so I was trying to come up with something that I could get excited about again, and I've always wanted to start an apparel brand. And even then, I don't even think I knew what my style was or what my style would turn into, but I knew that if I created something that I really loved, everything else would follow. Yeah. So I was just trying to come up with words that play on each other that sound really cool. Yeah. If I'm being totally candid, that's really all it was. Like, Thieves popped up into my head. I don't remember why, but I always thought the idea, maybe I was playing Skyrim a lot. I don't know. Thieves Guild, Thieves. Like, Thieves by itself, definitely can't get the trademark for that. It wouldn't be that original. Like, how can I add something on top to make it sound fun? And I've always been one that wanted to make money. Of course. So I always thought about, like, the $100 bill is one thing that you hear everywhere. You see it everywhere, pop culture, hip hop. So I was just like, man, this kind of rolls off the tongue. 100 Thieves, 100 Thieves. And I want to go back and get my old phone because I still have it. Yeah. Sending the first text about, hey, what do you think of this? 100 Thieves, 100 Thieves, 100 Thieves.
Who did you send that text with?
I think I sent it to my ex-girlfriend at the time.
Yeah. First time that you're in the room with Dan Gilbert, what are your feelings?
Well, they flew me out to NBA Finals, and that was surreal. It was Cleveland versus the Warriors, and I went up to San Francisco, and I sat in this room with Dan in a boardroom at the hotel the team was staying at. So I was seeing all the players walking around. Dan had like 4 people on his side, opening doors for him. He just looked like money. Yeah. And we started going through the pitch, started talking about it. And to be honest with you, I was nervous at first, but then once we started talking about gaming, it's my wheelhouse. So I was just firing from all cylinders. Connections were being made in my mind. It was somehow limitless. Bradley Cooper, except I didn't look as good. So I started pitching 100 Thieves off this deck that Blake masterfully built. And he sat there with me for an hour. And Blake actually told me he never really sits in a room with anybody longer than 30 minutes. And he got on a helicopter directly after and went and had dinner with Steve Jobs' wife.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, so Dan Gilbert makes this massive investment. How does the Drake situation happen? Obviously with
Scooter Braun.
Scooter Braun, such a good name, good basketball player right here.
Scooter's a legend. Man, that story's funny. So I get introduced to Scooter by this random dude who was working in venture, who basically said, yeah, I know Scooter really well. You guys should come take a meeting. And this was when we were raising our Series A. So Dan Gilbert did our seed series of Series A. We were trying to raise like $10 million. So this guy, after hearing our pitch, introduced us to Scooter. And he takes me to Scooter's office. And this dude's literally on the phone with Justin Bieber as I walk in. And talent managers, they speak a certain way, especially, I mean, if they're talking to their clients and if they're talking to anybody that they're trying to get a deal done for. I mean, block and tackle, that's what talent managers do. Obviously, Scooter's much more than that. Yeah. He's a savvy investor, great guy. But at that time, that was my first initial reaction. He's yelling and and I'm like, oh, goddamn. So I walk in there, and what I find out after the meeting, I'm not going to bore you guys with the details, but this was the worst meeting I ever took. I was sweating. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I don't know what to talk about. And what I find out is the guy that set it all up was trying to be like this grimy middleman. I don't know who he is to this day, so if he's super successful, please don't hate me, but that was just my perception of it. Yeah. Basically, he said he knew me really well to Scooter, and he told Scooter that whatever. Yeah. Basically, playing them. And so it was the worst meeting I ever took. I'm like, yo, I don't think Scooter's the right fit. You know, I went back to John. I don't know if it makes sense. He was saying a lot of things. I don't think he really understood where I was coming from. So then I get a call from Scooter after we told them no. And I'm like, oh, shit, I'm not answering this. I can't answer this. I hate competition. Scooter Braun, super successful. He calls like John's former boss, gets on the phone with John, and then gets me to take the call again. And I'm in the drive-thru with Jackson, who was one of the co-founders of 100 Thieves. And he apologized to me. He was like, hey, look, man, I didn't know what that situation was, or I had no context to what we were talking about.
Yeah.
But as I sat down and learned more about your business with your partner, John, I'd really love to be a part of this. I promise you I can take care of you and open a lot of doors that you wouldn't be able to open without my help. And to this day, Scooter has been one of the biggest contributors to our success. Just great guy.
100%, man. That's so crazy.
And he introduced us to Drake, too.
Yeah.
The next day.
How did that happen?
We're finalizing the deal. He's like, yo, you know who would love this? I got a friend in hip-hop who would love this. I'm like, who's that? He's like, Drake. He calls up Drake's manager, Future, in the room with us, in our tiny 400-square-foot bedroom, which was our office for our leadership team.
It's on speakerphone, you hear, yeah.
Oh, we didn't have it on speaker. He's like, all right, yeah, you're gonna come by tomorrow? The next day, Drake's manager, Future, was in our living room, and we pitched him on the business, and then a couple months later, we went and met Drake at his house, told him more about 100 Thieves, and it was a wrap.
Damn. That when you dropped that picture, I was just like, I mean, I knew about it already, but everyone's reaction was just like so iconic.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough too because Drake was on tour at that time, so we took a lot of we tried really hard to get in front of him. I mean, he's busy. He doesn't know me that well. He just knows a little bit about the business. He loves gaming. Yeah. I mean, I'd be lying to you if I told you we were really close because we're not. You know, we've spoken over DMs a couple times over the years. But him and Future both still contribute from like a creative level. Our board meetings like 4 times a year. But I was just honored and just over the moon with the fact that he fucked with 100 Thieves just a sliver, just enough to be like, all right, I'm gonna throw some cash at this. And it was a good amount of money, and I met with him twice. It was awesome, man.
That's so cool.
I'm like, it sucks too because I don't want to go out to be the guy and be like, yo, I'm your biggest fan. Yeah. But that dude got me through college,
How difficult
bro.
is that, right? Because obviously there's levels of success and levels of popularity, and obviously you have like a massive, fan base, but he's got a massive, massive fan base. So you don't want to approach a person that you admire and say, yo, I admire you. Because then you're uncool or you're...
Exactly. Because if somebody comes up to me and starts like, wide-eyed, drooling over me, I'm just... It's this weird psychology. I'm like, great to meet you, man. Pleasure, and I'm on my way. Yeah. So I didn't want to do that. It was I was so nervous meeting him, and I don't even know if I was putting sentences together. And it's tough too, like I said, because his soundtrack reminds me of so many things. Yeah. His discography of me in high school, just struggling with shit, college, dealing with my mom, like. Ah, man, it was crazy.
It got you through some times.
Yeah, bro, it got me through some time. So to finally meet this guy, have invested in our company. One of the best days of my life.
So tell me about 100 Thieves. What are you guys doing in the future? I mean, obviously don't tell me what you got, but what are some of the industry thoughts that you have about where your position is in this space?
Yeah, so I think what's really important for us is just to continue to push the boundaries of what it means to be an entertainment company in gaming. I feel as if there is a lot of narrow-mindedness in esports because if you do anything other than competition, which teams haven't traditionally done, or that's always what they've done, is just compete. Yeah. There's this negative connotation and stigma around your brand. And so people give us a hard time about slinging apparel and making videos with creators. Yeah. But now everybody's trying to do it. Yeah. And obviously we started that with Optic, and FaZe Clan did it really, really well before too. So that was the model. Like, let's go do this as well as we can. And build something special.
What's worse about the space right now is that they get mad at you, at me, at FaZe, and they just get mad at the fact that they're not just a sports team. Everybody's out here trying to be the Cowboys, but nobody's thinking, it's like, I want to be the Cowboys, I want to be HBO, and I also want to be Supreme.
Yeah, you can't afford to be the Cowboys in esports. The business model doesn't work yet. I mean, I might one day, but I respect a lot of people that work in esports. I mean, I don't mean to sound like I'm on my high horse. Yeah. I mean, you and I feel like with a lot of the teams that give us grief, besides maybe 1 or 2 outliers, they were really coming up on League of Legends and Counter-Strike where we came up in console and we were always doing content differently. Yeah. And so I feel like us coming in, I hope they understand that the majority of people that I've seen or worked with, I do have respect for. Yeah. But I'm proud of the business that we've built, and I'm never going to be apologetic for creating something that has become a really great business. I mean, we're going to be making some announcements at the end of the year. I think the industry is going to turn their head.
Yeah, you should. And you should be proud of that. More importantly, any single time that somebody tells you that you're only a hoodie and you haven't won any championships, just remind them the amount of championships that you won at Optic.
Well, and then we won multiple championships on our teams.
That's what I'm saying.
We won 2 majors of Call of Duty. We won multiple Fortnite tournaments. I mean, people might not count those or whatever the case may be. Won this Valorant tournament, First Strike, a major right there. We've only been around for 4 years. We're not even 4. We were 3 years in 4 months.
Yeah.
And people are talking about, yo, why have you won a championship? You know how hard it is to win in League of Legends when I got these teams spending $8 million on a roster in a year?
Yeah.
Bro, they can't, and that's not even including buyouts. I'm like, yo, what do you want from me?
Yeah.
What do you want? Like, truly, what do you want?
Yeah, you're actually.
I feel like Ryan Gosling in The Notebook. Hold on, keep the cameras going because I'm gonna keep going. You guys don't understand. I mean, Hector understands. You don't understand how hard it is to win in esports. You come in. We came in January of 2018. Player contracts and relationships with the owners and the talent managers and the agencies already exist. We had to come in and do right by our first couple players to build relationships with other players. And then get into the Counter-Strike. We had bad luck in 2018 with the Brazilian roster. Things didn't pan out. That would have been like a top 5 team on paper. We had a great Counter-Strike team for a little bit. We came in Call of Duty, won championships. League of Legends, if you're not spending the most money, you ain't going to win. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So people give us a hard time about not winning, but we've won, and it's only been 3 years. Every other team's been around for 10 years.
10, 15 years.
10 years.
Yeah.
Can you give me a break?
Yeah.
Cut me some slack, man.
Can you give you a break is a real question,
gets me
man.
riled up.
Yeah, I couldn't tell.
We try so hard to win. It's not easy.
Yeah. No, I get it, man. Look, you're preaching to the choir. Secondly, I don't like that you feel like you need to explain yourself to anyone. You are who you are. You've done what you've done. Numbers speak for themselves, and anybody that has any sort of issue needs to look inwards, look at their bottom line on that spreadsheet, and say whether or not they're making money on that and how much is going out the window. And if it doesn't look anything like the way that we've been doing it for the longest time, where we are very concentrated on the fact that this is a business and money needs to be made, they're playing the wrong game because they're spending other people's money, and it's so easy. But when you're the one putting your ass on the line with all that cash, investing your personal $300,000 into your team that isn't even a team, where's the respect?
Yeah, bro.
Where is the respect? You know what? On that, I think that is the perfect place to end it. I want to thank you
I'm sorry. These people are going to hate us even more, dude. We just sound like we're in our own little echo chamber.
Good.
I'd like to say, if this part still makes it in, I have a ton of respect for the other teams, but I am jaded in a sense with just the things people say and the perspective that they have of what we're doing. I mean, these teams that will come spew out ignorance on their timelines about what our business is, they should be excited that there's another team that's coming in and reinventing and creating new revenue streams for teams.
For them to take a guide off of.
The first team that exits in a big public way, it's a trickle-down effect. I want FaZe to be worth $1 billion. I want Optic to be worth $1 billion. I want Team Liquid G2. I hope one of y'all sells for $1 billion. Please! No,
that's so
I'm
good.
begging y'all, man.
I'm telling you, I hate when you sort of have to feel like you have to explain yourself to anyone. You literally have a good model. What we started back in 2013 has resonated throughout this entire history. So when you come into the space, a decade after some of these teams, knowing what you know and how to build a team, dude, why do you even care? Like, you have like one of the coolest brands.
Well, I don't care about it on a day-to-day. I mean, you don't see me popping off on Twitter. No. But when we start talking about it as close friends, like, that shit's that bothers me, but I don't think about it often.
Nah, good. That's going to do it for this episode of Origin Stories. My guest today, obviously, Mr.
You think
Matt
I could get the water in my mouth all the way from up here?
No, you cannot. And I wouldn't try it. Actually, let's see it. Do it for the...
I don't want to f*** up their set.
Yeah, you're good. Anyway, we'll see you guys next time.
Look at your face.
Yeah, delete that. Get something better. Oh my god. Yes. No. Weighted nade shots.
No, I get it. Wait, explain it.
Let's have a camera right here. So we're going to use this camera right here.
Okay.
Hat on, hat off, whatever you prefer.
Yo, Bill's always slacking. He's not even doing anything. He ain't doing shit, man. Sneezing?
Oh, yo, there's a cat and a skunk fighting.
No. Oh, don't move.
And that was a very exciting and lovely interview with Hex and Nadeshot, and there was so much I wanted to say, and then it ended with a skunk and a cat fighting there.
Yeah, they said in our ear, this video ends with a skunk and a cat fighting, and I was like, that can't be right. And then there it was.
Yeah.
There it was. VENN.
I didn't know what was going to happen. I was like, are they going to both get into furry costumes and we're going to see like a fight that? And then, no, it was just in the alley. So there you go. You don't see that every day, that's for sure. But anyway, you know, you and Golden Boy have been working the bomber jacket look, and I was like, I need to get in on that, man. Like, come on.
We just heard from Nadeshot himself about establishing a brand, being more than just an esports team, right?
100%.
So there you go. Go be part of the E3 esports team, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, you can go to e3expo.com/shop and get all your E3 merch.
I'd also like to say, as a woman who is 6'2", and Greg Miller can probably appreciate this as well, sleeve length.
Yeah, that's good.
Fantastic, folks. Usually when I put on a jacket, it's like up to here, but this is actually pretty good.
There you go, look at that.
Okay, so it's made for tall people as well. And
sorry, Golden Boy. They'll make a kid's version one day.
Oh, be nice to him. But
not here
at
to
least
defend
he can wear the dad's hat. Yeah,
He does like the dad hat. He can wear the
just
dad
like
hat.
throw that on the ground over there. But we do have some great merch. So again, e3expo.com/shop. I was like, oh my God, help me out if I don't say it right. Anyway, again, that was a really great inside look at Nadeshot and
100%.
Hex. Yeah.
If I can, like, you know, as somebody who interviews people all the time, and I know you do too, in a longer form podcast interview, I was surprised at how candid that was, how insightful it was. Like, I know about 100 Thieves because so many of our ex-IGN colleagues have gone to 100 Thieves, but I don't know much about Nadeshot. So to hear that, first off, I didn't realize he's a suburb of the Chicago kid, just like myself. DuPage County, Glen Ellen represent. But on top of that, you know, his journey, right? I mean, talking about having to take testosterone shots.
I know,
so
super
open,
candid.
Talking about being depressed, right? Leaving his team before he started 100 Thieves. Like, that's all a fascinating journey. And it's, you know, as you continue to see 100 Thieves blow up, that's awesome.
Yeah, I absolutely just loved how candid they were with each other. They're obviously like very close friends. And I think Hex said at the beginning, like, I've interviewed you so many times, I don't even know what to say to you right now. And then he's like, what are 3 ways that you would describe yourself? What are 3 ways you describe 100 Thieves? They were just having a good time, so super fun. But anyways, so games have changed so much over the years by becoming more inclusive and representative of their player bases, but there's still more work to be done in this space. Let's discuss how we can make games more inclusive.
Okay.
Yay!
I think that representation is really one of the biggest things that the gaming industry needs to tackle.
The more diversity we have in the industry, the more voices we have, and that is how you grow something.
There's no one type of gamer. There's no one type of gamer that looks the same either.
Bringing in people from different backgrounds makes the place generally more interesting.
Like, I have no problem like stepping into the shoes of, you know, of Nathan Drake or like some other like, you know, white male protagonist. But, you know, just realizing eventually, like, wait a minute, nobody is being asked to step into my shoes. What's up with that?
I want you to be able, when you pick up most games, that you see yourself in some way in those games.
The areas that you don't hear about gaming in which Black people are working, like, I think advocating for their visibility and bringing them up is very, very key as well.
When you're developing the game, they're like, okay, we can start adding this Black representation, this, you know, brown representation into the game from the ground up, and then I mean, that alleviates the problem.
This is where we need to have programs in place to allow more women, more people of color to have a transition into this space and an opportunity to work their way up the ladder like everyone else.
It's gonna make a huge difference on how your games are created. The diversity in the space helps everyone, I promise, I promise, I promise.
And I also think that some of it falls on consumers as well, and us and gamers, in supporting these games and supporting games that are positively showing diversity in our community and representing the gaming community.
Female gamers make up 48%, and you wouldn't even know it by looking from the outside in. So that's what I would want to change.
The next era of gaming is just going to be so sweet, and I am super excited about it. We are definitely heading in that direction, but I can't wait until everyone is part of it and everyone has great ideas and everyone just feels like they belong in the community, and it's just going to be a great time when that happens.
right, well, next up, we're going to be talking about Freedom Games. Before, I get into the whole production bit, I just want to say, one, follow Freedom Games on Twitter. Just did that. Also, this next game, follow them on Twitter, too. They seem like incredible people. Because here's the deal. They want you to believe, Freedom Games, that in 2021, farming is fun, especially when the livestock are robot chickens and cows, and the crops are gene spliced with alien freaking material. So the question is, do you have what it takes to build a thriving farm on an alien planet? Here's one lonely outpost so you can see for yourself.
IGN Summer of Gaming has officially partnered with the ESA for E3 2021. IGN Summer of Gaming is now all summer long. From major press conferences and announcements at E3 2021 to the IGN Expo with exclusive gameplay and reveals to exciting first looks at the hottest new games and in-depth developer interviews, IGN Summer of Gaming has it all. IGN Summer of Gaming begins right now.
crazy to think about it now, like a dream dinner after we've all sort of been stuck inside for so long. I'd stack the deck with a few friends of my golden boy. I mean, I just, yeah, would have to have him at the table.
I'd probably invite Pokimane.
Valkyrie, just because she's a boss.
Pokimane and Valkyrie, two amazing women that have done so much for the industry and so much for women.
But I gotta bring all the voice actors from my favorite video games. Boy. The dude who says boy and the kid who plays the boy.
How could you not invite Keanu Reeves?
Vin Diesel or Henry Cavill.
Little Richard, if we could get him back.
Megan Thee Stallion, T-Pain. You know, some celebrity gamers on there too, you know, to just spice it up a little bit.
I say Michael Jordan. Bring him in. You know, I don't know if he likes this kind of stuff, but we'll get him there.
I'd have to stack it with a few of our most out there visionaries, right?
Todd Howard, Jade Raymond,
Cory Barlog, Major Nelson,
Amy Hennig,
Ed Boon,
Neil Druckmann.
Kojima would be at the table.
Have to invite Hideo Kojima.
He's always posting really awesome meals on social media.
Does he use his fork in the left hand or the right hand, or actually does he use his telekinesis to just magic the food into his mouth? You know what I mean?
My ideal dinner at E3 would just be a one-on-one sit down with Ken Levine.
Bioshock Infinite is one of my favorite games of all time, so I would love to talk to him about it.
And I just want to know what he's doing now.
I would bring the entirety of Nintendo.
Oh man, Miyamoto-san, I would say.
Miyamoto's there. He's eating a lot of popcorn chicken.
I think Reggie.
You don't even work in Nintendo anymore, and I gotta bring Reggie.
I think his entire story is phenomenal.
You know when you see CEOs and you're like, you look a little stiff, right? No, I feel like he would be a good person to have a beer with.
Of course, there are so many luminaries in the games industry that I want to meet, but like, I want to party with QA.
I'd actually extend that to everyone.
No, I would bring everybody. This is for us. We're all eating from the gaming entree that is E3. So yeah, you're all invited to my dinner. If y'all can afford $75,000 a plate.
I think it's safe to say that we would all like to have a lunch or a dinner with Miyamoto and pick his brain about video games. How incredible would that be? But folks, you know, in the games that we love, our favorite characters are brought to life by real people using real motivation to give us a realistic look at the story. And while some of the faces of gaming voiceover are relatively unknown, their resumes and body of work over time speak for themselves. So our Voices of E3 panel will discuss the life of a real-life voice actor in a virtual world.
And here we are for the Wonder Women and Gaming panel with some incredible women in the industry. I'm so excited to be moderating this. I'm so excited to call most of them friends, all of them friends, right? Some of us are newer friends, but we're all friends.
Which one of us isn't a friend? I
know.
Who didn't make the cut, y'all? Who did not make the cut?
Oh, no. You're all friends. We're all friends. All right, let me jump in because we have a lot to talk about, and I'm so excited to pick all your brains and get us flowing and get us moving. So let me introduce the wonderful women of this panel. Oh, I guess I should say what my name is. I'm Kritzia Bajos. I'm also a voice actress, on-camera actress. Yes, part of What the Vox with these wonderful women. But enough about me. Let's get to the women here in the panel. We've got Courtney Taylor Callie-Bourne, most famous for Jack and Mass Effect, Ada Wong in Resident Evil, Soul Survivor for Fallout 4, passionate about activism. She co-founded the online community of Nerds Vote. Amazing badass all around. We love you, Courtney Taylor. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Anjali Bhamani. I have to say specifically, she is known as the international superstar Anjali.
Goodness.
Well, you know, that's what was requested.
It's a super spy.
Sorry, super spy. So even better.
But I'll take superstar. I mean, either way.
Superstar, super spy. Why can't we have both? Why can't we have both?
That's true.
She's graced the stages of Broadway, has illuminated your televisions in shows like Modern Family, Marvel's Runaways, Grace and Frankie, and one of my favorite shows of all time, probably the best show, arguably for me, is The Sopranos, among many, many, many others. In gaming, she's most known as Symmetra in Overwatch and Rampart in Apex Legends. Anjali, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
And we're moving over to multilingual, 5 languages, y'all. Carolina Rabasa, Colombiana. 4. I saw 5, a little bit of French. Don't humble yourself.
Oh, I make it up. I make it up. Yeah, sure.
Okay, all right. Colombiana, dancer, actor for screen and games, most known for her roles in Overwatch as Sombra, Razer, Valorant, and many recurring characters for Victor and Valentino, among many other shows. Guys, the lists are too long here. I'm just giving you guys some nice spicy tidbits here. But Carolina Rabasa, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
And Jennifer Hale, actor, singer, Matrix revealer, podcast host, passionate advocate for financial freedom, Guinness World Record holder for her incredible resume of video games, including Femme Chef in Mass Effect. It gives me goosebumps even just saying Femme Chef. I still, and I'll talk to you about that Twitter post that I love so much. And Ash from Overwatch, among a ridiculous amount of others, y'all. Jennifer Hale. That was really well.
I know, we were all ready for that.
And you closed right at the perfect time. I feel like
Right?
a maestro. Okay, Wonder Woman in voice gaming. Here we go. Let's talk about the stuff that we've been seeing. It's 2021, y'all. Lots of changes have been happening. Obviously, we've had a bit of a Paramount year last year with a lot of stuff happening and changed a lot of the landscape, just a tiny tad bit. So, our industry especially has been at the forefront of, we've gotten a lot of stuff done. Gaming has not stopped. In fact, it's sped through these years and become bigger than it already was. So with that being said, I want to ask you all, what recent changes in this industry are you happy about so far? And what would you like to see about what happens in the future? What are you pleased about the changes that you've seen most recently? And what would you like to see more of moving forward?
Representation. Yeah.
Yep.
Super happy with the levels of representation I'm seeing out there and I want more of it. And more access, just a wider playing field.
I think it's been so important to see all people represented. I love that, casting is really going in the direction of getting the people who are actually the ones, getting the LGBT community to tell their stories, to get, when I started, there was a lot of really bad accents because there wasn't a huge pool of us to choose from. And now it's great to both, I think, from an acting perspective and also a directing perspective, that you're getting people who it is their stories to tell. It is their, mother tongue or their mother countries. And so they have, these deep roots. And as actors, we're not worrying about, maybe necessarily falling out of an accent that we don't really do.
I think to piggyback on that, for me, it's not just the representation, which is exciting in and of itself. The particular stories that are being told are so much more complex and have been over the last few years, that it's no longer all about any one characteristic of someone being the entire focus of their story. It's no longer about the particular culture or about the particular gender or about the particular sexual orientation. Everybody is a sum of these incredibly unique parts that make their story interesting. And so it's become even more inclusive than representative, because everybody can find a hero or a story that they can identify with on some level. It doesn't have to be necessarily, oh, she looks exactly like me, or she comes from my culture, or anything like that, so much as it can be any number of things. It can be emotional complexity. It can be particular plot points. It can be all sorts of things. I think the storytelling has really advanced tremendously. Games are now epic, long movies that the player gets to be a part of.
I love this. Yeah, it is a very exciting time in gaming. Gato, did you have anything to add? Or
No, I feel like they've hit it all.
Yeah.
Well, there's one other thing though, too, that I'm really excited about, is that we're also starting to get scripts in advance from time to time.
Yeah.
So I feel like, we're doing less what I call the standing long jump, where you just drop in and jump as far as you can. So that's really exciting. I feel like we're starting to, be able to make, as voice actors, we don't get the rehearsal time, we don't get the collaboration time, that you might get working on a play or, starting up a television show, things like that. And I'm just so excited to be able to have some time with the script to be able to make, deep decisions on who the character is. And I'm really thrilled that there's the value of that is starting to be recognized.
I feel like also the relationship between the actors and the developers has become closer in recent years. Like I've definitely had more experiences where there is an active conversation going on, and and that the voice directors in sessions are so giving and so excited to try to really connect and figure out what the best way to pull the story out of a person is, rather than something that is prescriptive or, like you say, standing long jump situation where it's like, just go, give me 3 and go. And that's the fun part of this, is that collaboration where we're all getting to be a part of it, and that we're all cogs in the whole wheel together rather than completely separate.
Yeah. And sometimes they even let us go to the companies and we get to see people in their natural habitat doing the work, which is so incredible, because the more that I feel like I can talk about the process that goes on behind it, and give the love to the developers, the painters, the people who are like, not just the writers that we come into contact with, but the people who are doing all of the beautiful visuals and the music, the composing, the sound design, all that kind of stuff. I've only recently gotten to do that, and it has enriched my whole understanding of the process for everyone, as well as being able to speak more knowledgeably about it and talk about how great these things are that everybody's putting all this blood, sweat, and tears.
Yeah.
All these blood, sweat, and tears.
Connected to what Andra was saying about like getting to talk to the developers or them caring to represent us properly. I think that sure, there were a lot of Latinos in video games, but they were always the drug dealers and the illegal immigrants. And, we auditioned for the prostitutes and the wives, or the mobster wives. And, that I think that now it's not that there is more representation and that we are being, they are casting appropriately, but that they care to really do their research and do a positive portrayal of it. And I'm working on a video game now where I play a character of Hispanic descent, and they've cared to ask questions about my personal experience so that it is more specific, and it isn't just like, well, they kind of are all the same, when we're like 26 different countries in Central and South America. So,
Or also, there was a time, and it still happens occasionally, I'm sad to say, but there was a time when they would just assume, oh, you're Indian, you know all the Indian things and all the Indian languages. And I'm like, let's have a moment about that, because that's not true. I speak Spanish better than any of those. So now they're actually bringing people, bringing in experts to be the experts so that we can do the job that we were asked to do.
You know what? I have a question for Jennifer. There was in the beginning of, was it this year, this past, or 2020? But you had the reaction on Twitter to the trailer, right? And I heard in another interview that you were unsure if to record your very real and authentic reaction and post it on Twitter. It's been a very long road, and I think it was absolutely valid. But why do you feel that you were hesitant in that space, in that moment?
Oh my God. Well, it was a super personal thing, and I was ugly crying like a baby. So that gave me a little hesitation. But what happened, I didn't expect it. It completely took me by surprise. And I didn't even really understand why I had the reaction I had until somebody on Twitter pointed out. They were like, this is what representation looks like. And I went, oh my God. Oh my God. Like I've been in this business for a while, and I've conditioned myself to accept a certain status quo and not to expect much outside of that, because to do so is to create an enormous amount of frustration and discontent, and those aren't productive states for me. So I've just put a cap on all that. And it's like, when all the things I really wanted to see happened that I never expected to happen, just number one, being seen, being represented, because all the marketing materials, almost all of them early on in the life of Mass Effect were broshep. There was a little bit of femshep, but it was not much until like when Mass Effect 3 came out and femshep was on the box. That was just like a huge moment. I was just over the moon with that. I, in fact, stood on a table at a GameStop at midnight and called out Casey Hudson, thanking him, and he was mortified. But it was. So when I saw that, something in my gut went, share this. And I was like, what? But I listened to my gut. I don't argue with it, but I was like, oh my God. And I took my phone. I was like, okay, I'm going to share this is my response. And this thing happened. And I think I'm glad I did, because it certainly gave permission for other people to ugly cry if they need to. And also it seemed to have touched a chord, which I'm happy about. That's cool. Yeah.
I feel like that was a good Wonder Woman moment for you. I feel like we're told, oh, don't show too emotion. I mean, I know we're getting a little bit more open with all of that stuff, but I thought that was a beautiful moment of like, hey, if I were a guy, would I hesitate on saying exactly how I feel or the moments that are coming up at this? I don't know. Maybe depends on the person, but
and also I think yeah, and it opened up but like I have to live in a certain amount of denial as a woman in the industry who's been in the industry for a long time. I've been in this business since I was a teenager. And there's all kinds of conduct that I have just shoved under the table, just smiled through. And because you do, if you want to keep working, you're good to work with. End of conversation. And, nothing too crazy. You can smart enough, you get yourself out of those situations. But to now be living in a time where it's different. Oh, it's amazing.
I feel like that was a great moment of that. Everything you're saying, it did feel like a capping, like just your cup runneth over. You're like, everything I've been holding on to, all the drops of water for over 2 decades. It's like, and I'm done.
Oh no, they're still here. There's more.
They're still here. There's more. Maybe we've lowered the cup a little bit. We've got a little bit more to fill.
Oh, it was substantial. Just because here's what I know. like, and part of why we are the collective that we are is to shed more light on voice actors, on women in gaming, on underrepresented peoples and inclusion. And I know that there's going to come a time in the not too distant future when voice actors are seen and voice actors are respected, not just by fans, but by corporations as well. I know it's going to come. I may or may not be here to see it, but I will always own my piece of getting there. Always.
Yeah. Yep. Moment, please.
And we see it. I'm not a gamer, but I see the response female gamers have when they come up to us and thank us and tell them they tell us how those characters have affected them. And so you've seen it from the inside gen, and I'm seeing it from the ones who play and go, I've tried to play for years and all I have are male characters that I can play that I don't resonate with. And now they get it and they thank us for it. And I didn't create these characters, but we infuse them with life and we see it with the gamers.
I know I have to tie this up, so I'm going to do a really quick lightning round. You all have given some gems and I so appreciate your time and all of your super thoughtful answers and your energy. So I'm going to do a really quick lightning round in one sentence. Tell me, Anj, you don't have to be so scared.
I'm always scared. I'm just kidding.
Wonder Women in voice acting or in gaming mean to you? Wonder Women in gaming. What does that mean to you? One sentence. How do we culminate that? Courtney.
Me first.
Okay.
No, I'm ready. I'm ready. Here I go. It means being the pillar of support that everyone needs in the community. It means a rising tide, lifting all boats, helping other women in this business, but also just helping everyone and being an example of what collaboration can look like.
What she said. Can I just say that?
In your own way?
Very similarly. Climbing up the ladder, there is no ceiling. And reaching back down and pulling people up along with you to tell new and exciting stories and collaborate as much as possible, bringing the collaboration together more and more and more, I think is the big thing. Good. That wasn't a really good grammatical sentence.
No, but you know what? The feeling is all there and that's what matters. I feel it here. Caro?
It means women that are so incredibly different.
Boa tarde, galera. Tudo bem? Boa tarde ao Walter Vinícius, que já está conosco aí, que já está até mandando mensagem pra gente. Obrigado, Walter. Estamos aqui ao vivo e vamos acompanhar a apresentação da Capcom na E3 2021 e depois, já emendando, vamos acompanhar a Razer também, as novidades que as duas empresas vão trazer. E sempre junto comigo está Saulo Fernandes. Tudo bem, Saulo?
Beleza, e aí? Boa tarde.
É isso aí, boa tarde. A gente tá acabando de ver essa apresentação. O Walter Vinícius falou: caraca, o evento da Take-Two foi muito ruim. Na realidade, foi um evento. Não foi bem um evento, foi um painel, né? Onde eles falavam de diversidades, inclusão. Em si, o assunto é muito interessante, mas eu acho que até nisso a Take-Two não fez bem. Porque quando a gente fala em acessibilidade, inclusão e tudo mais, principalmente quando a gente tá falando em vídeo. A gente precisa ter legenda, a gente precisa ter intérprete de Libras, a gente precisa ter um monte de coisa, porque inclusão é tudo isso. E acho que eles se deram mal até nisso.
Eu penso daquela seguinte maneira, eu acho que o mal é que a E3 hoje em dia é visto como uma feira voltada também para o público, entendeu? Não como ela era antes, que era simplesmente uma feira interna de desenvolvedores e tudo mais. Então, talvez o problema não tenha sido eles terem feito o painel, mas ter sido anunciado como se fosse um evento aberto.
Pelo amor de Deus, não entendam errado. Nós a gamers, eu principalmente, para quem me conhece a minha vida pessoal, sabe que inclusão é uma palavra que tá sempre no meu dicionário, por muitos motivos. E eu defendo muito isso e agora finco essa bandeira. Mas realmente a Take-Two falhou exatamente nisso, porque a E3 estava todo mundo esperando novos jogos, ou mostrar algumas novidades da própria Take-Two. É legal ter um painel desse, talvez, mas talvez deveria ter sido anunciado bem antes que ia ser um painel desse tipo. Nós ficamos sabendo nisso, na realidade ela declarou isso foi ontem à noite, se eu não estou enganado pelo que eu li. Então, quer dizer, todo mundo pegou muito de surpresa. Até ontem à noite todo mundo, e até hoje de manhã, né? Todo mundo esperava uma apresentação como é feito dos outros grupos, né? Da Ubisoft, Xbox e Bethesda, PC Game Show e tal, né? E não foi, né, Sal?
Não foi. Na verdade, o foco deles não era esse mesmo, né? Mas, inclusive, ele foi abaixo não, foi muito diferente daquilo que era esperado, entendeu? Era esperado que eles falassem... Não era esperado os jogos, lançamentos, nem nada. Mas era esperado, de alguma maneira, que eles anunciassem novidades, certo?
Exato.
E não, eles fizeram um painel com vários desenvolvedores de empresas que também não tem nem ligação mais direta com a Take-Two, entendeu? De ONGs, desse tipo de material. Então, assim, é isso. Na verdade, tem um papel muito importante, é muito válido, mas talvez a forma como isso foi divulgado, como alguma coisa meio que embutida dentro das outras conferências e dos outros conteúdos, tenha criado falsas expectativas.
Exatamente. E acabou criando, sim. Não vamos mentir. Ou se não, é aquilo que eu falei, faltou talvez um pouco de habilidade em falar, olha, gente, o nosso painel vai ser isso. Como eu falei, isso foi nós aqui, pelo menos, da imprensa, ficamos sabendo apenas ontem à noite. E para nós acabou ficando bem noite mesmo, né? Para nós daqui.
Porque era ontem à noite nos Estados Unidos,
Exato.
né? Ontem à noite nos Estados Unidos, no horário do Pacífico, que é normalmente onde eles usam, são quantas horas?
4 horas. 4 horas.
Então, assim, vamos pensar que eles anunciaram isso às 10 da noite, aqui era 2 da manhã.
Então, assim, a gente também foi pego de surpresa. Mas, assim, legal, bacana, nós apoiamos a inclusão de todos os modos, a diversidade, principalmente, isso, graças a Deus, está começando a prosperar no mundo dos games, só que a gente, até nisso também achei, sinceramente, eu assisti um pouco do painel depois, até nisso eu acho que eles falharam também, porque não foi muito inclusivo o painel, como eu falei, quando você fala em inclusão, você tem que ter legenda, você tem que ter intérprete de Libras e tudo mais, eu acho que eles falharam até nisso. Mas tudo bem, o que importa agora é que são 6 da tarde, deve começar, para começar aí, o showzinho, né? O showcase aí da Capcom, eles já vão chamar aí, pra gente ver o que a Capcom trouxe. É uma meia horinha só, mas vamos ver, de repente a gente pode ter alguma surpresinha. Eu acho que não, mas...
Eu também acho que não.
Eu acho que não, acho que vai ter só um recap dos jogos que eles já estão lançando. Então vamos lá, já boto aqui em tela cheia e vamos ver o que a Capcom preparou pra gente.
I'm Tia Hill.
And I'm John Miguel, and we're the
aí nós
hosts of
estamos
Rolling
vendo Rolling
Stone on
Stones.
Twitch.
Yes, and welcome back to E3 2021.
O
We're so
Jefferson
happy that
Neves.
E3 is back this year, and we're
O
really
Jefferson
happy
é o
to be a part
Jefferson,
of
né?
it.
Jefferson Neves
That's
é
right.
o
And you can
Jefferson.
see us anytime you want, 4 to 6 p.m.
Ah, tá.
Eastern
É que
Time
ele falou,
on
quero
weekdays, Monday to
Dragon's
Friday,
Dogma 2.
where we talk
Nossa,
about music
dois
news,
Jeffersons
have
pedindo
live performances,
Dragon's
and
Dogma
have very
2 é
special guests
demais.
come in pretty much every day of the week.
É o mesmo.
Exactly, so definitely make sure you follow
Ele
us
só
on
mudou de
Rolling Stone on
plataforma
Twitch.
agora.
And right now we're going to do one of our favorite segments that we call
Bom, nós estamos com a Rolling Stones no ar aí.
We give them about 10 different
Ou eu
prompts,
estou
and then
muito
we put together a
enganado,
playlist that's
ou eles
available on
estão
our
atrasados
Spotify
lá,
based
né?
on these
Ah, não,
prompts.
é às 6h30, né? O horário da Capcom.
In honor of E3 coming back, and we're doing a
Peraí,
Dream
houve
video
mudanças
game
aí, hein?
That's right. If our channel was a video game, these are the songs that we feel would be the soundtrack to our video game.
Aqui pra
That
mim
we're
agora
currently
no
in.
schedule passou das 2 da tarde para as 2h30, ou seja, 18h30.
that we had on the channel.
It's a beautiful drawing. It is done by Ross Tran from Ross Draws on YouTube.
Cara, eu tenho
he did a great job. He made us
quase que
our different
absoluta
characters. He made Tia
não,
kind of this
era 18h30
hacker
mesmo.
kind of persona, and me this big old meathead with an axe or a guitar axe.
Mas tudo bem, a gente vai fazer o seguinte, vamos fazer um esquenta, vamos ver aí. Saulo, fala um jogo que te surpreendeu ontem lá na conferência do Xbox, vai.
Um jogo que me surpreendeu? Forza Horizon 5, sem dúvida.
Right. This is like, you know, of course, when you start the game,
Certo.
like, you know, the Halo starting screen where you see all those ships flying everywhere.
Nem dúvida, sombra de dúvida sobre isso.
That is kind of like what we're going for here. Maybe not the exact same song.
Boa
Buenas
noite.
What song did you select for our
Nós somos
title screen
trollados.
press start screen?
Capcom começa daqui 27 minutos, tá? Mas não tem problema, a gente vai fazer o seguinte, galera. A gente vai... Já que ele falou que o que surpreendeu foi o trailer do Forza Horizon 2, então a gente vai... Do 5, desculpa. Forza Horizon 2 é ótimo, né?
Faz tempo, hein?
Faz tempo, né? Então,
É jogo de lançamento do Xbox One.
Então vamos acompanhar aí, então... Vamos acompanhar o... Aí, ó. Que bonito.
Eu não estou vendo nada.
Não, calma aqui, que toda vez que eu faço a mudança aqui, eu preciso passar pra vocês, galera.
Mas eu vi já a galera fazendo, porque teve um painel agora há pouco da IGN falando sobre o jogo.
Tem informações do jogo também.
Vai manter o que aconteceu no Forza Horizon 4, né? Que, por exemplo, o Series X vai fazer a mesma coisa do One X, que era 4K 30 frames ou 1080p 60. Então, parece que o Flight Simulator também vai ser a 30.
Isso, e tem mais uma informação então. Ele não vai ter Ray Tracing, tá, galera? Somente no modo... Como que chama aquele modo de foto dele?
Photo Mode mesmo, eu não lembro se tem um nome.
Ele tem um nome agora. Força... Eu já acho aqui. Eu acho aqui pra vocês. Quer ver? Ele tem um nomezinho estranho, mas ele não vai ter Ray Tracing, tá? No jogo não, isso tá confirmado já. A prova desenvolvida.
Eu acho que esse jogo já tá sendo desenvolvido há um tempo, né? Porque, por exemplo, pela lógica seria a vez do Forza Motorsport, não do Horizon. O último lançado foi o Forza Horizon 4.
Provavelmente ele tá usando a mesma engine, né?
Isso, ela só foi portada pros videogames novos e não totalmente atualizada, né?
Exato, deixa eu só pegar aqui que eu agora esqueci aqui, cara, ele tem um nomezinho.
Xbox Game Pass.
Aí, ó. Boa. Vocês querem ver mais algum trailer? Vamos ver o trailer aqui do Sea of Thieves aqui, que também ficou legal.
Você conhece o app da Mob?
Só que
Nele
não
dá pra
precisava
testar o produto
entrar o
que você
comercial,
está de
né?
olho usando realidade.
Comercial não
quase impossível comercial hoje no YouTube, né?
Tá. Um que eu gostei, queria tanto lembrar o nome agora, não tô achando aqui. É só no sistema de foto dele que ele vai ter o Ray Tracing.
An ill wind blows from beyond the horizon. A new danger is coming on the tides. And the one who might stop this ruin, trapped for all forever in the sea of the damned. Now to save the pirate life, you must start by saving the life of one.
Cara, eu gostei muito desse trailer.
Oh, didn't realize we had company. Captain Jack Sparrow. But I suspect you already
Uma
knew.
Forza Vista.
Ah, tá. É que é tão, tipo, né?
É tão...
Tão desnecessário, na verdade, ter um nome, um modo foto.
And if it's not stopped, this world will sink into shadow.
The sea holds many secrets.
Ah, a new body at last.
All I can do is show you the way.
From what I hear of this so-called Sea of Thieves,
Depois você põe o trailer do Martha's Dead.
Qual? Desculpa, deu uma cortada, não te ouvi.
Martha is Dead.
Ah, do Martha's Dead? Qual?
É bem legal.
Então faz o seguinte, a hora que acabar esse trailer, só fala um pouquinho, que eu tenho que fazer uma transição aqui, aí eu já acho o Martha's Dead aqui. E a gente já passa assim, depois disso aí mesmo. A gente vai passando uns trailers que rodou aí da E3, vocês vão falando, eu vou colocando aqui, pra gente ir falando. Esse jogo, eu até comentei com o Saulo, Sea of Thieves, é um jogo que a Rare deu uma volta por cima nele, né? Porque o jogo tinha sido flopado total. E a Rare batalhou, e depois, principalmente que saiu no PC, né? O jogo deslanchou. Aí sim, ele tá sempre entre os 10, 15 jogos mais jogados na Steam. Então ele acabou dando certo. Até porque tem crossplay, né? Entre Xbox e PC. E tá legal.
Tá no Game Pass, né?
Tá no Game Pass.
Você comprar o jogo. E todas
as Xbox quando você comprava.
Então todas as atualizações que chegam no jogo chegam gratuitamente, porque ela tá no Game Pass. Falando de Rare, já que você puxou aí, o Everwild, não sei se você lembra, que foi mostrado na conferência da Microsoft no ano passado, o novo jogo da Rare, não apareceu esse ano porque ele sofreu um reboot. O jogo não tava andando, não tava funcionando, ele sofreu um reboot. E um dos devs mais assim antigos de casa, né, que sobraram na Rare, né, dos mais antigos, assumiu o projeto agora pra tocar ele. Então, quem sabe a gente vai ter que esperar bastante pelo projeto novo da Rare, o Everwild.
Eu acho que vai demorar assim um pouquinho, porque a Rare, eu não sei como que tá a Rare hoje, né, se tá com bastante gente ou não. Então vamos lá, vamos ver será que vocês pediram Martha is Dead? Vamos ver o trailer que foi apresentado na E3.
Martha!
Yes, Julia?
Galera que tá nos assistindo, seja por onde for, pode mandar uma mensagem pra gente, tá ao vivaço, 6 horas e 9 minutos, mostrando um pouquinho do que, alguns trailers aqui de tudo que já foi apresentado na E3. Nossa, o trailer é um agradecimento à higiene, tá? Obrigado, gente.
But one day, in a fit of jealousy, the man drowned the young woman. Too much love brought death.
How can love also be so bad?
This is something you will learn with age, Poppet. The man confessed, so he was hanged in the middle of the very same lake where he had killed his beloved. They searched everywhere, but the girl's body was never found. Since then, the spirit of the girl, known as the White Lady, wanders restlessly in search of relief from her eternal suffering. Only the life of another young woman can give the lady a moment of peace.
That's always terrible to hear. I'll never get used to it.
You never get used to that kind of pain, my sparrow. But those in great pain can attempt to evoke the lady
Ricardo e Saulo, se
through a
quiserem
dark
comentar,
ritual
pode comentar
and
assim, tá?
magic of the tarot.
Não, na verdade eu conheço um pouco do jogo porque eu acompanho ele há um tempo já. Ele, assim, a história é basicamente o seguinte. A Marta, o Ricardo pode me corrigir se eu falar alguma coisa errada. A Marta
está morta.
Não, literalmente, óbvio. Mas não é isso que eu ia falar. É esse trailer que a gente acabou de ver, chama The White Lady.
A princesa Isabel.
Fiquei sobre ele ontem. A White Lady é o espírito de uma alma torturada e assassinada, cujo único objetivo é buscar um momento de alívio arrastando os outros pra água. Foi esse trailer que a gente viu, né? Então, o que a gente... Peraí, minha voz tá dando retorno.
Eu não posso botar. É que o Ricardo pediu pra eu mandar para as telas, a minha tela do OBS, mas se eu mandar a minha tela do OBS vai dar retorno pra vocês. Não dá, eu preciso mandar.
Só sugerir pra ele colocar a tela com a câmera dele pra não mostrar que a gente tá só repetindo coisas sem motivo, entendeu?
Sim, tudo bem.
Mas eu tô.
Eu só estranhei, mas eu vou continuar falando. O trailer que a gente viu é o seguinte: é a conversa da relação da Júlia, que é a menina. A menina não, a babá, né? A menina e a babá. A menina e a Júlia. E daí ela tenta convencer a babá a contar essa história, né, do trailer. Então a questão é que assim, essa história da The White Lady e consequentemente Martha is Dead é baseada numa lenda italiana real. Entendeu?
É verdade, eu tinha visto isso no press release.
Então assim, ele vai ser lançado em 2021 ainda para PC, PlayStation 5 e Xbox Series, né? Os dois Series.
4 também.
Não, no release oficial eles tiraram o PlayStation 4.
Tiraram porque aí no trailer tá.
Então, mas no release eles tiraram isso daí, sei lá. E é isso, né? Eu vou colocar o link aqui da notícia se alguém quiser dar uma conferida, porque o negócio é pesado.
Eu vou passar então, enquanto isso, vamos ver um pouquinho lá da Square Enix. Vou passar um trailerzinho de um jogo que todo mundo gostou lá na conferência da Square.
I'm here to kill chaos. That's my mission. Looks like chaos has been waiting for us.
You gonna make us go in there and find you? Alardeado, né?
Guess we'll just show ourselves here.
I only know one thing. I want to kill chaos.
O legal é que a Cortex é boa quando se trata de luta, né? Então a gente pode esperar a parte de luta desse jogo muito bem feita.
Porque é o pessoal que fez Rio, né?
Rio.
You sure chaos is here?
Mas você percebe que ele é um hack and slash no mundo do Final Fantasy. E uma das coisas que eu não consigo ter certeza, até mesmo vendo o material oficial que a Square divulgou, o que dá a entender que isso se passa mais ou menos por ele chamar Final Fantasy Origin, né? Origin. Aquele personagem que aparece no final, o Chaos, tem alguma ligação com os primeiros Final Fantasies.
Foi o que eu achei também, mas eu não tinha certeza, então foi bom você falar.
Sabe por quê que eu fiquei nessa dúvida, mas eu não consegui ter certeza ainda? Porque num outro trailer que a Square mostrou aquele relançamento dos 6 primeiros Final Fantasies clássicos para Steam e Mobile, um dos primeiros personagens que aparece remete a esse. Entendeu? Então, o que dá a entender é que é uma história paralela de ação, né, hack and slash, que se passaria em algum momento entre os primeiros Final Fantasies. Talvez depois do primeiro pro segundo, alguma coisa assim, entendeu?
Não, legal que até tem tudo a ver mesmo.
Se for isso, vai ser muito legal. Pode ser que eu tenha entendido totalmente errado e seja só mais um personagem comum dentro da história. Mas o que consta no material oficial que eles divulgaram é que você vai lutar contra inimigos comuns na série, entendeu? Você vai ter personagens comuns que apareceram em vários Final Fantasy que serão os inimigos, não vai ser simplesmente novos inimigos, novos personagens.
Não, show de bola. Ô, Ricardo, qual que você fala mais um aí que você quer ver aí? Enquanto isso, eu vou passar esse aqui que é curtinho, que é exatamente o que o Saulo tava falando dos jogos, os 6 primeiros jogos do Final Fantasy chegando aí para PC e dispositivos mobiles.
Eu não tenho certeza se é esse trailer ou aquele das colaborações, sabe? Que o primeiro Final Fantasy faz colaboração com o mobile.
Ah, tá. O que o Kogo faz com o Brave Exus, é isso?
É um dos dois. Eu lembro que um dos primeiros, ainda que no momento eu falei, mas entrou uma musiquinha, eu falei, peraí, é Dragon Quest? Daí não, daí eles mostraram que era...
Não, aqui é assim, filho. Aqui eu acho que é isso aqui que você tá falando, então eu vou soltá-lo. Aí você fala pra mim se é ou não, mas eu acho que é esse aqui.
Eu acho que era ele mesmo.
Que é a colaboração que ele tá fazendo realmente, Final Fantasy, né?
Que é o Final Fantasy original.
Hã? É uma festa de Final Fantasy.
Nossa!
Sim, nossa senhora. Se você for pegar os spin-offs e os original,
não acaba mais.
Não, esse também é bem curtinho aqui, não deu nada. Ricardo, fala um aí que você gostou na E3 aí pra nós passar pra galera assistir aí.
Não sei, cara. Sinceramente, eu não sei.
Coloca aquele novo da Bethesda lá, que eu achei legal, o Redfall.
O Redfall.
Nossa, você achou legal?
Eu achei.
Tão normal.
Genérico, mas eu achei legal a proposta.
Igualzinho a apresentação da Microsoft inteira, genérica.
Não, tinha coisa pra caramba, vai. É que o seu gosto é difícil de agradar.
Cara, nada que me agrada lá. Nada. Então. Só o Forza. O Forza mesmo, eu não gostando, eu sei da importância do Forza, entendeu? Não sou hipócrita de falar que é ruim. Mas achei bem fraca a apresentação.
Eu achei
sério,
boa.
Cara. Não mostraram nada. Você fala, nossa, eu preciso desse jogo. É tudo da Bethesda, praticamente.
Vai ter outro evento agora no dia 16, que eles vão mostrar aí sim do Xbox Games Studios mesmo, né? Eles meio que na E3 eles acabaram focando exatamente na Bethesda. O que mais eu odeio, mas tá virando moda, e isso não é um problema só do Xbox, é que são trailers. A gente não vê gameplay. Isso me irrita. 80% de tudo que foi mostrado, ou até mais, 90%, era apenas trailers. A gente não viu nada de gameplay dos jogos. E, por exemplo...
Eles fazem simplesmente o trailer pra ver se vai dar retorno. Por exemplo, esse aí. Eu achei chato. Sinceramente, achei um multiplayer genericão, obviamente. Mas assim, tipo, se der retorno, se o pessoal falar, nossa, esse jogo vai ser legal... Aí eles dão um passinho a mais na produção do jogo. Mas primeiro eles mostram a proposta. Depois eles se arriscam, entendeu? Se não der nada, eles fingem que nada aconteceu.
Por exemplo, eu vou dar 2 exemplos que me irritaram. Eu gostei, tá, galera? Não sobre o Ricardo, eu gostei. Eu achei a apresentação bem pé no chão. Não achei nada de anormal, assim. Não achei, né? Faz aí, Ricardo, por favor.
Precisava de alguma coisa.
Uau.
Faz um
né?
uau.
É o uau.
É o uau.
Não, uau é quando eu tô sendo...
Quando é ruim,
né? Tá, não.
Mas é ruim.
Desculpa.
Uau, nossa, uau, que legal.
Então, tá, não, beleza. Não teve. O próprio... Aí é que tá. Essa é a grande diferença e que eu vou citar agora. Quando eles abriram com o Starfield, correto? É um jogo muito esperado pela comunidade, já que o Starfield está sendo produzido há muito tempo. Entendeu? A própria Bethesda já tinha falado no anúncio do Starfield, quando só mostrou o logo, que já fazia 3 anos que eles estavam trabalhando no jogo do Starfield. Beleza. Deram uma data. Se eu não me engano é 22 de novembro do ano que vem, de 22, né? 22/11/22. Tá ótimo, bacana, ficamos contentes. Tivemos o trailer, bacana, ficamos contentes. Galera, um jogo que está sendo produzido há 5 anos, faltando 1 ano e meio pra chegar e não ter um gameplay, eu acho que tem problema. Eu acho que é um jogo que tá com problema.
muito embolado, digamos assim.
Aí,
né?
beleza. Aí nós tivemos Halo. Beleza. Tivemos uma cena, apenas uma ceninha lá, onde o Master Chief aparece no espaço.
Player, na verdade, teve cena, né, de gameplay, que o resto não foi.
Não, aquela do Master Chief foi da campanha. Sabe aquela do Master Chief?
Aquilo lá não pareceu gameplay, pareceu uma cena.
Não, uma cena, foi um trailer, não foi um CG. Não foi nada, Tá, beleza. Aí, beleza. Não, tudo bem. Vamos então mostrar o gameplay do multiplayer. Galera, se você somar o vídeo, se você cortar o vídeo só mostrando o gameplay não dá 1 minuto e um pouquinho, dá um pouquinho mais de 1 minuto, acho que 1 minuto e 5. É muito pouco, galera. É muito pouco para um jogo que está sendo desenvolvido há 5 anos e foi gasto 500 milhões de dólares. Entendeu?
Eles alegam que esse valor tá incluindo a nova engine, né? Que uma engine não é barata, a gente sabe.
Sim.
Mas, viu? Sei lá, né?
Não, é essa. Eu gostei, eu também gostei desse da proposta desse jogo, achei bem legal. Mas assim, é trailer. Eu já tô vacinado contra trailer, galera. Eu gosto de ver gameplay. Eu gosto de ver...
Falando de gameplay, a gente tem que tirar... Então tem que dar os parabéns pra Square Enix e pra Eidos Montreal, né? Que mostraram 20 minutos de jogo. Entre trailer e gameplay do Guardiões da Galáxia.
Guardiões da Galáxia, né? Eu vou até achar o Guardiões da Galáxia aqui, mas aquele trailer, eu curti.
Tem 11 minutos aquele gameplay, né?
Eu vou achar eles aqui. Mas assim, cara, eu tenho também minhas ressalvas. Eu gostei, volto a falar, gostei, mas eu tenho muitas ressalvas, com muitos asteriscos. Entendeu? Porque eu não tô mais gostando, eu acho que as empresas não estão entendendo o que o pessoal quer. Sabe? Essas empresas precisam entender que o público quer gameplay. Não quer mais essa coisa de ficar mostrando CGI e não ter mais data para lançar. Isso é outra coisa também que tá irritando muito. Não tem data para lançar. Vamos ver aí, ó. Os Guardiões da Galáxia, que eu gostei bastante.
Quem gosta muito de fazer esse negócio de trailer filmadinho é a empresa, a Blizzard. Né?
Sim.
Sempre. Você vai ver o Diablo. Nossa, puta trailer.
Aí quando você vai ver a imagem isométrica, né? Porque quem não conhece Diablo, vê aqueles trailers, acha que é em terceira pessoa. E não é um jogo com visão isométrica e tudo mais. Né?
Ai, gente. É igual o trailer de League of Legends, tipo, é lindo, mas você vai ver o jogo e não tem nada a ver com aquilo. Entendeu? É uma representação do que seria o gameplay, entendeu?
Não, eu gostava de CG em 1997.
Quando apareceu o Final Fantasy VII.
Exato, sabe? Eu jogava o Final Fantasy, fazia CG, eu jogava todo o jogo. Não entendia nada do jogo japonês. Eu só queria ver CG, cara. Eu tinha gravado em fita VHS. Nossa senhora. Eu gravava CGs em fita VHS.
É que depois dá pra você montar um filme, né? Só com a CG.
Não dá pra entender nada. Tá suportando.
Não dá porque tá tentando ler.
Eu queria ver de novo, eu voltava ali, em vez de jogava de videogame. E a resolução da fita VHS não era tão diferente do próprio videogame.
Não mesmo.
Não, na verdade a VHS, se gravasse na melhor qualidade, ela tem uma resolução mais alta do que o videogame fazia.
Tem um filminho um pouco passado.
Mas eu gostei do Guardiões da Galáxia. Eu vi um comentário de uma galera falando que achou que tá no mesmo naipe do Marvel's Avengers. Eu acho que não. Eles usam a mesma engine, é verdade. Sim.
Isso sim, né? Mas
não
visualmente ele remete, mas só de não ser um jogo, o famoso Game as a Service, já é um favor. Pelo menos aparentemente não é, né?
Não, eles falaram. Pode até ser que tenha alguma coisa, mas ele é single player. Eu acho que pode ser que eles vendam alguma DLC, alguma coisa
Aí tudo bem, é normal, entendeu? O problema é querer forçar um jogo que você tem que ficar se dedicando o resto da vida.
Isso é muito legal.
Marcelo, você consegue voltar um pouquinho esse trailer só pra gente ver a jaqueta dele aí?
Opa, você quer a jaqueta?
Eu quero a jaqueta de costa. Eu quero a jaqueta de costa.
Puta vida, agora você me pegou. Ele quer ver a jaqueta.
Eu quero
cena...
o logo que tá escrito.
Nessa cena final aparece?
Né? Oi? Aparece, pode voltar um pouco, pode voltar.
Tá, eu vou colocar na cena final agora aqui. Galera, você sabe que aqui pedidos é uma ordem.
Não começou o negócio da Capcom ainda, né?
Não, falta 4 minutos.
Então tá bom. Então no final não dá pra enxergar.
Ah, não?
É na hora que ele tá brigando lá, não.
E aí,
lá
onde
atrás,
será
lá.
que eu vou encontrar aqui?
Eu não sei se... É que eu assisti
aqui,
só um...
Aí, ó. Star-Lord.
Então, eu acho que dá pra dar um zoomzinho nela ali. Ela fica maior. Vou mostrar pra vocês de onde que é essa fonte aí.
Ah, é? Então...
Não sei se no filme falar isso. Eu só assisti o primeiro, não gostei, não assisti o segundo. É Marvel. Pra mim, Marvel não vai. Mas é dessa banda aí, ó. Tô mandando pra vocês no WhatsApp.
Manda aí. Mas pode falar pra galera que tá assistindo a gente aqui.
Eu não consigo ler. Def
Leopard.
Ah, do Def Leppard.
É isso que eu ia perguntar, se era Leopard que tava escrito ali.
Mas se você der uma... Tem uma hora que mostra certinho o que tá escrito atrás da jaqueta dele. Aí não dá pra enxergar, não.
Tá, eu só tô parando aqui porque eu já vou voltar lá com o pessoal da E3. Se vocês quiserem, acabei de saber que a Capcom está transmitindo. Eu vou pegar então pela Capcom Brasil, que provavelmente vai ter legenda.
Verdade, né? Como eles fizeram. Só dá um toque ali no ao vivo, que o seu não tá.
Pronto,
passa o mouse ali na janelinha e ativa o ao vivo.
No meu?
Olha ali embaixo, do lado do volume. Tem que ficar vermelho o ao vivo. Do lado do volume, Marcelo.
Do lado do volume. Ah, não sabia. Mas por que não ficou aquela hora, então?
Você ainda não fez, mas tudo bem.
Já fiz aqui, ó.
Ah, tá.
Já fiz.
Isso aí.
Não sabia disso. Isso é novo pra mim.
Porque quando fica assim, quando tá vermelhinho, quer dizer que ele tá o mais atualizado possível. Ele tá pegando, tipo, feed direto mesmo. Quando ele não fica, quer dizer que ele fez, tipo, um buffer. Se você pausar o vídeo, por exemplo, ele vai continuar a partir de onde você pausou.
Ah lá,
se
pessoal.
Você tocar nisso daí, ele atualiza o vídeo e volta pra onde tá de verdade.
Entendi. Então tá bom lá. Eu recebendo aulas de YouTube. Obrigado, professor Saulo Fernandes.
Mas eu também não sabia disso, tá? Só pra avisar. Eu sempre saía do YouTube e entrava de novo no vídeo que eu tava assistindo.
Não, em algumas situações ele não vai chegar, tipo assim, você não vai perder o delay que você estava, entendeu? Vamos supor, você tá com um delay de 5 segundos, ele não vai corrigir. Você vai ter que dar um F5, atualizar a tela, se tiver no celular vai ter que atualizar, enfim. Mas isso é uma forma de você tentar sempre se manter o mais próximo possível do que está sendo transmitido naquele momento.
Ah, muito legal.
Caramba, também não sabia não. Então, enquanto não começa
eu
aqui...
não preciso mais sair do vídeo, então é só apertar aqui no ao vivo que ele vai.
Vocês estão vendo aí a tela? Estão, né?
Aham.
O feed tá com vocês aí, né? Então tá, porque toda vez que eu mudo dá um feed diferente. Bom, galera, estamos aí... Tá a tela aí, né? Vocês estão no Fique Ligado.
Você tá, né?
Eu tô.
Agora que eu tô vendo aqui.
Tô aqui enquanto a gente vai esperando, então. Eu acho que não tem muito o que esperar, né?
Loadingzinho aí, né?
Oi?
Podia ter um loadingzinho nessa tela aí.
Tipo, né?
A tela travada, parece que não tá acontecendo nada.
Então, exato. O pessoal da Capcom, eu acho que é porque deve ser gravado. Mas podiam, né? O pessoal gravou, quando chegava em 15 minutos, eles entravam ao vivo, né? Com aquela gravação, uma contagemzinha.
Ele faz isso, pô?
De 15 minutos, né? Deixa eu só ver uma coisa aqui.
Você podia colocar no da E3, tá? Que a E3 já começou.
Já começou da E3?
Já. Tá passando o logo da Capcom lindo.
Então, peraí. Isso aqui, meu amigo.
Ó, legal, hein, Sal? Obrigada.
Nós já estamos começando, hein?
Ah, então começou aí, ó.
Vamos lá, então.
Eu não tô vendo nada.
Ah, não, né? Vocês não estão vendo agora. Verdade. Peraí que eu vou mandar o feed pra vocês. Ah, peraí, galera. Peraí. Eu acho que agora eu
Welcome
tenho...
to the Capcom E3 Showcase. I'm your host, Rachel
Aê,
Querico,
agora sim.
aka Seltzer, and I'll be your guide as we walk through the latest releases, news, and updates from Capcom. We'll hear from the Resident Evil Village team, share some news from the world of Monster Hunter, and get the latest on Ace Attorney. Then
Isso aí,
we'll
galera,
wrap up with
começando
some
então a
updates from our
Capcom
friends at
e com
Capcom
legendas em
Fighters.
português.
So what are we waiting for? Let's get started.
Thiago Bonito
Our
está com a
first
gente
stop
também,
today,
assistindo
Resident
pela
Evil
TV.
Village.
Boa live a todos.
The
Áudio
Resident
perfeito.
Evil franchise continues to pioneer the latest and greatest in survival horror. The team has been blown away by the response to Resident Evil Village, which launched last month. It brought the world another chapter in this decades-long story as the franchise celebrates its 25th anniversary this year. I'm honored to be able to introduce Tsuyoshi Kanda, producer on Resident Evil Village, with a special message for the fans.
Another time.
Bye-bye.
There's nothing to fear.
Where's Rose? She's everything to me.
I think it's time you left things in my hands. Go on, rest now.
Resident Evil Village, que tava vendendo horrores, hein?
Hi everyone, my name is Tsuyoshi Kanda, producer on Resident Evil Village. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank everyone who's
Essa aí
praised
na
since we
sua
launched the
barra
game
do
in May.
Windows, Marcelo.
We
Eu sei,
hope you're
só que eu
enjoying this
não
new
tô
chapter
conseguindo
in
mudar.
survival horror. As a reminder,
Por isso que
everyone
tá.
who
Eu vou,
purchased
assim que eles
Resident Evil
voltar no
Village will
apresentador, eu
gain free
vou...
access to our
Tudo
online
bem.
multiplayer title, Resident Evil Reverse,
Ele não
where
tá dando
players
opção
go
de
head-to-head
tirar.
with their favorite Resident Evil heroes and bioweapons. I'm now happy to announce that Resident Evil Reverse will go live next month across
Ah lá,
all supported
Resident Evil
platforms.
Reverse
So
chega
head
então
into
em
the fray
julho.
to celebrate the Resident Evil 25th anniversary.
Conteúdo adicional para Resident Evil Village em breve.
Thank you,
aí
Kanda-san,
sim.
for that wonderful update. Next up,
Espero
some
que seja
long-awaited news from the
história.
world of Monster Hunter. Whether it's adventuring alongside monsters or battling them with friends, we've got something for you. First, let's dive into the brand new story-based RPG entry to the series, Monster Hunter Stories 2: Wings of Ruin.
Esse tá bonito, hein?
Tá.
É a Capcom esfregando na cara das outras thirds que o Switch aguenta rodar coisa bonita que eles querem.
É legal ó, avisar que esse jogo é exclusivo pro Nintendo Switch, né? Só.
Né?
Ah, mas o PC vai chegar só daqui um ano, né?
Ele chega, isso. E é a R-Engine, né? A engine do Resident Evil.
Exato.
But I heard that Guardian Ratha had survived and returned to Hekola Island. I went there to see Red's old monster again. Then, of course, that's when I met you.
You were given Red's kinship stone and now a Rathalos egg. This is destiny.
This is the legendary monster, Ray's Wing Ratha, the monster with the wings of ruin.
It's said that a beat of its wings can bring about waves of destruction.
Many people believe there's a connection between the strange happenings and the wings of ruin. The pits are appearing everywhere, and they're emitting a strange light.
whole idea of forming kinship with monsters. How do you control them?
Esse tá dando uma coceira de jogar ele, viu?
Monsters have riders of their own will.
Sabe por quê? Eu acho os gráficos dele mais bonitos do que o estilo, não o gráfico. O estilo mais bonito do que o...
É, porque ele é mais cartoonizado, né?
É o estilo de Digimon, e aí, galera?
Isso aí, fala Jefferson. Agora tá a equipe completa aqui.
Why are all of these pits appearing? And who are those people who want to take Ratha for themselves? All I
Ricardo,
have
bem
are
que eles
questions.
podiam lançar esse IVR, hein?
If there's worry or doubt in your voice, Ratha will become anxious too.
Pokémonzinho VR.
That you will protect him no matter what. I can sense the flames of his life force weakening. The burden of such great
Cara, isso tá
power
parecendo pra caramba.
is too much for his body to bear.
Ah, não. Não. Gente Impact parece Breath of the Wild.
Eu ia falar.
Esse parece mesmo. É aquele da Ubi também, o Immortals Phoenix Rise também.
You can groove with fellow humans.
They have the power of kinship.
Amanhã é dia, hein? Bafo do Selvagem 2.
Eu sou o único que tô achando, cara. Tô achando que amanhã vai mostrar.
Eu acho que alguma coisa talvez eles mostrem, mas não de data nem nada. Mas eu acho que eles mostram.
Bem não. Galera, seja bem-vindo, galera que está nos assistindo. E aí está Monster Hunter Stories. Galera, só vou fazer uma parada aqui, mas é muito rápida. Só para eu mudar aqui os meus títulos aqui, porque senão vocês vão ficar sem vê-los.
What?
Calma aí, galera. Meus títulos que eu falo, minhas fontes aqui.
Tá.
Agora sim.
Só você mandar pra nós de novo.
E eu mando pra vocês aí. Olha lá, a versão de teste dia 25 de junho. Então, Saulão, por favor.
Sim, senhor. Mas baixa no Switch, né? Grava um gameplay.
Switch, nossa, que tá com os controles.
Opa. Acho que eu mandei tela errada pra vocês. Isso,
Ela tá travada, coitada. Agora foi.
sim.
Ai, os amigos, que lindos.
Looks pretty epic,
Quero
right?
todos.
And how about that announcement? The canine
Quero
companion
todos.
Palamute from Monster Hunter Rise will be joining Monster Hunter Stories 2 as one of the new monsties in the first free title update coming soon after the game's release. You can get an early peek at the game with the Monster Hunter Stories 2 Wings of Ruin trial version starting on June 25th, which also carries your progress over to the full game release just a few weeks later on July 9th. That's not the only way to join the hunt. Millions of you made Monster Hunter Rise a huge success earlier this year, and we have even more content coming, including a new collaboration on the Rise. Let's find out more.
Sejamos sinceros, a Capcom deu uma volta por cima, mas quem puxou ela foi o Monster Hunter World, né?
Sem dúvida.
Let's go! Se tornou o jogo mais vendido da história da Capcom. E o Rise tá indo muito bem, viu? Diga-se de passagem.
Então, é aquela coisa, né? Eles olharam e viram que existe um mercado, não só no mercado japonês, mas como um mercado mundial. Né?
Se tornou um sucesso mundial, né? E detalhe, que o Rise tá só no Switch por enquanto. Na hora que ele chegar no PC, ele passa um Word, ou encosta.
Com certeza vai passar.
Eu também acho que
passa. Porque só no Switch ele já vendeu mais de 30, parece.
Porque o Word já tá meio que saturado, né? Vamos dizer assim. A galera já cansou. Eu nunca fui fã de Monster Hunter, mas quando eu joguei o World no PC com os amigos, cara, a experiência é sensacional. O corpo é muito bom.
Na verdade a gente só não joga, no caso que a gente, eu falo eu, Marcelo e o Ricardo, porque a gente não se junta pra jogar, porque os três têm ele no PlayStation.
É verdade. E é muito gostoso, sim. Eu e o Sol jogamos co-op antes do lançamento, né, Sol?
A única coisa que eu não curto dele é o farm extremo, né? Que é um jogo de grind mesmo.
Total.
Então, sem dúvida.
Roupas especiais.
Eu vou falar uma coisa que eu falei pro Saulo uma vez, que eu acho que é um jogo que não precisava ter tanto item, sabe? Ele tem uma proposta muito mais fácil de ser jogado, mas ele tem tanto item, cara, tanta coisa, tanto colecionável que cansa jogar.
Monster Hunter, você fala?
É isso, Monster Hunter.
There has never been a better time to be a Monster Hunter
mas eu acho que eles estão
fan. With all the new
aprendendo, isso é
updates
uma
to Monster
coisa
Hunter Rise and
que
the
mais,
launch of Monster
quando eles
Hunter
vierem mais
Stories
pro
2 this summer.
ocidente,
We
eu
can't
acho que
wait
eles
to
vão
hear
começar a
about your own
diminuir isso.
stories of adventure.
Na verdade, isso eu acho que vai ficar mais como uma questão
Capcom has in
estética e
store
não
for
tão
us this
necessária
July.
pro gameplay.
Fans of Phoenix Wright will have new chapters to explore with the release of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. North American and European future attorneys will finally be able to get their hands on the Great Ace Attorney Adventures and the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve, which were previously
Essa
only
série é muito
available in
famosa no
Japan.
DS, né?
You'll travel back in time to the late 19th century
e,
Japan and London
os outros jogos
to
só
play as
estavam sendo lançados
Ryunosuke
no Japão, né?
Naruhodo,
Agora
Phoenix
vão
Wright's ancestor, in this
trazer eles para o
action-packed
ocidente.
prequel. Now,
Porque
let's hear more about the
pesa
story.
muito na questão de texto, né?
So then, let us unravel this mystery.
Welcome to the centre of the world. Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
This country is incredible. I will become a lawyer. I have to.
That's one anime, né?
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Who are you? Sherlock Holmes. You must have heard of me.
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san.
Let us engage in the art of deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, what have we here?
Caramba,
It
meu,
would
agora que
seem
eu tô
the
prestando
truth
atenção, mas tá
is
bonito
now
mesmo, hein?
tantalizingly
Muito
close.
bonito.
The defense demands its right to a cross-examination.
É um jogo que...
Objection! Your testimony completely contradicts the facts.
Ah, não, não tem como, né? Ele é muito restritivo, né? Se não tiver a localização.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage!
Saiu pra Switch?
Eu acho que ele não só pro Switch, ele vai sair pra quase tudo, se eu não me engano.
Cara, não tô lembrando de cabeça agora. Vai sair pra
Não,
PS4
mas
e
só
Switch.
não sai no Xbox.
So we have 10 new
Então,
cases
só não sai no
and
Xbox.
8 mini escapades where you can take on the role of a defense attorney. Now, we all want to see some gameplay, right?
7 de julho.
Let's take a closer first look at 2 gameplay features new to the franchise in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles: Dance of Deduction and Summation Examination.
Faça a mínima ideia do que seja isso, mas tudo bem.
I'm John, Capcom's marketing brand manager.
Pequenos spoilers estão incluídos.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
Where to?
The Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
The Capcom team is thrilled to present 2 new gameplay features, Dance of Deduction and Summation Examination, coming to the Ace Attorney series.
Dance of Deduction.
É a dança da dedução.
Sherlock Holmes, ó.
Aquele negócio que tinha no
Players will
Sin
come across
City, né?
conspicuous situations
Isso, deve ser
that
tipo isso
require
mesmo.
further examination.
Sherlock
Falar
Holmes.
de Sin City.
Ah, ele aí, ó.
And the brilliance
É o
of
Sherlock
deduction
Holmes,
from
esse aí.
Detective
É, o Sherlock Holmes. É.
Detetive Herlock.
É.
Falar de
Sherlock
Sin
Holmes.
City. Isso.
Sherlock Holmes.
Falar de Sin City, a produtora lançou ontem um vídeo novo do novo jogo do Sherlock Holmes. Uma animação produzida pelo pessoal que fez Death, Love and Robots.
Ah, que legal. É o Chapter 1, né? Agora, né? Vai chamar o jogo.
Isso.
Nossa, mas o trailer do primeiro trailer que saiu é ruim, hein?
Então, eu não vou afirmar sobre esse, porque assim, eu vi, mas é uma animação bem diferente. Não é muito parecido com o primeiro.
Eu tô falando do jogo.
Ah, não, mas agora a equipe nem sei se é a mesma. Porque teve todo aquele rolo. Teve todo aquele rolo da desenvolvedora com a publisher. Então, muita coisa mudou lá.
É verdade, muita coisa mudou mesmo. Ali o time deve ser até de produção, deve ser outro. Mas eu não vou entrar no mérito de se tá bom ou não, porque eu ainda não parei pra olhar direito.
digo em relação ao antigo, sabe?
Não, sim,
Parece que
eu
mesmo
entendi.
sobre mecânica.
Ryunosuke
Parece a
and
mecânica
Susato
do Singing
will then
City.
discuss
assim,
to
que
correct the
É
flaws
exatamente
in
isso.
Herlock's deduction.
ruinzinho de jogar.
Mas o Sinking City eu tenho a impressão que você teve um tempo que você gostou
At
dele,
this
vai.
point, players will be prompted to search for clues that help identify the
Cara, não
errors
sei te
in the
falar, eu acho que eu tava
detective's
só
logic and reveal
intrigado.
the truth to the mystery.
Ah, igualzinho mesmo, Sherlock Holmes.
As players present new evidence and observations, Herlock will amend his deductions based on the new information. Upon uncovering the truth, Ryunosuke and Herlock enter into a semi-metaphorical, semi-literal dance that brings them to the conclusion of the dance of deduction.
Caramba, ainda não mostrou exatamente o que é a dança.
Realmente tá escrito Herlock Sholmes.
É, Herlock Sholmes.
Nossa, eu achei que você tinha zoado, eu não tinha visto que tava Sholmes.
Sim.
Olha lá. É um absurdo. Mas é legal. Virou uma piada.
Uma maneira de se fazer referência sem pagar royalties. Olha que beleza. Desenvolvedor japonês é mestre em fazer isso.
Verdade, né? Teve alguns casos emblemáticos onde precisou mudar os nomes pra poder vir pro ocidente. Elementar.
In courtroom battles, players will attempt to convince 6 jurors of the innocence of their client. Their progress will be displayed and represented by 2 scales of justice, one black, representing a guilty verdict, and one white, representing a not guilty verdict.
Objection!
In summation examination, take the stand to face off against the jurors, all of whom provide explanations as to why they've reached their guilty verdict.
O mais legal é que a
You'll have to
jurada número
identify
2 é uma
conflicting statements
governanta
and
e ela
sway
vai
the jury in
exatamente
your
vestida
favor.
de governanta.
Examine each statement carefully and select 2 contradicting jurors to call out the flaws in their logic.
Estereótipo é tudo.
Objection!
Tem um jogo. Como é que chama? Birdman?
Be ready to
Parece
provide
isso aí.
evidence from the court record to help prove the contradiction in their claim.
Deixa eu pesquisar.
É de jurado também?
When you successfully point out one of these
inclusive tem um
contradictions
desenho, se eu
among
não
the
me
jurors,
engano, na
you might
Netflix.
just change their minds too.
Não é
With
Birdman.
a slam of their fist, each juror you persuade will send a fiery ball towards the scales above and literally tip the scales of justice in your favor. Bring each contradiction to light and
não é
persuade the
Birdman
jury
não,
to
hein?
help prove your
É, eu tô
client's
procurando
innocence.
aqui também. Deve ter alguma coisa a ver com um pássaro.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage!
This has just been a small taste of the exciting new gameplay features in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are very excited to get this game in the hands of
Mas é isso aí,
new
The
fans
Great Ace
and
É
diehard fans.
Aviária e Attorney.
Thanks for watching.
Aviária e Attorney.
It already seems like I have
sério?
a bunch of games
Sim.
to catch up on. There are some exciting new adventures and titles to
pior
look
que
forward
é
to. Well, that's a look at the new premieres from Capcom. But what about esports?
Tem esse
Let's
que o
close
Jarvis
out
falou
today's
também
showcase
existe,
with
é
a few
verdade.
words from 2 of the stars of Capcom
chama?
Fighters, Rob TV and Vicious.
Aviary Attorney.
They'll tell us what's been going on with Capcom
AVIRY
esports, including
Attorney.
updates on the Capcom Pro Tour, Intel World Open, Street Fighter League,
Esse é
and
o
all the other
Jefferson.
content on Capcom Fighters. Over to you guys.
Mas com certeza não é desse que o Ricardo tava falando, viu, Jefferson?
Não, ele é meio que um super-herói, parece.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome to the Capcom Esports presentation.
Nossa, super-herói, acho que é esse que você falou mesmo, é Harvey Birdman.
Isso, Harvey. Harvey Birdman. Isso, Harvey. Eu não tinha entendido o que você falou.
Hollywood.
Não, mas eu não falei, eu falei agora.
Ah, então é isso aí, Harvey Birdman.
Isso. Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law. Isso. O jogo chama isso. Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law.
E3, it just feels right and you feel the electricity in the air.
Tá aprendendo aqui que o pessoal aqui vai fundo em jogos. Enquanto isso, a gente tá vendo um pouquinho aí da Capcom Pro Tour 2021. Lembrando que a PlayStation meio que comprou a Evo, né?
Meio não.
Meio não, desculpa. Perdão. Comprou a Evo. Porque a Capcom Pro Tour, ela tem o principal encerramento dela era sempre na Evo, né? Agora não, existe a Capcom Pro Tours que tá passando direto, inclusive ela tá passando em português no canal da Capcom Brasil. Tem uns torneios aí, e é bem legal.
E os jogos? Só Street Fighter não?
Olha, eu só vi do Street Fighter, cara, mas não vou te falar porque você sabe que não dá pra acompanhar tudo, então, mas eu só vi o pessoal do Street Fighter.
Você falou da Evo, não sei se vocês perceberam ou viram, mas a gente, né, os assinantes da PS Plus receberam a versão remasterizada e aprimorada do Virtua Fighter 5 por causa disso, né, da Evo.
Sim.
Porque a Sony quer colocar ele na Evo.
Que é aquilo, galera? Não adianta o jogo de luta ser novo, ele tem que ser bom.
Tem que ser
Uma parte pra galera
então, e na verdade,
esses jogos são ruins. O Mortal Kombat 11 tá aí pra mostrar que jogou com tudo.
Ou o Super Smash Bros. Melee, né? Que é o do GameCube. Mas olha, o caso do Street Fighter não, do Virtua Fighter 5 tem um detalhe, ele não é exatamente o mesmo jogo do PlayStation 3. Ele foi portado pro PlayStation 4 usando a Dragon Engine, que é a engine do Yakuza.
Nossa, aí sim.
Ele não é exatamente o mesmo jogo do PlayStation 3. Eles provavelmente fizeram o mais próximo possível, mas ele usa outra engine.
Agora, o que eu queria mesmo é que a Capcom refizesse o Marvel vs Capcom da maneira das antigas, né?
2D, né?
Não precisa nem ser 2D, eu digo na jogabilidade. Pode ser 3D, igual eles fizeram com o Street Fighter. Mas os novos, né? Depois do 2, o 2 foi o último, que era estilo arcade também. Os novos é muito fácil, você basicamente aperta pra frente alguma coisa, A ou B, ou algum X ou Y. Você já faz especial, você já solta tudo. Você literalmente tem que apertar pra frente um botão pra atacar. Não tem graça, não tem como.
Mas isso todo jogo tem essa opção agora, por exemplo, o próprio Virtua Fighter 5, você pode jogar no modo clássico, com 3 botões só, e usando o direcional e a combinação deles, ou você pode ativar ele pra ter já os botões mapeados com golpes específicos. Aí vai de quem joga, né?
You do not want to miss this. I highly recommend everyone to stay tuned for future Capcom
Pro Tour não vai ter nada diferente do que você falou que ia mostrar, não?
And again, we've had so many events so far. We started off with the
Japan region. Solta o Dragon's Dogma aí, já saiu o leak esses meses atrás.
Solta aí o Mega Man X, alguma coisa.
Não precisa nem mostrar o jogo. Como é que fala?
O logo. É só o logo,
A gente já ficava feliz, sabe?
O logo com o sol.
CG pro Marcelo ficar feliz.
Passa mais CG pro Marcelo.
Eu posto o remake do Resident Evil 3.
Não, é assim, olha. Ontem foi dado.
A versão Director's Cut.
Eles mostraram como se faz um trailer ontem no Outer Worlds 2. Coloca um sol com bastante ray tracing, entendeu? Com bastante reflexo.
É lens flare.
É lens flare, com um monte de reflexo aparecendo. Aí de repente aparece o logo, e o logo vai aparecendo de mansinho na tela, daí dá aquela explosão. É tudo assim.
Isso é tudo que a gente tem.
Thanks, guys. It's been a really exciting season so far, and I can't wait to see how this plays out on the road to Capcom Cup. Remember to check out Capcom Fighters' Twitch and YouTube channels for more information and to watch the latest matches. So that's a wrap for Capcom at E3 this year. Let's recap what we all saw. Resident Evil Village is back with
Nossa,
the latest
nem relembrar que
installment
já
of the
foi
survival horror
10 minutos
experience
atrás.
and RE-verse as part of the franchise's
Então,
25th
única coisa
anniversary.
interessante, nós
We
vimos
have new
o
adventures to
Reverse
embark on in
vai
the world of
sair
Monster Hunter
mês que vem.
with Monster
Pessoal
Hunter
que
Stories 2,
gostou
Wings
do
of Ruin,
Reverse.
De
and Monster
novo
Hunter Rise.
tentando ter
And
um
don't
Resident
forget to
Evil
go back in time
multiplayer.
with the great Ace
Não
Attorney
acho que vai
Chronicles
fazer,
to tap into the
sinceramente.
family history
Eles
of
querem
Phoenix
fazer
Wright
um
and
multiplayer,
solve new
beleza.
cases.
Só pegar
Finally,
negócio
don't miss out on the
Resident
esports
Evil.
fun. Make sure you
Vamos lá,
catch the
Outbreak.
latest matches with
Outbreak.
Capcom fighters.
Isso.
There really
Faz
is
o
something
remake
for
dele e
everyone
bota
here
do
today.
jeitinho que era
But don't go
antigamente,
anywhere
pô.
yet. Join
Opa.
the conversation on Twitter and make sure you check out the Capcom virtual booth on the E3 portal to watch all these videos again.
Eu ainda tô
and more.
esperando aquele, né? Tem
I'm
mais
Rachel
uma
Aquarius,
coisa.
É,
aka Seltzer.
meio Apple, né?
Thank
Apple
you for
adora
being
fazer
part
isso,
of
né?
the Capcom
Mas
experience at E3
não
this
vamos
year.
terminar antes de mostrar tal coisa.
One More Thing.
É.
Não tem One More Thing nenhuma.
Então beleza, só vou passar uma transição aqui, galera, só pra eu mudar de feed, porque agora eu tenho que voltar pra feed da R3. Então vamos lá.
Razer, né?
É, então eu tô mudando só de feed aqui, tá, galera? Não vamos embora, não. Pronto. Só pra dar tempo de eu mudar aqui.
Marcelo, eu vou fazer um memezinho do tiozinho fazendo uau, pra
Pode.
você colocar assim no final das conferências, as coisas.
Show, pode fazer que eu coloco aqui.
Chronicles and all the stuff that we saw drop with Resident Evil, but we wanted to
E aí,
focus
como é
on
que foi a
Monster Hunter a
conferência,
little bit more
Ricardo?
here.
Uau!
Without a doubt, I am absolutely hyped for Monster Hunter Stories 2, Wings
Que
of
revelação.
Ruin. That was a new trailer that we
Pronto,
saw.
já voltamos agora
that
com
one
o
got
feed
me in
direto
the
da
feels.
E3. Enquanto não tá aqui, o pessoal vai aguentar eu aqui nas câmeras.
Não vejo nada.
Aí eu já vou passar pra vocês aí. É que toda vez que eu mudo o feed, ele
I am all for that
Ele dá
hashtag. Yeah,
É.
but for me,
Aí, ó,
when it
agora
comes to these narrative stories,
Que é agora?
the story has to
Agora
be
vamos
good.
pra
I mean,
Razer, pra terminar o dia hoje. Vamos ver o que a Razer nos oferece, tipo um teclado a R$3.000.
Uau!
Essa cadeira que eles estão usando ali a R$5.000.
E agora eu vou falar um negócio pra vocês. A Razer sua cara aqui no Brasil, porque lá fora é a multilaser da vida.
Caramba,
Na verdade, qualquer coisa aqui no Brasil é caro, né?
É verdade.
Cara. Mas isso que eu tô falando é sério. Se você for ver o preço dos periféricos deles, é na linha dos outros. Só que aqui no Brasil, tudo que você coloca a palavra gamer, você tem que multiplicar o preço por 5, né?
Por 5? Mais ou menos, né? Porque ultimamente eles estão multiplicando por 10 aqui. Você vê, por exemplo, o fone do Xbox, por exemplo, que saiu, tá sendo vendido na Amazon por R$1.099, se não estou enganado. Cara, é um absurdo, cara, um absurdo.
Pesquisar.
Dá uma olhada, é o sem fio. E eu acho que lá fora ele custa $99. Se você puder dar uma checada, mas é $99 lá
Box Wireless Headset.
Isso. Dá uma olhadinha aí, mas se eu não estou enganado, ele tá R$1.099.
Ele aparecesse era legal, né? Porque deve estar esgotado, né? Isso que é o pior.
Lembrando que o fone da Sony tá sendo vendido... É $699, Ricardo, que era o preço original dele?
Fone da Sony, o 5?
Pulse 3D.
O mais novo, o Pulse 3D.
Cara, tava... Quando eu tava trabalhando, tava 489, se não me engano.
Olha só, 489, galera. Ele e o da Xbox 1.099. Eu achei um absurdo, absurdo.
Eu sei o que tem.
1.099. É o preço oficial dele que tá no site do Xbox Brasil. 1.099.
Olha o absurdo. O fone da Razer, o Kraken Ultimate, né? Que é 7.1, barará, barará. Ele custa $70. Ele tá sendo vendido no Brasil até 2.800 você encontra ele.
Que absurdo.
R$2.800?
De 1.000 a 2.800 você encontra ele.
Meu Deus.
Ah, eu falo, eles multiplicam por 10. Então vamos lá, vamos ver o que a Razer tem pra nos mostrar.
Welcome to the Razer keynote at E3, the world's biggest video games convention. We have got an insane show for everyone today. We have come a long way here together. For gamers, by gamers, and today we're one of the biggest gaming brands in the world. We span hundreds of millions of gamers, from PC gaming to console gaming to mobile gaming. But what I'd like to talk a little bit about today, to kick things off, is PC gaming, something near, dear, close to my heart, and pretty much to talk about the decade of the Razer Blade. So in 2011, we launched the world's first true gaming laptop. And this caused quite a bit of controversy back then, because gaming laptops were not gaming laptops in the true sense of the word. They were gaming luggables back in the day. Super thick, super heavy. And the Razer Blade was the first true gaming laptop in the sense it was super thin, super light, and super powerful. And it ushered in a new generation of gaming laptops. And since then, over the past 10 years, the entire industry has moved to follow in the footsteps of the Razer Blade. In 2013, we launched the world's thinnest gaming laptop. 2016, we invented the world's first Thunderbolt 3 external GPU. In 2018, we launched the world's smallest 15-inch gaming laptop. And since then, we've now got the entire Razer Blade family. We've got the Blade Stealth 13, we've got the Blade Pro 17, and of course, we've got the Blade 15. And the Razer Blade has been both a critical and commercial success. It's been called the very best gaming laptop in the world and continues to win accolades over and over again.
Enquanto ele fala, eu vou falar
And at this
Razer
point,
Blade 15, né?
many of our fans, many of the Razer community is asking, what's next?
750H
So
e uma RTX
we go down and we talk to
$1.700.
every single one of our fan base, for gamers, by gamers. We talk to the press. And one thing that we've heard consistently over the past couple of years is, when is Razer going to make an AMD gaming laptop?
Que será que vem?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm incredibly excited to be able to announce that we're now working closely together with AMD, and we've put the very best designers and engineers together with the top AMD engineers, and what we've created in a single line is the ultimate AMD gaming laptop. And with that, we are bringing back the legendary Razer Blade 14. How do we do this? How did we make the ultimate AMD gaming laptop? Well, we took a look at the 14-inch gaming laptops today. Now, many of them have tried to follow in the footsteps of the Blade 14 that we created some 10 years ago, and many things have changed since then. In terms of form factor, many of the gaming laptops out there are portable, but we feel they could be thinner, could be slimmer. Now, over and above, in terms of GPUs, there's been not much innovation. Don't get me wrong, they've got a great GPU in there, but they maxed out at a RTX 3060. In fact, in terms of total graphics power, or TGP, they maxed out at just 80 watts. And we feel it could go much higher, with, of course, the right materials and with, of course, the right cooling thermal solutions. Now, as we talk about materials, unfortunately, most of them still use really non-premium builds. Now, one thing that we do at Razer that all of you are familiar with is that we look at doing really premium builds. We've got CNC'd, machined chassis. We want to make sure that you've got the best possible no-flex kind of a chassis, but many of the ones out there don't have that. And of course, cooling. Many of the 14-inch gaming laptops are still using solutions that we pioneered some 10 years ago. At Razer, we've really pushed it ahead. We've had vapor chamber cooling for years now. We are in the next generation of that. We've done that for laptops. We've done that for phones, over and over. Now, in terms of having all this last-gen tech, many of them are still limited in terms of the ports that they've got. They've got only a couple of Type A ports, a couple of Type C ports, so on and so forth. And they've got truly, truly uninspired keyboards. They're using single-color backlit keyboards. Why? Because they don't have space or they don't have the imagination. But at Razer, we've got loads and loads of imagination. And what did we want to imagine? Well, a whole lot of ultras. Ultra what? Well, ultra powerful. We wanted to be ultra powerful. We wanted to be ultra thin. We wanted to be ultra fast. We want to have ultra connectivity. We want it to be ultra responsive. And of course, ultra immersive. That's a lot of ultras to make the ultimate AMD gaming laptop. But let's talk about how
Já que eu não tô
ultra
entendendo nada, eu vou
powerful
embora, tá?
the new Razer Blade 14 is.
Tchau.
Now, together with AMD
Até daqui a pouco na
and
Retro
Razer,
Night.
we
Isso,
have
Retro
designed
Night daqui
and
a pouco.
engineered
Retro Night
in
é
a
a partir das
design
8. Às
the
8?
world's most
8 horas.
powerful
Então, a partir das 8 horas, hein,
14-inch
galera?
gaming laptop. This is not any normal gaming laptop that we're talking about. We're talking about the world's most
Mas ele tá
powerful
falando, não mostra nada,
14-inch
coisa chata.
gaming laptop. And to this
Mostra
end,
alguma coisa.
we wanted to pick one of the most powerful CPUs on the planet today, and we've picked the AMD Ryzen 5900HX. This is
Eu até achei que ele
truly
tava tirando
an
sarro
incredible CPU. We
Ultra,
are talking about
ultra,
a HX
ultra.
class, an extreme class
Não, é sério.
AMD
É, eu
processor,
sei.
and it's an unlocked processor.
Tudo que eu
Unlike many of
sei.
the other laptops out there using the
Pior que é
HX class
sério.
processors, we are using a HX class unlocked processor, a Zen 3 mobile processor in a cutting-edge 7-nanometer level. It's an 8-core
Esse processador
x86
já
CPU,
está
and it's got
no
up
mercado?
to a whopping
qual que ele
4.6
falou?
gigahertz
É o Zen 3,
of
Zen
power.
3 Mobile.
This is an insanely great CPU. And joining me here today talking about this partnership to make the ultimate AMD gaming laptop is Jason Banter, VP of Product Management of AMD.
Razer is known for some of the most innovative gaming laptops in the industry. Razer has established a design, quality, and performance standard that is second to none. That's why we at AMD are excited to partner with Razer for the first time, bringing Ryzen, the world's best mobile gaming processors, to the Razer laptop lineup.
Se eu não me engano, o que ele
Engineers from
escolheu
both
ali,
companies partner together,
ele é até
start to finish,
54
to
watts.
bring the best components, the best performance, and the best
Então, assim, é
experience together
excelente nessa
in the
questão
new
de
Razer Blade 14.
Mobilidade.
The new
temperatura
Blade 14
e
features an unlocked
Performance.
Ryzen 9
consumo.
5900HX processor, enabling elite gaming performance
Só
on
para
a thin
falar,
and light notebook
a
with
temperatura
amazing
hoje
battery.
influencia muito, né, galera?
5900HX
Quanto mais você
delivers
tiver um
8
processador que
cores
tenha
and
menos
16
temperatura,
threads
entregue
of
mais,
Zen 3
lógico.
core performance.
Mas se tiver uma
A max
temperatura
boost clock
menor,
of up to 4.6
Mais
GHz,
controlada, né?
dispatches
Não, quanto menor a temperatura, maior é o
latency when
boost.
gaming, and
Quanto mais
performs
quente
3D
tiver,
renders
menor vai ser
at
o boost que ele vai dar, né?
breakneck
Menor a frequência.
Ele controla de acordo com a temperatura dele, é o quanto ele vai conseguir render. Se tiver muito quente, ele diminui a potência, digamos assim, para baixar a temperatura.
E qual que é o Chan, né? O interessante dessa linha da AMD são processadores de 54 watts.
The AMD Ryzen 9HX series was designed to deliver the most immersive gaming experience you can get in a laptop with zero compromises. From all of us at AMD, congratulations to Min and the entire Razer team for outstanding execution on this project. We're proud to be a part of this generation of Razer Blade laptops and look forward to expanding these opportunities for gamers in the future.
Geralmente eles são bem quentes.
Thank you very much, Jason. So that was Jason of AMD talking about our partnership. But the CPU, of course, while we've picked one of the most powerful in the world, is just half the equation. What's on the other half of the
e até
equation?
na hora de fabricar,
Well, the GPU.
Porque se você tem uma
We picked
temperatura
one of
menor, você
the
não precisa
most
ficar se
powerful
preocupando com
CPUs in the
sistemas
world,
de
and we've also
refrigeração
picked one of the
absurdos,
most
né?
powerful
Mas aí
GPUs.
tem
And
a
we're talking,
questão,
of
né?
course,
Quando a
about the
gente tá falando
NVIDIA GeForce RTX 30 series.
laptop gamer,
Now, our engineers and
tem a
NVIDIA,
questão da
we've been
placa de
working
vídeo, né?
together for many years.
Sim.
We've been
Puxa
optimizing.
mesmo aí,
We've got the
ela
best
puxa mais do que o processador.
GPUs in the
com
world
certeza.
with NVIDIA. They've got up to 8 gigs of VRAM. And one thing that we did is that we've
E a placa,
managed to push
o
the
chip que eles
total gaming
escolheram
power
tá mostrando que
up to
vai até 100
100
watts. A gente
watts
tem
of
uma
power.
máquina que vai puxar, eu
We're
acho
not
que uns
talking about
180
80 watts that everyone else is doing. We've pushed it
Porque daí
all
a
the
gente
way
tem
to
que
the limit,
considerar
up to
a questão
100 watts of TGP. And in something as
do
small
monitor
and
e tudo
thin
mais, né? Todo o restante.
as a 14-inch
Memória,
form factor.
tudo que tiver ligado, né?
Now, of course,
tudo
we start
consome,
with
né?
the RTX 3060. It's a great GPU.
O Razer, como chama o efeito de luz da Chroma?
But we wanted to start with
Razer
that.
Chroma
Now,
funcionando.
Our thermals guys said, you know, we're crazy at Razer. We're the mad scientists. We can take it a notch further. So what have we done? Well, in the new Razer Blade 14, we've got an RTX 3070 option. That's a truly powerful
uma 70, não uma 60.
matched with a truly powerful
Lembrando
CPU.
que geralmente esses chips integrados para mobile, né, para laptops,
We want to take it up to 11. We're going all the way up to the moon, and what we've done with the new Razer Blade 14 is that we have now
ele tem que ser mais brando, né?
A crazy and insane
mas não quer dizer que você também não vai ter desempenho, né?
3080.
Caramba!
Imagine that, the most powerful GPU on the planet, one of the most powerful GPUs on the planet. It's truly, truly powerful. And of course, joining me here
esse vai custar quanto? $2.500, né?
É isso que eu ia falar agora. Vamos ver se ele vai falar preço.
Não, falar preço ele vai, né? O duro é alguém ter coragem.
Form factor of the new Razer Blade 14 is
Quer dizer,
VP
a gente
Global GeForce Marketing at NVIDIA.
Thanks, Min, for inviting us to present at your event. Once again, we're excited to partner with Razer on the development and launch of a Blade laptop. This time, the all-new Blade 14 powered by GeForce RTX. For the first time, gamers can experience an RTX 3070 and 3080 laptop GPU in a 14-inch form factor. It packs incredible performance in an ultra-thin, sleek design. Wherever you go, you can play the most stunning and graphically demanding games because the RTX 30 series includes second-gen RT cores that enable fast ray tracing. Enjoy realistic lighting, reflections, shadows, ambient occlusion, and more. All of those make your games more immersive. Ray tracing is featured in many of today's most popular games. NVIDIA DLSS also has been widely adopted by games. Many refer to it as magical. DLSS provides a huge boost in performance using AI rendering and looks as good or better than traditional methods. Dedicated tensor cores built into the RTX GPU do the AI processing. Now, in addition to the high frame rates pumped out by the GeForce GPU, NVIDIA Reflex low latency technologies give gamers the competitive edge in their favorite games.
O que a GPU tem todas as features que a NVIDIA tanto propaga, né?
But we're talking about laptops, so efficient power usage is incredibly important.
Falando nisso, o Rainbow Six recebeu hoje suporte ao DLSS e o Doom Eternal vai receber DLSS e Ray Tracing, acelerado pela NVIDIA no dia 29.
With the help of AI, high-performance gaming laptops are faster and better than ever
vou confirmar se é isso mesmo.
Let me give you an example.
O Rainbow Six Siege recebeu o suporte ao DLSS e o Doom Eternal receberá Ray Tracing e DLSS no dia 29 de junho.
É isso aí, quem quiser saber mais, só entrar no site gamersgames.com.br,
and the portability of the new Razer Blade 14. Min, thank you for your great partnership.
Thank you very much, Matt. And that is the ultimate
agora a notícia
AMD
infeliz,
gaming
né?
laptop,
Provavelmente esse laptop vai chegar aqui no Brasil se chegar por uns 25, 30 mil, preço do carro.
Não tem carro zero por esse preço mais. A gente sempre calcula preço. Não considera, né? Porque quando você calcula preço de carro, você pega preço de tabela, né? Não tem.
Well, it's not just ultra thin. It is the world's thinnest 14-inch gaming laptop. Let it sink in. Think about it. I just said this is the world's most powerful 14-inch gaming laptop, and now I'm actually saying it's also the world's thinnest 14-inch gaming laptop. We are talking about 16.8 millimeters thin with a 3080. Mind you, it's 0.6 inches thin. And the reason for it is because
daqui a pouco eles vão falar que eles têm que tirar
Vamos arredondar, galera.
17 centímetros. Daqui a pouco eles vão falar que eles têm que tirar o plug o headset do fone, porque é muito alto.
The Razer Blade 14 is the next generation vapor chambers, and we've designed this from ground up. We are light years ahead of the competition. Many of them are still copying what we've done 10 years ago. And today, we're 10 years ahead, we're a full decade ahead. We've designed the next generation vapor chambers in the Blade 14. Each of these tiny little
agora eu
fans
só queria deixar uma informação aqui para quem pretende
fan
comprar
blades.
laptop
And we worked
gamer
with fluid
ou
dynamic scientists.
etc.
We made sure that every fan
Infelizmente,
blade
esses
was
sistemas de
designed
refrigeração
from the
eles não
ground
são
up.
pensados para um clima
88 fan blades.
brasileiro,
What does
né,
that mean?
tropical.
Every single fan
Eles são
blade
pensados para quem está
in
usando
our
um
fans
laptop DC
is
em um
about
ambiente com ar
0.1
controlado.
millimeters thin.
Não vai esperando
Aqui
que
igual no
vai.
Brasil, que provavelmente você está aí trabalhando, dependendo de onde você
In
estiver
addition,
no
of
norte
course,
aí,
we are using
e a
T6
30
grade
graus na
aluminum
sombra.
CNC chassis. You got to kind of touch it to
chassi de
believe it.
alumínio.
You've got to understand that's what a
Não
Razer
coloque
blade
nas suas
is
pernas.
about. That premium quality. And of course, that super durable anodized finish. Ultra thin. The world's thinnest 14-inch
Cara, tá
gaming
vindo
laptop.
muito Apple
So
pro meu
let's talk
gosto,
about
cara.
how fast it is. Ultra fast.
Até a
mas eles
forma
são-
como ele tá
display.
vestido.
We've got
Padrão
two options.
Steve
We've got
Jobs.
FHD 144 Hz,
Exatamente, cara.
and we've got
Padrão
a
Steve
QHD
Jobs, cara. Não é
at a
possível.
blazing
Ó, o monitor,
fast
Full HD.
165 Hz. It's 100% DCI P3
Full HD.
display, IPS
O
grade.
HD é a
AMD
144
premium,
Hz ou
and
Quad
every
HD, é
single
isso?
display
É,
is
provavelmente ele
custom
vai ter duas
calibrated
versões, né?
right
Duas
out of the
versões.
factory.
É, com 165 Hz.
Ultra fast. Now let's talk about connectivity really quickly. Ultra connectivity.
conectividade aí, ó.
Lots and lots
Tirando o
and
P2.
lots and lots of ports. We're talking about
Olha lá,
Wi-Fi
padrão de
6E.
Wi-Fi
We've got
novo.
Bluetooth 5.2.
Não, tem sim, tá ali ainda, ó,
Some of
3.5.
the
Tem HDMI
gaming
também.
laptops don't even
Tem.
have
Não
space
tira
to
do
put
meu
a
fone de
camera
ouvido,
there.
não.
É aquela que é combo ainda, que é uma
Windows
só pra mic e
Lots of
fone.
ports. We've got
Não é
on
eu,
one
hein?
end of the
Só
chassis,
pode
we've
dizer
got
que esses
Type A, we've got
cortes aí
Type
estão
C
vindo
Gen
direto do
2.
feed
The
deles.
Type C, is Gen 2
o
charging. It's got
HDMI.
display port. In addition to that, we've got
Oh.
HDMI
Uma saída HDMI
2.1, which has an
2.1.
output of
Isso.
4K 120 Hz.
Entrada
Now on the other end, we've also
USB
got another
tipo
Type A,
C.
another Type C. We've got lots and lots of ports.
Não deu
Ultra
pra ler o resto.
connectivity. Let's talk about how responsive it is. Ultra responsive. It's got a full anti-ghosted keyboard. We've pioneered this
Oh, tem o
many years ago.
anti-ghosting.
Now, one of the things I'm really proud of is how buttery smooth
O
this
touchpad
melted butter,
preciso.
the precision touchpad is. It's a beautiful touchpad. You've got to touch it to believe it.
Aqueles, né? Ele tá segurando a chave de um
Unlike all the
carro
other
na mão?
inspired
Parece,
keyboards,
né? Putz.
we've got a per key Razer
Olha lá, você
RGB
pediu.
keyboard.
É claro que tem que
It's
ter
a
croma, oxe.
fantastic keyboard. It's an incredible keyboard.
Comprar alguma coisa da Razer sem
Beautiful
croma. Aquela
key panel.
cadeira da
You've gotta
Razer
try
com
it to
croma.
believe it. This is a legend by
Não vou
itself.
falar nada não, porque a minha
It's
cadeira
ultra
aqui tem
responsive.
RGB.
And now let's talk a little bit about how
Meu
immersive
Deus.
the
Ultra
new Blade
imersivo.
14 is. And what we've got incorporated inside this is THX spatial
Tem o-
audio,
olha
giving
lá,
that beautiful
THX.
spatial surround sound all around you.
Espacial.
And of course, we're using it with upward firing speakers. That's a truly, truly great set of speakers. And at this point of time, I'm sure most of you guys watching, some of you guys may be skeptical.
certificação
We've made
THX é
it so
difícil conseguir,
powerful.
galera. Não é fácil,
We've
não.
made it so thin. We've packed it chock full of all kinds of features. This is like a laptop which is 10 years in the future. What have we compromised? And at Razer, we do not compromise. You'll know it if you own one of our Blade laptops. We do
Sim.
not compromise, and some of you may suspect
Eles não
we
se
may have put a
comprometem,
really
garantia
tiny
por nada.
battery in there. Absolutely not. Because on a single charge,
É o seguinte, se der
the
problema
Blade
lá,
14
uma
runs
boa
for
bateria de
O
12
problema é seu.
hours.
É.
That's an insane level of battery
Então,
life
aí é o
in the
seguinte,
Blade
tem uma
14.
questão. Eles falam
Now,
12
our
horas,
team
mas
has
não
put
falam
together
Sim.
a video.
No talo,
I'll
né?
add, can I show it to everyone? I'm sure you're
Pra dar
excited to
12
see
horas.
it. And let's show it for
Tá
everyone.
usando como,
Here you
né?
go.
Olha lá. Geralmente quando eles falam em uso de bateria, é o processador no mínimo, a placa de vídeo desligada. 900.
Ele já bota aí TX 3080. Ó, o sistema de Vapor Chamber.
Chassi de alumínio. Menos de 1,7 centímetros. Tela Quad HD de 165 Hz. Anti-ghosting no teclado. Muito bonito. Não dá pra dizer que não é.
Muito bonito. E tem croma.
And at this point of time, I'm sure all of you would like to see the
gamer, esse
actual real thing. This is not a figment of my imagination. This is not a figment of the imagination of a gamer out there. But here it is.
Cara, é
the
muito
legendary Razer
vendo
Blade
aí, ó.
14.
disso.
Back in
5900
flesh,
com
back in
3080.
CNC aluminum. You can see it's ultra
Olha,
thin.
14 polegadas,
Imagine
cara.
we've got a HX class
Poxa, isso
CPU in
aí,
there. We've got a
portabilidade é 1000.
5900 Ryzen, of course. We've also got a 3080 NVIDIA GeForce GPU. All in an ultra thin 16.8 millimeter form factor. It's super, super thin. All right, I'm sure you guys would like to see the display. This is a 165 Hz display.
Nossa, esse daí é daquele que você abre ele e causa um espanto, né?
Não, esse é o tipo de laptop que você tem que usar em casa, né? Porque se você for daqui a pouco você fica sem ele, dependendo de
Se o Gustavo estiver nos escutando, por favor, você pode mandar um pra gente testar aqui na Gamers que a gente...
This is the new Blade 14. It's so
vai abrir o carro, olha lá, vai abrir o carro, a porta do carro.
3080, imagine that. And really quickly, to take us through this is the world's most powerful 14-inch gaming laptop.
De novo, tudo de novo.
It's ultra powerful, it's ultra thin.
A gente já falou isso 3 vezes, galera.
14-inch gaming
Pode falar
laptop.
o preço.
Just imagine
As conexões ali do lado, legal,
at the same time. Ultra fast,
não tem nada atrás.
ultra connectivity, look at all the ports on both ends. It's got an ultra responsive gaming keyboard.
Sabe uma coisa que eu achei interessante nessa apresentação?
You know,
ela é mundial, né? Não é focada nos Estados Unidos, porque ele falou as medidas em milímetros, não em polegadas.
Isso.
Eles mostraram em polegadas, mas eles teriam que estar falando em padrão métrico.
The ultimate AMD gaming laptop, the new Razer Blade
Ele falou peso?
14.
Não me lembro.
Now, at this point of time, you want to know the price, you want to know availability. Well, I'm sure with a product like that, you're probably quaking inside thinking, is this going to be a $5,000 laptop?
Quanto
It's
você
got
pagaria
all the
pra
insane
ter
features. It's got the most powerful
Eu chuto
CPUs and
3.500
GPUs,
a
right?
4.000.
Is this going to be
dólares, né?
a
Dólares.
$3,000 laptop? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the new Razer Blade 14 starts at just $17.99.
Não, ele
Começa. Well, not in 10 years from now. It's
2.800.
available right now today.
Não,
By the
17.
end of this keynote,
Whoa.
you can order it. And where can you order it?
1.800.
Well, you can order it
Começa
online at
em
Razer.com
1.800.
or at any of our
Porque tem
global
várias
Razer
versões.
stores. You can
Provavelmente
check
vai
them
ter uma
out.
versão com
And, of course,
3060.
at leading retailers globally,
exatamente,
you can check it out right away today.
Mesmo assim.
At just starting from $17.99. Ladies and gentlemen, the new Razer Blade 14, the ultimate
Eu vou ver se eu acho
AMD
aqui o
gaming
valor.
laptop. So, that's the first product that we've got today. And we've
Você
still
quer
got a
o
big
valor
show
quando
ahead.
seria
So
a
what's
conversão
next?
direta?
Não,
Insanely small,
de todos os
insanely
modelos.
powerful. And what am I
Vamos
talking
ver na
about?
conversão direta, quanto
Well,
daria?
it's our all-new USB-C 130-watt GAN
Dá
charger.
R$9.100.
10 years ago, when we first launched the Razer Blade, one of the big innovations that we did was we went and redesigned
A
the charger. 10 years
3070
later,
está saindo
we're now really
$2.200.
pushing the limits of what we can
A
do
3060,
with power.
1.800,
Here is a
1.799.
traditional power brick.
Oh,
It's shipped
no.
in many of the other gaming
E
laptops out there. Not a Razer
A
laptop, but this is
3080 saindo a
often in many of the other gaming laptops. This is
$2.799.
$130 watt
$2.800.
size of a power brick.
Custa 1.000 a mais
It's
do
almost
que
3
o de
inches tall.
entrada.
It's got about 6 inches wide.
Exatamente.
How big
Então,
is the new
tá
Razer GAN
3.800
charger?
no caso.
Or how much
A
smaller?
360 custa
It's up to
1.800,
59%
a 370
smaller. It's
custa
so
2.200 e a 3.080 custa 3.800.
2.800.
Não, 2.800.
It's also up to about
Eu posso te falar uma
70%
coisa?
shorter.
Por tudo que
It's
eles estão entregando aí, tá barato.
Incredibly small charger.
Se
So
você
I
tá
thought you guys
falando
would
isso,
like to
quem
see
sou eu pra
how
discordar,
small
né?
or how large the
Exatamente.
charger is.
Falando de
This
uma
is
coisa
a
totalmente
traditional
customizada,
130-watt
Olha lá, eles estão
Yeah.
falando...
power brick. It's pretty
Agora
big,
estão
it's
falando
pretty
da
heavy.
bateria,
It's
né?
something that
Da
will
bateria
ship
não,
with your
do...
traditional
perdão.
luggable kind of
Carregador.
USB-C de
laptop.
130
So how
watts.
small is the Razer GAN charger? Boom, it's just hiding behind it.
What?
It's just so tiny. The
Legal.
same amount of power that it's packing from 130 watt, and this is a 130 watt charger. And this is already considered
Deve ser aquela geração nova de carregadores que é muito mais eficiente, menores e mais ecológicos ainda por cima.
USB-C.
This charger
não, mas eu vi um vídeo esses dias que falava sobre carregador de celular, que os próximos têm que vir assim.
This charger doesn't just charge your laptop.
Agora, sobre os laptops, só
It
lembrando
charges up to
que
4 devices
a versão mais barata
simultaneously.
é
That's how
1800.
powerful. That's how
Ela vem
insane
com a tela
this
Full HD.
product is.
As outras duas vêm com
This
quad
is the
HD.
Razer GaN charger, USB-C 130 watts of
né,
power.
por 1.800 é uma baita de uma máquina, hein?
Here's the side profile.
SSD de
Here's the
1
front
tera,
profile. You can
16
see the
de
4 ports, 2 USB-Cs and 2 USB-As. Truly compact power. And here's a perspective shot. Truly, we've designed this so that this is the perfect charger that you can buy. It allows you faster charging up to 4 devices. It's mobile and travel ready with global adapter plugs. And in summary, it's small enough to fit your pocket. Charge up to 4 devices at once. Faster charging, 2 times USB-A, 2 times USB-C, mobile and travel ready, and it's got safer power delivery features. Now, what does it work with? Well, lots and lots of selected devices. As long as it's got USB-C and charging, it works with a whole slew of
Achei
Razer
legal
Blade
essa ideia de
laptops,
você ter esse
Apple
carregador aí.
MacBooks, both the Pro and the Air,
que
Windows
meio
laptops
que
like the
universal.
Dell XPS, tablets, smartphones, smartwatches, and much more. So, is this $500? Is it $300? Well, absolutely not. The Razer GaN charger is just $179.99. You can pre-order it right now, and we're shipping within the next 30 days. And you can buy it, of course, at Razer.com, any of our Razer stores, and at leading retailers globally. This is the Razer 130-watt GaN charger, and you'll want to be making your pre-orders right now because this is truly the ultimate charger. Next up,
Ou seja, o notebook todo está custando $100 a mais.
The Razer Raptor 27. What do we have with the new Razer Raptor? Well, still a 27-inch form factor. It's got an IPS display. It's got a beautiful QHD resolution display. Now, what we've done is we've upped the refresh rate from 144 Hz from the previous generation to a faster 165 Hz refresh rate.
Eu também não gosto.
In addition, podia ter mais, por exemplo, até podia ter essa parte quadrada embaixo, onde tem, né, o chroma, mas o suporte em si eu achei muito grande, não gostei não.
Compatible with AMD FreeSync Premium. And we've got one of the best display panels in the industry.
Nossa senhora, o monitor perigoso custa mais do que custou o notebook.
HDR, High Dynamic Range Display. And something I'm really proud of.
Ele é 27 polegadas.
Ele vem, é isso.
THX certified.
Tem, são 165 Hz e tem outro modelo de 144 Hz.
Together with THX, specifically with the gentleman Eric Gemma.
Ele vai falar assim, a partir de $699,99.
In the market. And joining me on screen here today is Eric, talking a little bit about our partnership.
Hi there, I'm Eric Gemmer, THX's Director of Imaging Technologies. I'm pleased to announce that THX has certified
Lembrando que a THX aí nasceu por causa do George Lucas, enquanto ele estava fazendo Star Wars.
Ela é a concorrente da Dolby.
Isso, ele tinha que desenvolver um novo sistema e aí eles acabaram, o George Lucas acabou criando a THX. Ou a THX, como a gente fala. É muito mais fácil. E é bem legal, o sistema deles é um sistema bem bacana, vários cinemas usam esse sistema, então é bem bacana.
Deve ser mais em conta, né?
Olha, não sei não, viu? Eu não sei não.
É mais em conta do que a Adobe?
Porque, olha, você precisa, eu sei, eu conheço...
Você é a nossa especialista de som, fala aí.
Eu conheço alguns donos de cinema que tiveram que desembolsar uma grana boa, porque não adianta você comprar o serviço da THX, você tem que homologar o cinema para ter o som THX. Não adianta você, não, eu quero comprar o THX. Se o cara for lá e não homologar você, se não tiver tudo do jeito que tem que ser a THX, inclusive a forma de construção da sala, você não tem direito a usar o THX. Volto a falar, foi uma criação do George Lucas e dizem que o cara é muito chato e diz que para fazer a homologação da THX não é fácil não, cara. Além de muito caro.
É uma diferença, né? Eu lembro que tinha um cinema que era bem famoso. Eu vou falar o nome dele, tanto faz, né? É o Cinemark, acho que era o Cinemark ou era o Kinoplex que alardeava que tinha THX? Acho que era o Kinoplex, não era?
Olha o barulhinho. Esse é eu acho que é o Cinemark que é...
Não, eu acho que...
agora eu não vou lembrar. É um deles que realmente a homologação dele é THX.
The very best displays in the world are certified in accordance to THX's highest
é bem legal, sim. Eles são um sistema bem bacana.
Talk a little bit about the new Razer Raptor 27. It's got a forged aluminum construction. It's got a beautiful construction.
Cara, é igualzinho uma apresentação da Apple.
90-degree tilt. That you can flex it
mas na verdade a apresentação de empresa de consumer electronics, né, que eles falam, né? É basicamente isso mesmo. Se você assistir da Samsung, é isso. Aquela que a gente assistiu presencialmente há uns 2 anos atrás, da Asus é desse jeito. A da Asus era mais engraçado, na verdade, né?
Com certeza.
Porque ele chamava a concorrente de filhos da sunga.
Isso. Galera, eu já posso falar pra vocês, já estão com os valores aqui já. $699,99 de 27 polegadas, 144 Hz. E o de 165 Hz, $799,99.
Você falou aquela hora que custava 699, né?
Exato, já tinha pego a informação.
Tudo mal. Você já sabia, né?
Já sabia.
To include Visa compatibility.
Não, é porque o cara tá enrolando demais. Essa base é mais legal.
And this is also backward compatible with the previous.
Exato, o cara falar que não tem.
Razer Raptor 27. And of course,
isso pode ser apontado como diferencial, né? Pelo amor de Deus.
Pelo amor de Deus, né? Nossa, olha que legal. O nosso laptop tem um parafuso. Cara, pra você abrir ele, você...
Nossa, monitor.
Sabe, é você contar alguma coisa que você sabe que tem, né, cara? Não tem o que falar. Cara, se não tiver padrão VESA hoje, pelo amor de Deus. É muito bonito.
Só me incomodou aquela base muito larga. Do resto,
eu tiraria e colocaria aquele suporte que ele mostrou ali no final, que ficou mais bonito.
Eu já sou encabulado com esses 27 polegadas, pra mim deveria ser 29 pelo menos.
Mas acho que varia muito questão de espaço, né?
É porque no caso que eu tô usando de 29, né? Eu não me vejo usando um menor agora.
É isso. É o meu caso, por exemplo. Eu, por muito tempo, trabalhei com um monitor só de 20 e poucas polegadas. Nem lembro quanto que era. E daí eu troquei por 2. Agora eu não consigo ficar com só mais.
Razer Raptor 27.
Eu
Let's
também,
call up the Raptor 27.
Não sei, mas...
Eu trabalho com eles paralelos, né? Assim, formando um V.
Beautiful screen.
E já imagina como deve ser trabalhar com 3.
Beautiful monitor.
É gostoso.
Let's turn it around so people can see the
mas os seus ainda não são simétricos, né?
Cable management, as you can
não,
see,
simétrico não, mas
cable management
os meus dois são, eles são iguaizinhos, é o mesmo modelo.
Eu tava querendo comprar outro do meu pra colocar em cima, sabe?
And one of the things that we've updated, the new Raptor 27 is of course
que o seu é ultra, né?
And with the Visa mount, now you can have a triple screen monitor. There you go, boom.
Se eu colocar outro ultra wide aqui,
over here, right on your battle station.
Aí você fica, ele gira em volta de você, né? Você fica no meio.
Truly unique. And we're really excited to be able to present this here today, the new Razer Raptor 27. Thank you very much. So, in closing, it's got an ultra-fast display. We've upped it to 165 Hz. It's a beautiful display.
You're welcome.
It's got adaptive sync. Bear in mind, it's got both G-Sync and AMD FreeSync Premium. It's the world's first THX-certified monitor. And it's a Visa mount compatible, sold separately. And it's got this really clean, ultra-clean cable management system. And lots and lots of ports. So, how much is the new Razer Raptor? Well, you can pre-order it right now at just $7.99, and we will be shipping within the next 30 days. And of course, like most Razer products,
isso é uma coisa, né, que a gente vê que ainda em algumas situações a AMD não conseguiu chegar naquele patamar de montar um notebook 100% AMD, porque sempre quando você tem alguns notebooks assim, como é o caso desses novos modelos aí que eles apresentaram, que é de alto desempenho, a GPU ainda é NVIDIA, não é 100% AMD. Eles trocaram o processador Intel pelo AMD, ok, mas a GPU mantém a NVIDIA.
Razer keynote at E3. Remember to join us after this. We've got Razer Store Live every month. We run this. We've got great new products that we announce. We've got giveaways, and we stream it live from one of our Razer stores somewhere in the world.
Ela tá trabalhando com a Samsung, né? AMD.
That's not all. We've got one more thing to share with everyone.
Falei que é Apple.
And it's safe, social, and sustainable. And what am I talking about?
Eu vi alguma coisa assim.
No other than Project Hazel. We announced this at CES earlier this year.
Já faz tempo que desde que começou a pandemia, a Razer está trabalhando nesse projeto.
Insane press coverage with everyone out there saying, when can I get a Project Hazel? Will you make it into reality? And it wasn't just the press. We had resounding response from the community, every single one asking us to make Project Hazel a reality. And many of you had great ideas for features to remove. We've heard your feedback. We continue to hear your feedback on Twitter, on Facebook. Ping us anytime because we listen to all the feedback for gamers, by gamers. And what I thought I would do today is that I'd give everyone an update on the project because we are going to be making Project Hazel a reality. So, what kind of updates can we give? Well, when the pandemic first started, we converted one of our manufacturing facilities to make surgical masks. Today, we at Razer take high quality certified surgical masks and we ship them worldwide.
Faz tempo já que desde o começo da pandemia que a Razer tinha anunciado o projeto, mas até então a gente não tinha visto muitos updates da máscara. E pelo jeito ele está dando alguns updates aí.
Meeting the very best standards. And what we've done is
that we've taken the
learnings from that, the engineering, the design, and we've made that into Project Hazel.
Lembrando que os Estados Unidos, os vacinados já não precisam mais usar máscara.
Replaceable N95 grade filters.
Mas tudo bem, lógico, não é só o Covid. Ele usa o N95, né, em termos de filtro, que é muito conhecido aí para... É diferente, que ele filtra o ar de uma forma diferente. Ele é de silicone, né? Foi testado em laboratório e tudo mais. E tem o croma.
What are we keeping? What are we not keeping?
Claro, né? Você comprar uma máscara da Razer sem croma.
We're definitely keeping that.
É transparente.
Se eu quero croma da Razer na cadeira, que o Jeff falou que a dele tem, e não é da Razer,
você quer pra enxergar o que você tá falando no escuro, meu amigo.
Nossa, seria legal se fosse uma telinha, né? Que deve fazer, tipo, aquelas máscaras de... Nossa, tipo, Watch Dogs. Isso, Watch Dogs. Tava tentando lembrar o que era.
The social function still remains even during use. Now, what about sustainability? Now, many of you will be aware sustainability is at the core of what we do over here at Razer. We care a lot about the environment. One of the things that concerned us the most when we were making these one-off surgical masks was the sustainability of the surgical masks. Well, Project Hazel has got a reusable mask design, and every single filter lasts 3 times longer than single-use surgical masks. And what I'm really proud to say is that every filter uses 80% less material than traditional surgical masks. Now, I'm sure many of you are waiting to try out Project Hazel, and I'm going to talk about availability at the end of this, but if you can't wait to try Project Hazel out, we've got something really special for all of you. You can try the Project Hazel filter online and see how it looks on your face. You can check it out on Instagram, check out Razer, and here's a quick video to show how you can use the Project Hazel filter on Insta.
Eles criaram um filtro no Instagram pra você testar a máscara.
Now remember to tag us with your Project Hazel filters because we will be watching out for all of you and we might have some pretty cool giveaways for Project Hazel when the time comes for shipping. So we've got a quick video to show you the updates that we've made since the last time we announced this at CES. Here you go.
De modo algum sou contra, mas acho que esse caso em si é uma coisa que eu acho que a Razer gastou dinheiro à toa nesse projeto.
Mas a galera compra, Marcelo, e é isso aí que eles querem.
Tipo...
So, I'm sure many of you are asking,
eu não compraria, mas se eu tivesse eu usava.
Well, with the insane demand that we're expecting for Project Hazel, we've put together a plan so that we can get as many of these units out to you as possible. We're going to have limited quantities right from the get-go. So once we start manufacturing, we're going to be doing sale by drops. We'll have all the database of everybody who wants a Project Hazel, and we'll send you information once the units are available. And
a versão sem o símbolo da Razer.
Que vai custar 10 máscaras por $99.
Feedback, you're going to see units out in the field, but the first drop is
e o melhor, essa que você está falando que vai ser vendida, ela já vem com rádio AM FM, lanterna, canivete,
câmera VGA,
sensacional, cara. Elas vão vender no comecinho do Q4.
Joining us here today at the Razer keynote at E3. I'll be seeing you guys soon. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Deixa eu mudar aqui pra mim.
Olha, o notebook realmente foi bom, eu gostei. O monitor, só a base que é feia. A base não, é o suporte. Troca o suporte.
Nossa.
A máscara eu usaria, cara.
Tá bom. Eu acho que eles perderam o time. E é lógico, porque tem todo um desenvolvimento. A gente não é assim também, chegar e fazer uma máscara.
E tem outra, né, Marcelo? O ano passado, né, quando eles anunciaram, teve uma falta de material médico no monitor. Eles lançaram isso aí o ano passado e ia pegar feio pro Mark.
Você tem toda a razão.
Eles tinham que priorizar o necessário, né, não o supérfluo.
Concordo plenamente. Eu só acho que vai, assim, alguns países já estão liberando. Eu ouvi falar que o Reino Unido parece que também já está pensando em os vacinados não precisarem mais usar máscara. Os Estados Unidos aboliu.
Já tá indo assistir a Eurocopa sem máscara.
Então assim, a gente pode, talvez o time, mas assim, legal, não sou contra, mas é o que vocês falaram. O laptop é show de bola e tá num preço bom. Eu sei que vai chegar por R$30 mil aqui no Brasil, mas ele é muito bom, cara.
Mas olha, só implementando isso que você tá falando, eu acho que a gente vai ver uma queda no preço de alguns notebooks, por incrível que pareça. Por um único simples motivo. Teve uma certa empresa da maçã que lançou um tempo atrás aí o notebook M1 por um preço muito abaixo do que ela vendia os modelos Intel. Então eu acho que as outras vão começar a dar um jeito de puxar um pouco o preço para baixo.
Eu espero. Uma queda no dólar ajuda muito pra gente também. Que mais? Uma economia melhor também vai melhorar. Eu acho só que, assim, vamos falar em termos de preço, esse preço é justo. Por tudo que ele entrega, é lógico que precisaríamos testá-lo aqui. Parece que ele é leve, né, pelo que o Esqueci o nome dele.
Nossa senhora, olha lá.
George alguma coisa, não é o nome desse cara, esqueci agora. Greg Miller, alguma coisa assim. Acho que é Greg Miller, que é o cara da IGN, né? Ele, do jeito que ele pegou ali, parece que ele é bem levinho.
E eu só queria dar um adendo, né? Porque com os preços hoje de scalpers, uma RTX 3080 eu acabei de olhar, tá custando por volta de 2.700, 2.800 lá nos Estados Unidos.
Nossa, meu Deus.
É isso aí, Marcelo.
E não é a versão top.
É o Greg Miller, né? É que ele é da IGN. É o principal apresentador da IGN. Bom, Salão, vamos lá. Amanhã começamos as transmissões ali por volta de 10 para 1 da tarde, porque vamos ter a 1 hora da tarde
Big N.
Big N, essa aí é a apresentação da Nintendo. 40 minutos de Direct e depois mais 3 horas de... É isso, né?
Live.
Isso. Como que chama? Putz, fugiu, né?
Treehouse Live.
Treehouse Live, obrigado.
Casa na árvore ao vivo.
E depois a gente vai transmitir às 15 para as 9 da noite.
Não, você tem a Bandai Namco ainda.
Mas é que pra mim...
você tem a Bandai Namco ainda.
É verdade. As Bandai Namco vai ser às 6h25, né?
Pelo menos né? Se eles não mudarem alguma coisa, ou se eu não peguei o horário errado.
Não, é isso mesmo. Às 18. Isso mesmo, 18h25 a gente vai ter Bandai Namco e depois às 15 para as 9 a E3. Lógico que durante todo o dia você vai continuar acompanhando a E3, só que a gente vai comentar nesses horários, no horário da conferência da Nintendo, da Bandai Namco e depois no finalzinho lá com o Official E3 2021 Awards Show. Eles estão até prometendo trailers de jogos que não foram mostrados.
Porque normalmente o que acontecia na E3 é o seguinte, né? Quando ela era uma feira mesmo, muita coisa acontecia no pátio da feira, né? No chão da feira e não nas conferências. Então talvez esse ano eles tiveram que ajustar isso e algumas coisas talvez não encaixou ainda, né?
Sem dúvida.
Foi mostrado ainda. Então, beleza?
Beleza, é isso aí. Nós vamos encerrando as transmissões por hoje, galera. Queria agradecer mais uma vez o Ricardo que esteve presente aqui, o Jefferson que entrou agora, mas que é o nosso cara do PC, e também ao Saulo Fernandes. Obrigado, galera.
Aproveita e passa lá no site que tá lotado de coisa e ainda vai ter mais.
Vai ter mais. Eu só vou parar para jantar e depois eu já volto pro meu trabalhinho aqui na nossa estação. Galera, muito obrigado, um grande abraço, uma excelente noite a todos e a gente volta amanhã 10 para 1 para a conferência da Nintendo. Tchau, galera, até amanhã.
E3 is E3. This is it. There isn't like a bigger show that you should be saving your stuff for. So this is like the place where you would reveal a game like Resident Evil Village, you know? So I do feel a little bit disappointed in